I'm talking about the peaceful transfer of power. 200 years ago, in 1801, the House of Representatives did one of its jobs laid out in the Constitution. After a deadlock in the Electoral College, this body cast 36 ballots and ultimately settled the contest for President of the United States. What followed was the first peaceful transfer of power in our country's history. We know that since then, our history has been far from perfect. We've been torn apart and brought back together. We've struggled across generations to make our country's great vision a reality for all Americans. We won victories and we've suffered failures. But the peaceful transfer of power has stood as the pillar of our democracy. It's one of those things we rely on, a safeguard that we hold close. Because as heated and angry and divided as we may be, whatever victories we celebrate or upheavals we endure, we can rest easy knowing that when the moment comes, our system guarantees that one party will hand the reins to another if that's the will of the people. And while our institutions endured, and while Joe Biden is the legitimately elected president of the United States, a peaceful transfer of power didn't happen this year. It did not happen. Let that sink in. Think about it. A violent mob was pointed toward the Capitol and told to win a trial by combat. Some descended on this city with clear plans to disrupt our democracy. One rioter said that they weren't there to commit violence, but that, I'm quoting, "We are just there to overthrow the government." I want to repeat that. I urge everyone to listen to those words and think about what they mean. We were just there to overthrow the government. They marched on the Capitol with the clear intentions of stopping the certification of the election. And when they encountered the police sworn to keep us safe, they went on the attack with bear spray, knives, tasers, hockey sticks, even flagpoles fashioned in clubs with the American flag still attached. And those rioters breached the Capitol. They smashed windows, scaled walls, broke down doors, and invaded the halls of Congress. It was a scene of violence in the citadel of our democracy, not seen since 1814, when British soldiers sacked the building. They raced through the hallways chanting, "Hang Mike Pence. Where's Nancy?" They stormed onto the Senate floor because they wanted to stop the Senate from certifying the election. The rioters tried to take over the House floor for the same reason. Thankfully, some astute young staff member had the presence of mind to grab the physical electoral ballots for safekeeping. These rioters were organized. They were ready for a fight, and they came close to succeeding. It's frightening to think about how close we were. A few inches of wood and glass. An officer turning left instead of turning right. But just describing that attack doesn't come close to capturing what actually took place that day. So we're going to see some of what our witnesses saw on January 6th. Let's see the video, please. But please be advised that it contains graphic images and strong language, which many may find disturbing.
Hey, brother, we're boots on the ground here. We're moving on to Capitol now. I'll give you a boots on the ground update here in a few.
Multiple Capitol entries! Multiple Capitol entries! We're still taking metal, sharpened objects, missiles, to include bottles and rocks, and hand-thrown chemical-grade fireworks. This is now effectively a riot.
1349 hours declaring it a riot.
Okay, guys, apparently this tip of the spear has entered the Capitol building.
If I give this up, they're going to have to run downstairs. At least this Capitol we can defend. We got to hold what we have.
Hands off!
Yeah. The fuck?
Take your pins off.
There's a person who pranked 1033. I repeat, 1033 west front of the Capitol. We've been pranked and we've lost the life.
Lock the shields! Lock them together! Lock them together! We need fresh patriots! Run! Jimmy, get him to the back! Get him to the back! Get him to the back! Let's get some fresh faces up front!
They've got the gallows set outside this Capitol building. It's time to start fucking using them.
Start making a list, put all those names down, and we start hunting them down one by one. Mobilize in your own cities, your own counties, storm your own Capitol buildings, and take down every one of these corrupt motherfuckers. So we fucking need to have 30,000 guns up here.
He'll be back, he warns us. It's just chilling. I thank God for our democracy and our republic withstood this assault. But that man's warning reminds us that this threat hasn't gone away. It looms over our democracy like a dark cloud. Some people are trying to deny what happened, to whitewash it, to turn the insurrectionists into martyrs. But the whole world saw the reality of what happened on January 6th. The hangman's gallows sitting out there on our nation's mall. the flag of that first failed and disgraced rebellion against our union being paraded through the Capitol, the hatred, the bigotry, the violence, and all of it for a vile, vile lie. Let's be clear. The rioters who tried to rob us of our democracy were propelled here by a lie. As chairman of this committee, I will not give that lie any fertile ground. We need to understand how and why the big lie festered. We need to know minute by minute how January 6th unfolded. We need to understand how the rotten lie behind January 6th has continued to spread and feed the forces that would undermine American democracy. And we need to figure out how to fix the damage. It won't be easy, but I have tremendous confidence in the colleagues sitting to my left and right. These are men and women of courage and character. We did not ask for this, but the House of Representatives did its job to give this country its first peaceful transfer of power, and we will do our job now to make sure the peaceful transfer of power remains a pillar of our democracy. We cannot allow ourselves to be undone by liars and cheaters. This is the United States of America. My distinguished colleague from Wyoming, Ms. Cheney, is not the ranking member of this select committee, but because this investigation is bipartisan, it's important that we hear Republican voices as well. I now recognize Representative Cheney for an opening statement.
Thank you very much, Chairman Thompson. Thank you to all my colleagues on this committee, and thank you to each of the witnesses appearing before us today. It is because of you. You held the line. You defended all of us. You defended the Capitol, and you defended the Constitution and our republic. And every American owes you our undying gratitude. Every American, I hope, will be able to hear your testimony today and will watch the videos. The videos show the unbelievable violence and the inexcusable and intolerable cruelty that you all faced, and people need to know the truth. I want to begin by reflecting briefly on the investigation that we're launching today. Every one of us here on the dais voted for and would have preferred that these matters be investigated by an independent, nonpartisan commission composed of 5 prominent Americans selected by each party and modeled on the 9/11 Commission. Although such a commission was opposed by my own leadership in the House, it overwhelmingly passed with the support of 35 Republican members. It was defeated by Republicans in the Senate, and that leaves us where we are today. We cannot leave the violence of January 6th and its causes uninvestigated. The American people deserve the full and open testimony of every person with knowledge of the planning and preparation for January 6th. We must know what happened here at the Capitol. We must also know what happened every minute of that day in the White House, every phone call, every conversation, every meeting leading up to, during, and after the attack. Honorable men and women have an obligation to step forward. If those responsible are not held accountable, and if Congress does not act responsibly, this will remain a cancer on our constitutional republic, undermining the peaceful transfer of power at the heart of our democratic system. We will face the threat of more violence in the months to come and another January 6th every 4 years. I have been a conservative Republican since 1984, when I first voted for Ronald Reagan. I've disagreed sharply on policy and politics with almost every Democratic member of this committee. But in the end, we are one nation under God. The framers of our Constitution recognized the danger of the vicious factionalism of partisan politics. And they knew that our daily arguments could become so fierce that we might lose track of our most important obligation, to defend the rule of law and the freedom of all Americans. That is why our framers compelled each of us to swear a solemn oath to preserve and protect the Constitution. When a threat to our constitutional order arises, as it has here, we are obligated to rise above politics. This investigation must be nonpartisan. While we begin today by taking the public testimony of these 4 heroic men, we must also realize that the task of this committee will require persistence. We must issue and enforce subpoenas promptly. We must get to objective truth. We must overcome the many efforts we are already seeing to cover up and obscure the facts. On January 6th and in the days thereafter, almost all members of my party recognized the events of that day for what they actually were. One Republican, for example, said, quote, "What is happening at the U.S. Capitol right now is unacceptable and un-American. Those participating in lawlessness and violence must be arrested and prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law." No member of Congress should now attempt to defend the indefensible, obstruct this investigation, or whitewash what happened that day. We must act with honor and duty and in the interest of our nation. America is great because we preserve our democratic institutions at all costs. Until January 6th, we were proof positive for the world that a nation conceived in liberty could long endure. But now January 6th threatens our most sacred legacy. The question for every one of us who serves in Congress, for every elected official across this great nation, indeed for every American, is this: will we adhere to the rule of law? Will we respect the rulings of our courts? Will we preserve the peaceful transition of power? Or will we be so blinded by partisanship that we throw away the miracle of America? Do we hate our political adversaries more than we love our country and revere our Constitution? I pray that that is not the case. I pray that we all remember our children are watching as we carry out this solemn and sacred duty entrusted to us. Our children will know who stood for truth, and they will inherit the nation we hand to them, a republic if we can keep it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you, Representative Cheney. I will now introduce our witnesses. We're joined today by Sergeant Aquilino Gonell of the United States Capitol Police. He's a 15-year veteran of the Capitol Police. He's assigned to a first responder unit in the United States Capitol Police's Uniformed Services Bureau. Before joining the Capitol Police, Sergeant Gonell served as 8 years in the United States Army and spent 545 days in Iraq, where his base was under constant mortar, rocket, and indirect fire by insurgents. He's received multiple awards and commendations for his military service. We're also joined by Officer Michael Fanon of the Metropolitan Police Department in Washington, D.C. Officer Fanon began his law enforcement career with the United States Capitol Police shortly after the terrorist attack of 9/11. For nearly 20 years, Officer Fanon has served the citizens of the District of Columbia in special units focusing on narcotics investigation and violent criminals. Officer Daniel Hodges is a member of the Civil Disturbance Unit 42 in the D.C. Metropolitan Police Department, where his responsibilities include riot response. Prior to his service on the Metropolitan Police Department, he served 6 years in the 116th Infantry Regiment, 3rd Battalion, as an indirect fire infantryman. U.S. Capitol Police Officer Harry Dunn is a 13-year veteran of the United States Capitol Police and a member of its first responder unit. His responsibilities include ensuring the integrity of the perimeter around the Capitol building. Officer Dunn has been among the first Capitol Police officers to describe what happened to law enforcement on January 6. I will now swear in our witnesses. Witnesses will please rise and raise their right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Thank you. You may be seated. Let the record reflect the witnesses answered in the affirmative. Without objection, the witness's full statement will be included in the record. I now recognize Sergeant Grinnell to summarize his testimony.
Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
Chairman Thompson, members of the Select Committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify regarding the attack on the U.S. Capitol on January 6, 2021. It is with honor and heavy heart that I come before you to tell you my story from a painful first-hand experience of what happened that terrible day at the Capitol. I'm providing this testimony solely on my personal capacity and not as a representative of the U.S. Capitol. It is imperative that the events of January 6 are fully investigated, and the Congress and the American people know the truth of what actually occurred, and that all those responsible are held accountable, particularly to ensure that a horrific and shameful event in our history never repeats itself. I applaud you for pursuing this objective. Even though there is overwhelming evidence to the contrary, including hours and hours of videos and photographic coverage, there is a continuous shocking attempt to ignore or try to destroy the truth of what truly happened that day, and to whitewash the facts into something other than what they all mistakenly reveal: an attack on our democracy by a violent domestic extremist and a stain on our history and our moral standing here at home and abroad. As a child in the Dominican Republic, I look up to the United States as the land of opportunity and a place to better myself. And from that moment I landed at JFK in 1992, I have tried to pursue that goal. Thankfully, I achieved that goal on many levels. I was the first in my family to graduate college, join the Army, and become a police officer. On July 23rd, 1999, the day before my 21st birthday, I raised my hand and swore to protect the Constitution of the United States. Because this country gave me an opportunity to become anything that I wanted. At that time, I already started basic training with the Army Reserves. In fact, I raised my hand several times in ceremonies to pledge my commitment to defend and protect the Constitution of the United States. When I joined the Army Reserves, when I was promoted to Sergeant War in the Army, when I was promoted during my naturalization ceremony, and when my reenlistment in the Army, when I joined the United States Capitol Police, and lastly, when I was promoted to Sergeant 3 years ago. I have always taken my oath seriously. On January 6, 2021, I fulfilled my oath once more, this time to defend the United States Capitol and members of Congress carrying out their constitutional duties to certify the results of the November 2020 presidential election. To be honest, I did not recognize my fellow citizens who stormed the Capitol on January 6, or the United States that they claim to represent. When I was 25 years old and then a sergeant in the Army, I had deployed to Iraq for Operation Iraqi Freedom. From time to time, I volunteered to travel on IED-infested roads to conduct supply missions for U.S. and allied forces and local Iraqi population as well. But on January 6, for the first time, I was more afraid to work at the Capitol than my entire deployment to Iraq. In Iraq, we expected armed violence because we were in a war zone. But but nothing in my experience in the Army or as a law enforcement officer prepared me for what we confronted on January 6th. The verbal assaults and disrespect we endured from the rioters were bad enough. I was falsely accused of betraying my oath, of choosing my paycheck over my loyalty to the U.S. Constitution, even as I defended the very democratic process that protected everyone in the hostile crowd. While I was at the Lower West Terrace at the Capitol, working with my fellow officers to prevent the breach and restore order, the rioters called me a traitor, a disgrace, and shouted that I, an Army veteran and a police officer, should be executed. Some of the rioters had the audacity to tell me there was nothing personal, that they would go through me, through us, police officers, to achieve their goal, as they were breaking metal barriers to use as a weapon against us. Or they use more menacing language. If you shoot us, we all have weapons, we will shoot back. Or we'll get our guns, we outnumber you. They said, join us. I heard specific threats to the lives of Speaker Nancy Pelosi and then also Vice President Mike Pence. But the physical violence we experienced was horrific and devastating. My fellow officers and I were punched, kicked, shoved, sprayed with chemical irritants, and even blinded with eye-damaging lasers by a violent mob, who apparently saw us, law enforcement officers, dedicated to ironically protecting them as U.S. citizens, as an impediment to their attempted insurrection. The mob brought weapons to try to accomplish their insurrectionist objectives and use them against us. These weapons included hammers, rebars, knives, baton, and police shields taken by force, as well as bear spray and pepper spray. Some of the rioters wore tactical gear, including bulletproof vests and gas masks. The rioter also forcibly took out batons and shields to use them against us. I was particularly shocked at seeing the insurrectionists violently attack us with the very American flag that they claim to sought to protect. Based on the coordinated tactics we observed and verbal commands we heard, it appears that many of these attackers had law enforcement or military experience. The rioters were vicious and relentless. We found ourselves in a violent battle, desperate to attempt to prevent the breach of the Capitol by the entrance near the inauguration stage. Metropolitan police officers were being pulled into the crowd. We have one right here, right next to me. As we tried to push the rioters back from the breach in the Capitol, in my attempt to assist two MPD officers, I grabbed one by the officer by the back of the collar and pulled him back to the police line. When I tried to help the second officer, I fell on top of some police shields on the ground that were slippery because of pepper spray and bear spray. Rioters immediately began to pull me by my leg, by my shield, by my gear strap on my left shoulder. My survivor's instincts kicked in, and I started kicking and punching as I tried in vain to get MPD officer attention behind and above me. But they could not help me because they also were being attacked. I finally was able to hit the rioter who was grabbing me with my baton and able to stand. And then I continued to fend off new attackers as they kept rotating and attacking us again and again. What we were subjected that day was like something from a medieval battle. We fought hand to hand, inch by inch, to prevent an invasion of the Capitol by a violent mob intent on subverting our democratic process. My fellow officers and I were committed to not letting any rioters reach the Capitol. It was a prolonged and desperate struggle. The rioters attempted to breach the Capitol were shouting, "Trump, send us. Pick the right side. We want Trump." I vividly heard officers screaming in agony and pain just an arm length from me. I didn't know at that time that was Officer Hodges, and he's here today to testify. I too was being crushed by the rioters. I could feel myself losing oxygen and recall thinking to myself, this is how I'm going to die, defending this entrance. Many of the officers fighting alongside me were calling for shields because their shields had been stripped from them by the rioters. I was one of the few officers left with a shield, so I spent the majority of my time at the front of the line. I later find out that my wife and relatives were here in the U.S. and abroad. Were frantically calling and texting me from 2 p.m. onward because they were watching the turmoil on television. It was now until 4:26 p.m. after giving CPR to one of the rioters who breached the Capitol in an effort to save her life that I finally had a chance to let my own family know that I was alive. After order has been restored at the Capitol, in many hours, I arrived home at nearly 4 a.m. on January 7. I had to push my wife away from me because she wanted to hug me. And I told her no, because of all the chemical that my uniform had on. Sorry. I couldn't sleep because the chemical reactivated after I took a shower, and my skin was burning. I finally fell asleep 2 hours later, completely physically and mentally exhausted. Yet by 8 o'clock a.m., I was already back, on my way back to the Capitol. And I continued to work for 15 consecutive days until after the inauguration. I made sure to work despite my injuries because I wanted to continue doing my job and help secure the Capitol complex. More than 6 months later, I'm still trying to recover from my injuries. Many of my fellow Capitol officers, as well as MPD officers, suffer terrible physical injuries from the violence inflicted on us on January 6. I sustained injuries on both my hands, my left shoulder, my left calf, and my right foot. I already had undergone bone fusion surgery on my right foot, and I was just told that I need surgery on my left shoulder. I have been on medical and administrative leave for much of the past 6 months, and I expect to need further rehabilitation for possibly more than a year. There are some who express outrage when someone kneels while calling for social justice. Where are those same people expressing the outrage to condemn the violence attack on law enforcement, the Capitol, in our American democracy. I'm still waiting for them. As Americans in the world watch in horror what was happening at the Capitol, we did not receive timely reinforcement and support we needed. In contrast, during the Black Lives Matter protests last year, U.S. Capitol Police had all the support we needed and more. Why the different response? Were it not for the brave members of the MPD and later on from other law enforcement agencies, I'm afraid to think what could have happened on January 6th. I want to publicly thank all the law enforcement agencies that responded to assist that day for their courage and their support. I especially want to thank those Capitol Police officers who responded on their own from home after working midnight shift. Despite being outnumbered, we did our job. Every member of the House of Representatives, senators, and staff member made it home. Sadly, as a result of that day, we lost officers, some really good officers. But we held the line to protect our democratic process because the alternative would have been a disaster. We are not asking for medals or recognition. We simply want justice and accountability. For most people, January 6th happened for a few hours. But for those of us who were in the thick of it, it has not ended. That day continued to be a constant trauma for us literally every day, whether because of our physical or emotional injuries or both. While it has not received much attention, sadly, many of my colleagues have quietly resigned from the Capitol because of that day. I'm also regularly called by law enforcement officials and prosecutors to help identify from photographs and videos the rioters. And to be honest, physical therapy is painful and hard. I could have lost my life that day, not once, but many times. But as soon as I recover from my injuries, I will continue forward and proudly serve my country in the U.S. Capitol Police. As an immigrant to the United States, I'm especially proud to have defended the U.S. Constitution and our democracy on January 6th. I hope that everyone in the position of authority in our country has the courage and conviction to do their part by investigating what happened on that terrible day and why. This investigation is essential to our democracy, and I'm deeply grateful to you for undertaking it. I'm happy to assist as I can and answer any question you may have to the best of my ability. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your riveting testimony, Sergeant Gunnell. I now recognize Officer Fanon to summarize his testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members of this committee, for inviting me to provide my eyewitness testimony of the violent assault on our nation's Capitol on January 6, 2021. My name, for those of you who don't know, is Michael Fanon. And while I've been a sworn officer with the Metropolitan Police Department in Washington, D.C. for almost 2 decades, my law enforcement career actually began here in this building as a United States Capitol Police officer shortly after 9/11. In part because of the 2001 attack on our country by terrorists, I felt called to serve. As a Capitol Police officer, I was proud to protect this institution and dedicated members of Congress and their staff who work hard each day to uphold our American democracy. I remain proud of the work of the United States Capitol Police and MPD officers who literally commit their lives to protecting the safety of each of you and all of us in this room in our nation's capital. After leaving the United States Capitol Police, I became an MPD officer serving the residents of Washington, D.C. I have spent the majority of my nearly 20 years as a Metropolitan Police officer working in special mission units whose responsibilities include the investigation and arrest of narcotics traffickers and violent criminals. I've worked both as an undercover officer and a lead case officer in many of these investigations. In this line of work, it probably won't shock you to know that I've dealt with some dicey situations. I thought I had seen it all, many times over. Yet what I witnessed and experienced on January 6, 2021 was unlike anything I had ever seen, anything I had ever experienced or could have imagined in my country. On that day, I participated in the defense of the United States Capitol from an armed mob of thousands determined to get inside, because I was among the vastly outnumbered group of law enforcement officers protecting the Capitol and the people inside it. I was grabbed, beaten, tased, all while being called a traitor to my country. I was at risk of being stripped of and killed with my own firearm as I heard chants of kill him with his own gun. I could still hear those words in my head today. Although I regularly deal with risky situations on the job, nowhere in my wildest imagination did I ever expect to be in that situation or sitting here before you talking about it. That experience and its aftermath were something that not even my extensive law enforcement training could prepare me for. I was just one of hundreds of local police who lined up to protect Congress, even though I had not been assigned to do that. Some had asked why we ran to help when we didn't have to. I did that because I simply could not ignore what was happening. Like many other officers, I could not ignore the numerous calls for help coming from the Capitol complex. I'm a plainclothes officer assigned to the 1st District's crime suppression team. But for the first time in nearly a decade, I put on my uniform. When my partner, Jimmy Albright, and I arrived at the Capitol around 3 that afternoon, it was like it was unlike any scene I had ever witnessed. Jimmy parked our police vehicle near the intersection of South Capitol Street and D Street in Southeast, and we walked to the Capitol, from there passing the Longworth House Office building. It was eerily quiet, and the sidewalks, usually filled with pedestrians, were empty. As we made our way to Independence Avenue, I could see dozens of empty police vehicles that filled the street, police barricades which had been abandoned, and hundreds of angry protesters, many of whom taunted us as we walked towards the Capitol building. Jimmy and I immediately began to search for an area where we could be of most assistance. We made our way through a door on the south side of the Capitol, walking then to the crypt and finally down to the lower West Terrace tunnel. It was there that I observed a police commander struggling to breathe as he dealt with the effects of CS gas that lingered in the air. Then I watched him collect himself, straighten his cap and trench coat adorned with its silver eagles, and return to the line. That commander was Ramey Kyle of the Metropolitan Police Department, and those images are etched into my memory, never to be forgotten. In the midst of that intense and chaotic scene, Commander Kyle remained cool, calm, and collected as he gave commands to his officers. "Hold the line," he shouted over the roar. Of course, that day, the line was the seat of our American government. Despite the confusion and stress of the situation, observing Ray's leadership, protecting a place I cared so much about, was the most inspirational moment of my life. The bravery he and others showed that day are the best examples of duty, honor, and service. Each of us who carries a badge should bring those core values to our work every day. The fighting in the lower West Terrace tunnel was nothing short of brutal. Here I observed approximately 30 police officers standing shoulder to shoulder, maybe 4 or 5 abreast, using the weight of their bodies to hold back the onslaught of violent attackers. Many of these officers were injured, bleeding, and fatigued, but they continued to hold the line. As I don't have to tell the members in this room, the tunnel is a narrow and long hallway. It is not the sort of space anyone would want to be pulled into hand-to-hand combat with an angry mob. Although the narrowness of the hallway provided what was probably the only chance of holding back the crowd from entering your personal offices, the House, and Senate chambers. In an attempt to assist injured officers, Jimmy and I asked them if they needed a break. There were no volunteers. Selflessly, those officers only identified other colleagues who may be in need of assistance. The fighting dragged on. I eventually joined the tactical line at the tunnel's entrance. I can remember looking around and being shocked by the sheer number of people fighting us. As my police body-worn camera shows, thousands upon thousands of people seemingly determined to get past us by any means necessary. At some point during the fighting, I was dragged from the line of officers and into the crowd. I heard someone scream, "I got one!" As I was swarmed by a violent mob, they ripped off my badge. They grabbed and stripped me of my radio. They seized ammunition that was secured to my body. They began to beat me with their fists and with what felt like hard metal objects. At one point, I came face to face with an attacker who repeatedly lunged for me and attempted to remove my firearm. I heard chanting from some in the crowd, "Get his gun," and kill him with his own gun. I was aware enough to recognize I was at risk of being stripped of and killed with my own firearm. I was electrocuted again and again and again with a taser. I'm sure I was screaming, but I don't think I could even hear my own voice. My body camera captured the violence of the crowd directed toward me during those very frightening moments. It's an important part of the record for this committee's investigation and for the country's understanding of how I was assaulted and nearly killed as the mob attacked the Capitol that day. And I hope that everyone will be able to watch it. The portions of the video I've seen remain extremely painful for me to watch at times, but it is essential that everyone understands what really happened that tragic day. During those moments, I remember thinking there was a very good chance I would be torn apart or shot to death with my own weapon. I thought of my 4 daughters who might lose their dad. I remain grateful that no member of Congress had to go through the violent assault that I experienced that day. During the assault, I thought about using my firearm on my attackers, but I knew that if I did, I would be quickly overwhelmed. And that, in their minds, would provide them with the justification for killing me. So I instead decided to appeal to any humanity they might have. I said as loud as I could manage, "I've got kids." Thankfully, some in the crowd stepped in and assisted me. Those few individuals protected me from a crowd and inched me toward the Capitol until my fellow officers could rescue me. I was carried back inside. What happened afterwards is much less vivid. I had been beaten unconscious and remained so for more than 4 minutes. I know that Jimmy helped to evacuate me from the building and drove me to MedStar Washington Hospital Center, despite suffering significant injuries himself. At the hospital, doctors told me that I had suffered a heart attack, and I was later diagnosed with a concussion, a traumatic brain injury, and post-traumatic stress disorder. As my physical injuries gradually subsided and the adrenaline that had stayed with me for weeks waned, I've been left with the psychological trauma and the emotional anxiety of having survived such a horrific event. And my children continue to deal with the trauma of nearly losing their dad that day. What makes the struggle harder and more painful is to know so many of my fellow citizens, including so many of the people I put my life at risk to defend, are downplaying or outright denying what happened. I feel like I went to hell and back to protect them and the people in this room. But too many are now telling me that hell doesn't exist, or that hell actually wasn't that bad. The indifference shown to my colleagues is disgraceful. My law enforcement career prepared me to cope with some of the aspects of this experience. Being an officer, you know your life is at risk whenever you walk out the door, even if you don't expect otherwise law-abiding citizens to take up arms against you. But nothing, truly nothing, has prepared me to address those elected members of our government who continue to deny the events of that day, and in doing so, betray their oath of office. Those very members whose lives, offices, staff members I was fighting so desperately to defend. I agreed to speak here today and have talked publicly about what happened, because I don't think our response to the insurrection should have anything to do with political parties. I know that what my partner Jimmy and I suited up for on January 6th didn't have anything to do with political parties or about politics or what political party any of you public servants belong to. I've worked in this city for 2 decades, and I've never cared about those things, no matter who was in office. All I've ever cared about is protecting you and the public, so you can do your job in service to this country and for those whom you represent. I appreciate your time and attention. I look forward to the committee's investigation, and I am hopeful with your commitment, we as a country will confront the truth of what happened on January 6th and do what is necessary to make sure this institution of our democracy never falls into the hands of a violent and angry mob. We must also recognize the officers who responded that day, many unsolicited, and their countless acts of bravery and selflessness. It has been 202 days since 850 MPD officers responded to the Capitol and helped stop a violent insurrection from taking over this Capitol complex, which almost certainly saved countless members of Congress and their staff from injury and possibly death. The time to fully recognize these officers is now. Thank you again for the opportunity to provide my testimony here today.
Thank you very much for your testimony, and I don't think there's any question you have our commitment that we will do just that as a committee.
Thank you, sir.
I now recognize Officer Hodges to summarize his testimony.
Good morning to the committee, members of the press, and to the country. To the members of the committee, I'd like to thank you for your invitation today to provide my account of my knowledge and experiences from January 6th, 2021. As the chairman mentioned, I'm a member of Civil Disturbance Unit 42 and is working in that capacity on the day in question. We started that day at 7:30 a.m., and our assignment at the time was to maintain high visibility along Constitution Avenue, namely the blocks leading up to President's Park, where then President Donald Trump was holding his gathering. My particular station was in front of 1111 Constitution Avenue, where I stood on foot as the crowd poured down the street and into the park. There were a significant number of men dressed in tactical gear attending the gathering, wearing ballistic vests, helmets, goggles, military face masks, backpacks, and without identifiable visible law enforcement or military patches. They appeared to be prepared for much more than listening to politicians speak in a park. 2 of my colleagues were approached by a group of 3 to 4 of such men. They were white men in good shape with load-bearing vests equipped with molly pouches. They were wearing BDUs or battle dress uniform pants, tactical boots, black sunglasses, and short haircuts. They had radios, and one was equipped with an earpiece. After a bit of small talk, one of them asked my colleague something to the effect of, "Is this all the manpower you have? Do you really think you're going to be able to stop all these people?" Dumbfounded, my colleague simply expressed they didn't understand what the speaker meant, and the group continued on. As the day went on and speakers in the park said their piece, I monitored the crowd on the radio. Over the radio, I heard our gun recovery unit working constantly, monitoring those in the crowd suspected of carrying firearms and making arrests and seizures when possible. Multiple gun arrests were made from January 5th through the 7th against those attending and likely had attended or planned to attend Donald Trump's gathering. Unfortunately, due to the course of events that day, we will never know exactly how many were carrying firearms and other lethal weapons. I don't know what time it was, but eventually the flow of the foot traffic reversed, with people leaving President's Park and traveling eastbound down Constitution Avenue towards the United States Capitol. At approximately 12:30 p.m., I noticed a commotion about half a block to my east, and I saw the crowd starting to coalesce around two figures. I ran to where they were and found a confrontation at the intersection of 10th and Constitution Avenue Northwest. One counter-protester, a black man, was backpedaling away from a white man in a Trump-labeled face mask who was closely following him with an outstretched arm. Myself and my colleague first arrived and physically separated the two, but a crowd of Donald Trump's people had gathered. They attempted to bait the counter-protester into attacking, shouting insults such as, "Your mother's a whore," and accusing him of hiding behind the cops. Eventually, enough MPD members had gathered to move along the crowd, who continued eastbound toward the Capitol building, and the counter-protester departed northbound on 10th Street. Returning to my post, I continued to monitor the radio. I could hear Commander Glover leading the defense efforts at the Capitol as the protesters began their transition from peaceful assembly into terrorism. I became agitated and wished we could move in to support as I could hear the increasing desperation in the commander's voice, yet we still had to wait for our orders to change. And eventually they did. At approximately 1:30 p.m., the commander authorized rapid response platoons to deploy their hard gear and respond to the Capitol, including CDU-42. The last thing I remember hearing over the air before departing for the Capitol grounds was confirmation that our explosive ordnance disposal team had discovered a device. Given which unit was being associated with the device, I immediately realized MPD had discovered a bomb of some type near the Capitol. This thought was never far from my mind for the rest of the day. We ran back to our vans and got on our hard gear as quickly as we could. Navigating alternate routes to avoid the foot traffic, we drove as close as we could to the Capitol, disembarking at the northwest side of the Capitol grounds. We gave our gear a final check and marched towards the West Terrace. The crowd was thinner the further out from the Capitol you were. So as we marched, the resistance that we initially met was verbal. A man sarcastically yelled, "Here come the boys in blue, so brave." Another called on us to remember your oath. There was plenty of booing. A woman called us stormtroopers. Another woman, who was part of the mob of terrorists laying siege to the Capitol of the United States, shouted traitors. More found appeal in this label and shouted traitors at us as we passed. One man attempted to turn it into a duosyllabic chant. We continued to march. We had been marching in two columns, but as we got closer to the West Terrace, the crowd became so dense that in order to progress, we marched single file, with our hands on the shoulders of the man in front of us in order to avoid separation. However, as we came close to the terrace, our line was divided and we came under attack. A man attempted to rip the baton from my hands, and we wrestled for control. I retained my weapon after I pushed him back. He yelled at me, "You're on the wrong team." Cut off from our leadership, which was at the front of our formation, we huddled up and assessed the threats surrounding us. One man tried and failed to build a rapport with me, shouting, "Are you my brother?" Another takes a different tack, shouting, "You will die on your knees." I was at the front of our group and determined we had to push our way through the crowd in order to join the defense proper. So I began shouting, "Make way," as I forged ahead, hoping that I'm clearing a path for others behind me to follow. However, as I looked back, I saw that the rest of the group came under attack and were unable to follow. The crowd attempted to physically bar the rest of the platoon from following. I backtracked and started pulling the terrorists off my team from their backpacks and their collars. Around this time, one of the terrorists who had scaled the scaffolding that adorned the Capitol at the time threw something heavy down at me and struck me in the head, disorienting me. I suspect this resulted in the likely concussion I dealt with in the weeks after. Another man attempted to disarm me of my baton, and again, we wrestled for control. He kicked me in my chest as we went to the ground. I was able to retain my baton again, but I ended up on my hands and knees and blind. The medical mask I was wearing at the time to protect myself from the coronavirus was pulled up over my eyes so I couldn't see. I braced myself against the impact of their blows and feared the worst. Thankfully, my platoon had repelled their own attackers and got me back on my feet. The crowd started chanting USA at us, and we struck out again for the West Terrace. I led the charge through the midst of crowd control munitions, explosions, and smoke engulfing the area. Terrorists were breaking apart the metal fencing and bike racks into individual pieces, presumably to use as weapons. Thankfully, we made it to the secondary defense line on the West Terrace that MPD and Capitol Police were managing to hold. The rest of my platoon got behind the line, and we could take stock of the situation. I realized that back during the previous assault, someone had stolen my radio. From that point on, I was in the dark as to our current status, when reinforcements would arrive. Terrorists were scaling the scaffolding on both our sides, the tower that was in front of us, and attempting to breach the waist-high metal fencing that was the only barrier we had aside from ourselves. The sea of people was punctuated throughout by flags, mostly variations of American flags and Trump flags. There was Gadsden flags. It was clear the terrorists perceived themselves to be Christians. I saw the Christian flag directly to my front. Another read, Jesus is my savior, Trump is my president. Another, Jesus is king. One flag read, don't give up the ship. Another had crossed rifles beneath the skull, emblazoned with the pattern of the American flag. To my perpetual confusion, I saw the thin blue line flag, a symbol of support for law enforcement, more than once being carried by the terrorists as they ignored our commands and continued to assault us. The acrid sting of CS gas or tear gas and OC spray, which is mace, hung in the air as the terrorists threw our own CS gas canisters back at us and sprayed us with their own OC. Either they bought themselves or stole from us. Later, I learned at least one of them was spraying us in the face with wasp spray. The terrorists alternated between attempting to break our defenses and shouting at or attempting to convert us. Men alleging to be veterans told us how they had fought for this country and were fighting for it again. One man tried to start a chant of 4 more years. Another shouted, do not attack us, we're not Black Lives Matter, as if political affiliation is how we determine when to use force. A man in a QAnon hoodie exclaims, this is the time to choose which side of history to be on. A man whose shirt read, God, guns, and Trump stood behind him, silently holding a Trump flag. A new man came to the front and fixated on me, continually berating me, telling me to take off my gear and give it to him, to show solidarity with we the people, or we're gonna run over you. His voice cracked with the strain and the volume of his threats. He continued, do you think your little pea shooter guns are gonna stop this crowd? No, we're going in that building. Eventually, there was a surge in the crowd. The fence buckled and broke apart, and we were unable to hold the line. A chaotic melee ensued. Terrorists pushed through the line and engaged us in hand-to-hand combat. Several attempted to knock me over and steal my baton. One latched onto my face and got his thumb in my right eye, attempting to gouge it out. I cried out in pain and managed to shake him off. Before any permanent damage was done. I couldn't fully engage anyone. For the moment I do is when another 20 terrorists move in to attack while my hands are full. It was all we could do to keep ourselves on our feet and continue to fall back. I'm sprayed with a fire extinguisher, and a red smoke grenade burns at our feet. In the fight, a terrorist is knocked to the ground and his jacket rides up, exposing a large hunting knife on his belt. I, along with several other officers, piled on him, while another removed the knife from his person. He regained himself unharmed and shouts indignantly, "What are you doing? What are you guys doing?" At this point, the terrorists had claimed most of the western terrace, cornering myself and other officers on the southern edge. We found a side stair off of the terrace up to an upper landing, followed by more stairs up and inside. Inside the Capitol building, officers walked through the halls briefly until they found a place to sit, decontaminate their faces of OC and CS, and take a quick breather. I followed suit. Someone had managed to find a package of water bottles and was passing them out. I washed off my face as best I could, rinsed out my mouth, and drank the rest. I took the opportunity of relative safety to don my gas mask. Not long afterward, I heard someone calling for officers to move to assist. I steeled myself for another round and descended a stairway into a long hallway filled with smoke and screams. The Capitol building is labyrinthine, but judging from the sound of intense combat, I could tell this hallway led outside to where the terrorists had forced our retreat. Officers were stacked deep, but every so often one would fall back from the front line, nursing an injury or struggling to breathe, and those who remained would take a step forward. It was a battle of inches, with one side pushing the other a few, and then the other side regaining their ground. At the time, I, and I suspect many others in the hallway, did not know that the terrorists had gained entry into the building by breaking in doors and windows elsewhere, so we believed ours to be the last line of defense before the terrorists had true access to the building and to potentially our elected representatives. Eventually, it was my turn in the meat grinder that was the front line. The terrorists had a wall of shields that they had stolen from officers, as well as stolen batons, what other armaments they brought. Even during this intense contest of wills, they tried to convert us to their cult. One man shouted, "We all just want to make our voices heard, and I think you feel the same. I really think you feel the same." All while another man attempts to batter us with a stolen shield. Another man, like many others, didn't seem to appreciate that this wasn't a game. He fought his way across the lawn, up the steps, through the western terrace, all the OC and CS gas, and at the front line of this final threshold was asking us to hold on because he has asthma. The two sides were at a stalemate at a metal door frame that sat in the middle of the hallway. At the front line, I inserted myself so the frame was at my back in an effort to give myself something to brace against and provide additional strength when pushing forward. Unfortunately, soon after I secured this position, the momentum shifted and we lost the ground that got me there. On my left was a man with a clear riot shield stolen during the assault. He slammed it against me and, with all the weight of the bodies pushing behind him, trapped me. My arms were pinned and effectively useless, trapped against either the shield on my left or the door frame on my right. With my posture granting me no functional strength or freedom of movement, I was effectively defenseless and gradually sustaining injury from the increasing pressure of the mob. Directly in front of me, a man seized the opportunity of my vulnerability. He grabbed the front of my gas mask and used it to beat my head against the door. He switched to pulling it off my head, the strap stretching against my skull and straining my neck. He never uttered any words I recognized, but opted instead for guttural screams. I remember him foaming at the mouth. He also put his cell phone in his mouth so that he had both hands free to assault me. Eventually, he succeeded in stripping away my gas mask, and a new rush of exposure to CS and OC spray hit me. The mob of terrorists were coordinating their efforts now, shouting, "Heave! Ho!" as they synchronized, pushing their weight forward, crushing me further against the metal door frame. The man in front of me grabbed my baton that I still held in my hands, and in my current state, I was unable to retain my weapon. He bashed me in the head and face with it, rupturing my lip and adding additional injury to my skull. At this point, I knew I couldn't sustain much more damage and remain upright. At best, I would collapse and be a liability to my colleagues. At worst, be dragged out into the crowd and lynched. Unable to move or otherwise signal the officers behind me that I needed to fall back, I did the only thing that I could do and screamed for help. Thankfully, my voice was heard over the cacophony of yells and the blaring alarm. The officer closest to me was able to extricate me from my position, and another helped me fall back to the building again. I had found some more water and decontaminated my face as best I could. I don't know how long I waited in the halls for, but soon after I got back on my feet and went to where the fight was again. Until reinforcements arrived, every able body made a difference. Without my gas mask, I was afraid I'd be a liability in the hallway, so I took the exit outside at the upper landing above the West Terrace. I found a police line being held and the terrorists encircling us, much like on the West Terrace lower. It was getting later in the day, however, and it appeared we weren't the only ones getting tired. It seemed most of the mob was content to yell rather than try and break our line again. After some time of guarding the upper landing, I saw reinforcements arrive from the south. I'm not sure which law enforcement agency it was, but I turned to them and I started clapping, as it was a sign that badly needed help was starting to finally arrive. Soon after that, I started feeling the effects of the day taking their toll and went back inside to rest. Gradually, all the members of CDU 42 gathered in the room known as the Capitol Crypt. We checked on each other and convalesced, glad to see each other in one piece. Despite our exhaustion, we would have ran out into the fight again should the need have arisen. Thankfully, as the day wore on, more and more resources had arrived at the Capitol to drive off the terrorists. We stayed in the crypt until quite late. And even after we were allowed to leave the grounds, we didn't get to go home. Those who needed immediate medical attention took a van to the local hospital, while the rest of us parked near the city center until the city was deemed secure enough for us to check off. I believe we finally got that message around 1 a.m. the following morning. We drove back to the 4th District and from there went home. Thank you for letting me testify.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I now recognize Officer Dunn to summarize his testimony.
Chairman Thompson, members of the Select Committee, thank you for the opportunity today to give my account regarding the events of January 6, 2021, from my firsthand experience as a Capitol Police officer directly involved in those events and still hurting from what happened that day. I'm providing this testimony solely in my personal capacity and not as a representative of the United States Capitol Police. Before I begin, I'd like to take a moment of my time to ask for a moment of silence for my fallen colleague, Officer Brian Sicknick, who died from injuries he sustained in the line of duty defending the capital of our beloved democracy. Thank you. I reported for duty at the Capitol as usual early on the morning of January 6. We understood that the vote to certify President Biden's election would be taking place that day, and protests might occur outside the Capitol. But we expected any demonstrations to be peaceful expressions of First Amendment freedoms, just like the scores of demonstrations we had observed for many years. After roll call, I took my overwatch post on the east front of the Capitol, standing on the steps that led up to the Senate chamber. As the morning progressed, I did not see or hear anything that gave me cause for alarm. But around 10:56 a.m., I received a text message from a friend forwarding a screenshot of what appeared to be the potential plan of action, very different from a peaceful demonstration. The screenshot bore the caption, January 6, Rally Point, Lincoln Park, and said the objective was the Capitol. It said, amongst other things, that Trump has given us marching orders and to keep your guns hidden. It urged people to bring your trauma kits and gas masks, to link up early in the day in 6 to 12-man teams. It indicated there would be time to arm up. Seeing that message caused me concern. To be sure, looking back now, it seemed to foreshadow what happened later. At the time, though, we had not received any threat warnings from our chain of command. I had no independent reason to believe that violence was headed our way. As the morning progressed and the crowd of protesters began to swell on the east side of the Capitol, many displaying Trump flags, the crowd was chanting slogans like, "Stop the steal," and "We want Trump." But the demonstration was still being conducted in a peaceful manner. Early that afternoon, Capitol Police Dispatch advised all units over the radio that we had an active 10100 at the Republican National Committee nearby. 10100 is police code for a suspicious package such as a potential bomb. That radio dispatch got my attention, and I started to get more nervous and worried, especially because the crowds on the east front of the Capitol were continuing to grow. Around the same time, I started receiving reports on the radio about large crowd movements around the Capitol, coming from the direction of the ellipse to both the west and east fronts of the Capitol. Then I heard urgent radio calls for additional officers to respond to the west side, and an exclamation, a desperate voice, that demonstrators on the west side had breached the fence. Now it was obvious that there was a direct threat to the Capitol. I quickly put on a steel chest plate, which weighs approximately 20 pounds, and carrying my M4 rifle, sprinted around the north side of the Capitol to the West Terrace and the railing of the inaugural stage, where I had a broad view of what was going on. I was stunned by what I saw. In what seemed like a sea of people, Capitol police officers and Metropolitan police officers, MPD, were engaged in desperate hand-to-hand fighting with rioters across the West Lawn. Until then, I had never seen anyone physically assault Capitol Police or MPD, let alone witness mass assaults being perpetrated on law enforcement officers. I witnessed the rioters using all kinds of weapons against officers, including flagpoles, metal bike racks that they had torn apart, and various kinds of projectiles. Officers were being bloodied in the fighting. Many were screaming, and many were blinded and coughing from chemical irritants being sprayed in their faces. I gave decontamination aid to as many officers as I could, flushing their eyes with water to dilute the chemical irritants. Soon thereafter, I heard, "Attention all units, the Capitol has been breached," and that rioters were in various places inside the building. At that point, I rushed into the Capitol with another officer, going first to the basement on the Senate side, where I'd heard an MPD officer needed a defibrillator. After returning outside to the West Terrace to assist the officers, I went back into the Capitol and up the stairs towards the crypt. There I saw rioters who had invaded the Capitol carrying a Confederate flag, a red MAGA flag, and a "Don't Tread on Me" flag. I decided to stand my ground there to prevent any rioters from heading down the stairs to the Lower West Terrace entrance, because that's where officers were getting decontamination aid and were particularly vulnerable. At the top of the stairs, I confronted a group of insurrectionists, warning them do not go down those steps. One of them shouted, "Keep moving, patriots." Another displayed what looked like a law enforcement badge and told me, "We're doing this for you." One of the invaders approached me like he was going to try to get past me and head down the stairs. I hit him, knocking him down. After getting relieved by other officers in the crypt, I took off running upstairs towards the speaker's lobby and helped a plainclothes officer who was getting hassled by insurrectionists. Some of them were dressed like members of a militia group, wearing tactical vests, cargo pants, and body armor. I was physically exhausted, and it was hard to breathe and to see because of all the chemical spray in the air. More and more insurrectionists were pouring into the area by the speaker's lobby near the rotunda, and some wearing MAGA hats and shirts that said Trump 2020. I told them to just leave the Capitol, and in response they yelled, "No, man, this is our house. President Trump invited us here. We're here to stop the steal. Joe Biden is not the president. Nobody voted for Joe Biden." I'm a law enforcement officer, and I do my best to keep politics out of my job. But in this circumstance, I responded, "Well, I voted for Joe Biden. Does my vote not count? Am I nobody?" That prompted a torrent of racial epithets. One woman in a pink MAGA shirt yelled, "You hear that, guys? This nigger voted for Joe Biden." Then the crowd, perhaps around 20 people, joined in screaming, "Boo, fucking nigger." No one had ever called me a nigger while wearing the uniform of a Capitol Police officer. In the days following the attempted insurrection, other black officers shared with me their own stories of racial abuse on January 6th. One officer told me he had never, in his entire 40 years of life, been called a nigger to his face, and that streak ended on January 6th. Yet another black officer later told me he had been confronted by insurrectionists in the Capitol who told him, "Put your gun down and we'll show you what kind of nigger you really are." To be candid, the rest of the afternoon is a blur. But I know I went throughout the Capitol to assist officers who needed aid and help expel more insurrectionists. In the crypt, I encountered Sergeant Gunnell, who was giving assistance to an unconscious woman who had been in a crowd of rioters on the west side of the Capitol. I helped to carry her to the area of the House Majority Leader's office, where she was administered CPR. As the afternoon wore on, I was completely drained, both physically and emotionally, and in shock and in total disbelief over what had happened. Once the building was cleared, I went to the rotunda to recover with other officers and share our experiences from what happened that afternoon. Representative Rodney Davis was there offering support to officers, and when he and I saw each other, he came over and he gave me a big hug. I sat down on a bench in the rotunda with a friend of mine who was also a black Capitol Police officer and told him about the racial slurs I endured. I became very emotional and began yelling, "How the blank could something like this happen? Is this America?" I began sobbing. Officers came over to console me. Later on January 6th, after order and security had been restored in the Capitol through the hard work and sacrifices of law enforcement, members took the floor of the House to speak out about what had happened that day. Among them was House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy, who, along with my fellow officers, I had protected that day and will protect today and tomorrow. I had protected that day and will protect today and tomorrow. And the minority leader, to his great credit, said the following to the House: "The violence, destruction, and chaos we saw earlier was unacceptable, undemocratic, and un-American. It was the saddest day I've ever had serving in this institution," end quote. Members of the Select Committee, the minority leader was absolutely right. How he described what took place in the Capitol. And for those of us in the Capitol Police who serve and revere this institution and who love the Capitol building, it was the saddest day for us as well. More than 6 months later, January 6th still isn't over for me. I've had to avail myself of multiple counseling sessions from the Capitol Police Employee Assistance Program, and I'm now receiving private counseling therapy for the persistent emotional trauma of that day. I've also participated in many peer support programs with fellow law enforcement officers from around the United States. I know so many other officers continue to hurt, both physically and emotionally. I want to take this moment to speak to my fellow officers about the emotions they are continuing to experience from the events of January 6th. There's absolutely nothing wrong with seeking professional counseling. What we went through that day was traumatic, and if you are hurting, please take advantage of the counseling services that are available to us. I also respectfully ask that this select committee review the available resources, the services available to us, and consider whether they are sufficient enough to meet our needs, especially with respect to the amount of leave that we are allowed. In closing, we can never again allowed democracy to be put in peril, as it was on January 6th. I thank the members of the Select Committee for your commitment to determine what led to disaster at the Capitol on January 6th, what actually took place that day, and what steps should be taken to prevent such an attack on our democracy from ever happening again. I also want to thank and acknowledge my brothers and sisters in blue who fought alongside me on January 6th to protect our democracy. Each of you is a hero, and it is my honor to serve with you each and every day. I'd like to thank the American people for all of the support that they have provided these past several months to me and my fellow officers. Lastly, to the rioters, the insurrectionists, and the terrorists of that day, democracy went on that night and still continues to exist today. Democracy is bigger than any one person and any one party. You all tried to disrupt democracy that day, and you all failed. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify, and I would be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. I thank all the witnesses for their testimony. The rules we established allowed you the opportunity to tell your story. There's no question about it. You've done it in your own words. We appreciate it. And so what we will do now is begin our questioning of you. I now recognize myself for questions. At the time of the attack on the Capitol, I was in the gallery observing the proceedings on the House floor. While members of Congress were being protected by the police, you, the patriots protecting the Capitol and our very democracy, were being attacked by the mob outside. I want to learn more about what you did and what you witnessed. Officer Fanon, as a narcotics officer, you weren't supposed to be at the Capitol on January 6th, is that right?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
What prompted you to come to the Capitol?
I was listening to the radio transmissions, specifically those coming from now Commander Robert Glover, who was the on-scene commander. If you've listened to those transmissions, he identifies himself as Cruiser 50. I heard things that I'd never heard before in my law enforcement career. In addition to the numerous distress calls or 1033s that I heard, which are, while not commonplace, also not uncommon in policing. I heard things like, the declaration of a citywide 1033, which in my career, to my recollection, has only been utilized in addition to the 9/11 attacks on the Navy Yard attack. And so I found that particularly distressful. Also, you could hear the tone of the individual officers' voices. They were scared. They were, clearly outnumbered and being violently assaulted.
Thank you. So basically, the radio traffic, the 1033 signal on the radio, and your basic law enforcement instinct said your fellow comrades needed help, and therefore you made your way along with your friend to the Capitol.
Yes, sir.
So, so you went anyway, and let me thank you for that. And I understand a number of other people did the same. Officer Hodges, we've seen the harrowing video of you being crushed in a doorway as you bravely fought to keep the mob from breaching the Capitol. Many of your fellow officers' acts of heroism were not captured on video and are not therefore known to the public. Can you please share with the committee other acts of heroism by your colleagues on January 6th that you're aware of?
Absolutely. One of my sergeants, Sergeant Brian Peake, while fighting and maintain control over the barricades on the West Terrace, was struck by a rioter and fractured and severely lacerating his right index finger. He kept in the fight for several more hours after that. He just put some tape on it and a napkin and went back to work. He was there for several hours before finally accepting medical evac. He ended up having to have the tip of his finger removed. Another officer who was out there in the fight with us, he, much like myself, he had a large, heavy object thrown and struck his head. He wasn't as lucky as me, though. He has suffered lost time from that day, and he remains still out on medical leave. Even today, he has not returned to work, but at the time, he was still fighting. Another officer, he was fought on the West Terrace and in the tunnel, was instrumental to the defense. After being completely soaked with OC spray, was shocked several times by a cattle prod one of the terrorists brought with them. When I went over my testimony, my opening statement before, I mentioned that we were attacked outside the secondary defense line on the West Terrace. And after we rallied there, we continued onward. I know that another officer found a Capitol Police officer who was being dragged out into the crowd, and he was unable to signal to us what was going on, so he charged in there by himself and got that officer back out of there. And in the process, hyperextended his knee and took several other injuries. The Washington Post and Carnegie Mellon University have estimated that there were about 9,400 terrorists out there, and I would say we had about 150, 175 officers. So any one of them could tell you any amounts of heroic acts or injuries they sustained, but these are just a few that I know of.
Thank you very much. Officer Donnell, you talked about your tour in Iraq and what have you, and thank you for your service. Can you give the committee a sense of comparing those tours and experiences with what you experienced on January 6th?
Sure. Back when I was in Iraq and sometime on a convoy mission to provide mutual support or taking care packages, whatnot, to my other units and detachment, whatnot. We went through roadside bomb infested IED, whatnot, convoys, whatnot, and my fear were minimal around that time. It was not as constant. I know we knew at that time that we could run over an IED, and that was it, but at least we knew that we were in a combat zone. Here in our country, in our very own capital, we are being attacked. Not once, but multiple times we had.
Can you pull the microphone to you just a little bit?
Not only we were attacked one time, but it was multiple times over and over, different people. They hit us, and then they got tired of hitting us, and then they switch. Somebody else rotating in and out. And as my colleagues also has said, we were at the lowest entrance tunnel, and we didn't have a chance to rotate ourselves until later on, like after an hour and a half later. So whoever was there, we were fighting for our life. We were fighting to protect all of you. In our mind, that time at that entrance, that was it. That was the point of breach, and we were not letting them in. They tried to convert us. They tried to persuade us to let them in, yelling, and then once they saw that we were not doing that, then continued to even attack us even more, and it was nonstop. So my time compared to Iraq, totally different. This is our own citizens, people who we sworn an oath to protect, but yet they are attacking us. with the same flag that they claim to represent. It was bad.
Thank you. Officer Dunn, you talked about being called the N-word. You talked about being like you've never heard before. And you talked about sharing comments from your other colleagues, as well as the seeing of the Confederate flag and other things carried through the Capitol. As an African-American law enforcement officer, can you give us, this committee and those who are watching, how you felt defending the Capitol on that day, being called that and seeing the symbols of the Confederacy going through the Capitol at the same time?
Yes, sir. Thank you for your question. To be frank, while the attack was happening, I didn't view it, and I wasn't able to process it as a racial attack. I was just trying to survive that day and get home. When I did have a moment to process it, I think that's in the rotunda where I became so emotional, because I was able to process everything that happened. And it was just so overwhelming, and it's so disheartening and disappointing that we live in a country with people like that, that attack you because of the color of your skin, just to hurt you. Those words are weapons. Thankfully, at the moment, it didn't hinder me from doing my job. But once I was able to process it, it hurt. It hurt just reading it now and just thinking about it, that people demonize you because of the color of your skin, when my blood is red. I'm an American citizen. I'm a police officer. I'm a peace officer. I'm here to defend this country, defend everybody in this building, not just the members, all the staff, guests, everybody. It just hurts that we have people in this country that result to that, regardless of your actions and what you desire to do and to make a difference out there. It's disheartening. So.
Thank you, but because of your heroism on that day, lives were saved and our democracy was preserved, in large part because you gave all of you, for that day on January 6th. I assure you this committee will ensure there's a comprehensive account of your heroic acts of that day, and your testimony this morning is an essential part of that record. Thank you for your service to this country and for coming before us today. The chair now recognizes members for questions they may wish to ask the witnesses. The gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Cheney, is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And again, thank you to all of our witnesses for your heroism and your bravery that day, and also for being here today and telling your story. And I certainly join the chairman and every member of this committee in our commitment to making sure we get to the truth and that those who did this are accountable. Officer Gunnell, I'd like to ask you, you describe in your testimony that you said it was like a medieval battlefield, that what you were subjected to that day was something like a medieval battlefield. You said we fought hand to hand and inch by inch to prevent an invasion of the Capitol by a violent mob intent on subverting our democratic process. And is it the case that as you were fighting there, you were not aware that the Capitol had been breached elsewhere? I believe you said that you really thought you were the last line of defense. Is that right?
That is correct, ma'am.
And so, Officer Gunnell, when you think about that and share with us the vivid memory of the cruelty and the violence of the assault that day, and then you hear former President Trump say, quote, "It was a loving crowd. There was a lot of love in the crowd." How does that make you feel?
It's upsetting. It's a pathetic excuse for his behavior for something that he himself helped to create, this monstrosity. I'm still recovering from those hugs and kisses that day that he claimed that so many rioters, terrorists, were assaulting us that day. If that was hugs and kisses, then we should all go to his house and do the same thing to him. To me, it's insulting, it's demoralizing, because everything that we did was to prevent everyone in the Capitol from getting hurt. And what he was doing, instead of sending the military, instead of sending the support or telling his people, his supporter, to stop this nonsense, he egged them to continue fighting. I was in the Lower West Terrace fighting alongside these officers. And all of them were telling us, Trump sent us. Nobody else, there was nobody else. It was not Antifa, it was not Black Lives Matter, it was not the FBI, it was his supporter that he sent them over to the Capitol that day. And he could have done a lot of things. One of them was to tell them to stop. He talks about sacrifices. Well, not the only thing that he has sacrificed is the institutions of the country and the country itself, only for his ego, because he wants to continue. He wants the job, but he doesn't want to do the job. And that's a shame on him and himself.
Thank you. Officer Fanon, you talked in your testimony about the fact that the line that day was the seat of American democracy, was the seat of our government. Can you talk about, as you think now about what was under threat? First of all, did you know it? Did you have a sense at the time, as you were going through the battle before the horrific violence happened to you, of the nature of the gravity of the threat that we were facing, that the line was, in fact, the seat of American democracy?
Well, my response that day really was based off of my obligation as a police officer to not only protect the lives of the members of Congress and their staff, but also to my fellow officers. The politics of that day really didn't play into my response at all.
Thank you. Officer Hodges, in your testimony, you talk about when you were at the Ellipse, and you mentioned the significant number of men dressed in tactical gear attending the gathering, wearing ballistic vests, helmet, goggles. When you saw that, was that something that you had anticipated at all? And could you just tell us more about that crowd there at the Ellipse, the extent to which you saw people who clearly were in military or paramilitary garb?
It was absolutely a source of concern. Like I said, they had outer carrier vests designed to carry ballistic shielding, helmets, goggles, face masks, backpacks filled with unknown objects. And I couldn't get a count, and we couldn't stop and search everyone. But so I don't know how many there were, but I know that it was obviously a concern of mine.
Thank you very much. And then finally, Officer Dunn, you mentioned the text message that you received, and you expressed some surprise. You mentioned that you had not seen any intelligence that would have led you to believe that we should expect that kind of violence. Could you elaborate on that a little bit?
Yes, ma'am. So we were expecting civil disobedience, as we do at the Capitol. At least that was what was relayed to us. A couple of arrests, name calling, unfriendly people, but nowhere near the level of violence or even close to it like that we experienced. When I received the text message, it made the hairs on my neck rise. But since our chain of command had not told us to prepare for these levels of violence, I was just like, okay, whatever. Like, I've been here, I start year 14 in November, and we've dealt with hundreds of protests where people get arrested, and peaceful First Amendment protests. Everybody has the right to protest. That's okay, do what you do, and you know, we'll arrest you if you break the law, and we'll go home later that night. It was a lot different than that, but I was not alerted to the level of violence. Like, the text messages I got foreshadowed that, looking back, but no, I was not. We were not prepared for what we faced that day.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, without objection, I'd like to ask unanimous consent if we could enter that complete text message into the record.
Without objection.
Thank
So
you.
ordered.
And again, I would just like to express my deep gratitude for what you all did to save us. It won't be forgotten, and we will get to the bottom of this. Thank you very much. With that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair recognizes gentlewoman from California, Ms. Lofgren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thanks to each one of you and your colleagues for what you did. I was on the floor of the House helping to defend the voters of Arizona to a challenge to their electors while you were out trying to keep a violent mob from invading the Capitol. So I really do want to thank you for your tremendous courage and stamina and heroism, but not just for myself. I chair the House Administration Committee, and I know how many others work in this Capitol, not only the staff to the members of Congress, but the food service workers who were present and clerical staff. You saved them as well, and so they also owe you a debt of gratitude. I do realize that ultimately the rioters breached the Capitol, but the time that you kept them out really made a tremendous difference. You saved the day, you saved the Constitution, and it made a tremendous difference for our country. And Officer Dunn, I did hear you about the need for additional help, and I want to pledge to you that we will work with the Capitol Police to make sure that the resources, the mental health unit has the resources that officers need. I'll make that pledge to you right now. I would like to ask Sergeant Gunnell, not everyone knew that you were fighting in the hallway near the Lower West Terrace on January 6th. Can you tell me what you went through on that hallway? And then while you were there, Metropolitan Police arrived to help you out. What difference did that make?
Sure, ma'am. Before I start, by no means am I suggesting that we will go to his house. I mean, I apologize for my outburst. After we retreated to the Lower West Terrace entrance, it was rough. It was terrible. Everything that was happening to us, it was simultaneously, and we didn't have a lot of support. We had probably like 50 officers at most when we went back in. And once we were there, we started saying to ourselves, this is it, this is the entrance where they're gonna try to breach. We're gonna hold the line. We're gonna do everything possible without even coordinating among ourselves. The few officers who were still carrying shields, we automatically assumed position in the front. Some of those shields were taken, ripped apart from the officer's hand. Some of the officers also got concussed because they were hit with the same shields they were holding, because that was so violently taken from them that they were concussed. We did multiple struggles in terms of fighting. My shield was round, and I was able to get some strikes, but because we were in so close quarters, it was hard for us to even do that. The only thing we were allowed to was push forward. Whoever had shields, stay in the front, and whoever was behind the people with the shield, then they were striking those riders. At some point, I fell on top of the floor, on the floor on top of some shields, trying to help and assist some of the officers. And I got pulled to the crowd. Luckily, I was able to free myself and stand up. Later on, the second time I went back to the front, that's when Officer Hodges was getting trampled. I was getting trampled because just a mere force of the riders pushing forward and police officer pushing out, we were getting trampled in the middle. So it was very terrible things that happened to us there.
Officer Fanon, before I ask you a question, I'd like to show a brief video clip of some of what you went through today. I realize this can be difficult to watch, but I think it's important for the public to see.
You got fight the right people. Yeah, come on. Try it. I got you, Mike. That's my hand on your gun. Push him back.
Jimmy, I'm here.
Almost all of that was from your body camera footage. Can you walk us through what we've just seen, Officer Fanon?
Well, I believe the first portion of that video was my body-worn camera footage from the crypt area of the Capitol Rotunda. It was there that I first heard the 1033 or distress call come out from the lower West Terrace tunnel, which I didn't realize at the time was only a few hundred yards away from where I was at. I told my partner, Jimmy Albright, who was there with me, that there was a 1033 coming out from the lower West Terrace. We tried to get our bearings and figure out which way that might be. We asked a group of Capitol police officers, and they directed us down a set of stairs. From there, Jimmy and I walked down to the lower West Terrace tunnel. The first thing I remember was seeing a buddy of mine, Sergeant Bill Bogner, who's a administrative sergeant. He used to work in my district. Now he works over at the academy. And he was unable to see. He had been sprayed in the face with bear mace. And I went up to him and told him, hey, it's Fanon. I remember he stretched out his hand to shake mine. And that's when he told me that the guys that were just beyond that set of double doors had been fighting there for, I believe he said about 30 minutes. I don't think he realized what time it was because they'd been fighting since around 1 p.m. It was 3 o'clock. So those guys have been there fighting for 2 hours unrelieved. I remember looking up through the set of double doors, there's glass panes, and you could see the CS gas like white powder still lingering in the air. It was at that point that I realized I probably should have brought my gas mask. So I went through the double doors and I saw Ray Kyle, who's at the time a commander with our criminal investigations division, overseeing all the detectives units. Like many other officers, sergeants, lieutenants, captains that day, he self-deployed and found himself commanding a group of about 30 or 40 officers there in the lower West Terrace Tunnel. Commander Kyle was having a difficult time breathing. I remember I followed him back out through the set of double doors into that initial hallway as he kind of cleared himself, straightened himself up. I described it before. I thought he looked like George Patton. I remember he put his hat back on and walked right back out through the doorway into the tunnel, and I followed him. It was at that point, I think, when I started approaching that group of officers there, defending the doorway, that I realized the gravity of the situation. My initial thought was these guys look like they look beat to hell. And, you know, maybe I could try to get in there and get some guys some help. So I told Jimmy that, you know, we needed to get in there and try to offer assistance. And that's what we did initially. We started making our way through the crowd of officers, yelling out, who needs a break? And like I said in my initial testimony, there were no volunteers. There were officers who identified other colleagues who were in need of help. And I remember somebody yelling out, "This guy needs help," and handed me that officer. I handed him off to Jimmy and told him to get him to the back. And I continued to make my way up to the front lines. Once I got up there, it was the first time I really came face to face with these terrorists. They were dressed in, you know, clothing adorned with political slogans, "Make America Great Again," Donald Trump 2020, things of that nature. They were wearing military-style clothing, Kevlar vests, Kevlar helmets. Many of them had gas masks, and quite a few had shields, which they had taken away from law enforcement officers. They were using them to beat us at the front line. The first thing I told them was, hey man, we got to get these doors closed. We got injured officers in here. And that really seemed to piss those guys off. They became incredibly violent, and that's when that surge that you watched in some of the video began. And you had a large group at the mouth of that tunnel entrance trying to push their way through the officers who were fighting to defend it. I believe had they done so, or had they accomplished that, they would have trampled us to death. Most certainly, you would have had police officers killed. I fought there at the front for some time. I was yelling out, you know, trying to inspire some of the other officers that were up there that were tired, telling them to dig in and push. And we started to make some progress. We pushed those guys out of the tunnel, out through the initial threshold. And I remember thinking to myself, man, it's good to get some fresh air. It was at that point that I was pulled off the line. That initial period of time where I was pulled, you know, off that line was kind of a blur. I just remember getting violently assaulted from every direction. and eventually found myself out probably about 250, maybe 300 feet away from the mouth of the tunnel where the other officers were at. And I knew I was up shit creek without a paddle. I was trying to push guys off of me, create some space. All the while, I recognized the fact that there were individuals that were trying to grab a hold of my gun. I remember one of them distinctly lunging at me time and time again, trying to grab my gun. And I heard people in the crowd yelling, "Get his gun, kill him with his own gun," and words to that effect. I thought about using my weapon. I believed that there were individuals in the crowd whose intentions were to kill me. And I came to that conclusion because of the fact that separated from these other officers who were only trying to defend the Capitol, I no longer posed any type of threat, nor was I an impediment to them, going inside of the building. But yet they tortured me. They beat me. I was struck with a taser device at the base of my skull numerous times. And they continued to do so until I yelled out that I have kids. And I said that hoping to appeal to some of those individuals' humanity. And fortunately, a few did step in and intervene on my behalf. They did assist me back towards the mouth of the tunnel entrance, and other officers were then able to rescue me and pull me back inside. But at that point, I was unconscious. And based off the body-worn camera footage, it's believed that I was unconscious for approximately 4 minutes.
Thank you, officer, and thanks to each one of you. Our country is lucky, really blessed, that you are as patriotic and brave as you are. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Kinzinger, for however long he chooses.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to my colleagues on the committee. Thank you to our witnesses. I never expected today to be quite as emotional for me as it has been. I've talked to a number of you and gotten to know you. I think it's important to tell you right now, though, you guys may individually feel a little broken. You guys all talk about the effects you have to deal with, and you talk about the impact of that day. But you guys won. You guys held. Democracies are not defined by our bad days. We're defined by how we come back from bad days, how we take accountability for that. And for all the overheated rhetoric surrounding this committee, our mission is very simple. It's to find the truth, and it's to ensure accountability. Like most Americans, I'm frustrated that 6 months after a deadly insurrection breached the United States Capitol for several hours on live television, we still don't know exactly what happened. Why? Because many in my party have treated this as just another partisan fight. It's toxic, and it's a disservice to the officers and their families, to the staff and the employees on the Capitol complex, to the American people who deserve the truth, and to those generations before us who went to war to defend self-governance, because self-governance is at stake. And it's why I agreed to serve on this committee. I want to know what happened that day, but more importantly, I want all Americans to be able to trust the work this committee does and get the facts out there free of conspiracy. This cannot continue to be a partisan fight. I'm a Republican, I'm a conservative. But in order to heal from the damage caused that day, we need to call out the facts. It's time to stop the outrage and the conspiracies that fuel the violence and division in this country. And most importantly, We need to reject those that promote it. As a country, it's time to learn from our past mistakes, rebuild stronger so this never happens again, and then we can move onward. And serving on this committee, I'm here to investigate January 6th, not in spite of my membership in the Republican Party, but because of it. Not to win a political fight, but to learn the facts and defend our democracy. Here's what we know. Congress was not prepared on January 6th. We weren't prepared because we never imagined that this could happen. An attack by our own people, fostered and encouraged by those granted power through the very system they sought to overturn. That is a lesson. That is not a conspiracy theory or a counter-narrative. We don't blame victims. We go after the criminals. Some have concocted a counter-narrative to discredit this process on the grounds that we didn't launch a similar investigation into the urban riots and looting last summer. Mr. Chairman, I was called on to serve during the summer riots as an Air National Guardsman. I condemn those riots and the destruction of property that resulted. But not once did I ever feel that the future of self-governance was threatened like I did on January 6th. There is a difference between breaking the law and rejecting the rule of law, between a crime, even grave crimes, and a coup. As we begin our work today, I want to call this committee's attention to the oath of office, an oath not to a party, not to an individual, but to the Constitution that represents all Americans. Everyone in elected office knows how hard it can be sometimes to keep that oath, to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States in the forefront of our minds, what with the political pressures and re-elections always around the corner. But Mr. Chairman, our witnesses today, like every law enforcement officer across the country, took the same oath we did. And on January 6th, the temptation to compromise their oaths didn't come in the form of a campaign check or a threat from leadership or an all-caps tweet. It came in the form of a violent mob. While we on this dais were whisked away from the danger, heroes like those here stood their post before it and paid the price. And we are only here now because you guys were here then. Therefore, it's altogether fitting that we begin our investigation of January's lawless attack against the Constitution with these four men who made sure that the attack did not succeed, with those who helped to ensure that democracy held. And I think it's important to remember that you are four with stories, but there are hundreds with stories as well that you represent where you sit. Officer Fanon, I know your passion is to make sure that DC Metro gets the credit it's due. And I thank you for I know that you represent the hundreds of officers like Officer Hodges that responded to that call. What I want to ask, does this feel like old history to any of the four of you? Sometimes I get, we hear out there, it's time to move on, right? It's been 6 whole months, time to move on. Does this feel like old history and time to move on? You can just say yes or no.
No, sir.
Nope.
There can be no moving on without accountability. There can be no healing until we make sure this can't happen again.
I echo that. How do you move on without correcting what happened?
Let me ask you all, one of the narratives out there, and Officer Fanon, it triggered something in your testimony when you said it. So there's been this idea that this was not an armed insurrection, and as if somehow that is justification for what happened. We know the hugs and kisses. We know it was BLM and Antifa, right? Of course, then you would, I'm sure, want to investigate that if that's the case. Now we've heard maybe the FBI actually started this, but one of the ones that has always held was that this was not an armed insurrection. Officer Dunn, you mentioned that those that stormed the Capitol were very well organized and trained, and let me ask you, and I'll ask actually to all four of you, and Officer Hodges, I know this was part of your job initially before you responded to the Capitol. If in the middle of all that melee, you see somebody with a gun in that crowd, would you be able to go out, apprehend, arrest them, read them their rights, and go through that process, or was the mission at the moment survival and defense of the Capitol? So I'm asking, is it possible that people maybe had guns, and we've seen that actually there were, but this idea that, wow, people weren't arrested with guns, at the time it was raw survival. I'll start with, we can just start on the left. Let me ask you, what's your response to that?
For those people who continue to downplay this violent attack on our democracy and our officers, I suggest them to look at the videos and the footage for now, because common things were used as weapons, like a baseball bat, a hockey stick, a rebar, a flagpole, including the American flag, pepper spray, bear spray. So you name it. You have all these items and things that were thrown at us and used to attack us. Those are weapons. No matter if it is a pen, the way they were using these items, it was to hurt officers. It was to hurt police officers. That their intent was not to say, hey, let me go and find the Republicans or the Democrats in there or the independents. It was every single body that was here in this building, in the Capitol, that their intent was to get them out and hurt them. It would have been a much different outcome had we not stopped them, especially at the lower West Terrace entrance. Even though at that time, we didn't know that there were other breaches in the Capitol. Our intent was to stop whoever was trying to come in through that door. And those weapons that were used, those were common items, but the way they were using it was as weapons.
Let me ask too, in kind of my final moments, Sergeant Cannell, Officer Hodges, you were Virginia Guardsman, I believe, fellow Guardsman?
Yes, sir.
At any time in your service in the military, as you know, I'm an Air Guardsman. And Sergeant Cannell, you specifically mentioned your time in Iraq. At any time in your military service, did you change how you defended the person to your left or right, or how you trained with them based on their political affiliation?
No,
whether it was in war or anything?
No.
No, sir. The way I view it at that time, it was, I'm an American, and the person right next to me is an American, and I would do everything possibly for me to defend him and the country at that time.
You guys did that? You guys did that in the blue?
Yes, sir.
And I want to say that is the mission of this committee. We may have our deep differences on other policy issues, but we are all Americans today. And we thank you for holding that line.
Congressman, if I may respond to Congressman, when you asked about the armed part, when the assumed officers showed me what appeared to be a police badge, I don't know too many police officers, and this is just me being a police officer for 13 years, that carry their badge and don't carry a gun with them. So we look on their hips, you see a print. I didn't see that it was a gun, but a reasonable police officer would believe that that's a gun on their hip. So.
And just to quickly be specific, a print is basically what looks like the outline of a gun.
That's correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, witnesses.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Schiff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was on the House floor from the beginning of the joint session until the attack and evacuation by the Capitol Police, and I want to thank you. I'm convinced that one of the lives you saved that day might very well have been my own. We are all greatly in your debt. You are all heroes. Sergeant Cannell, Representative Lofgren asked you about your experience, and I won't ask you to repeat that. I would like the public to see from your perspective some video, if you're comfortable with my showing it.
Yeah, that's fine.
If the clerk could roll the video, please.
You're gonna die tonight. Do you know how to lock them together? Here, like this. Arms through these shields. You know how to put your arms. Do we have a hard platoon guy here?
Sergeant, in that video, one of the first things you hear is someone saying you're going to die tonight. You described in your opening statement being crushed by rioters. You could feel yourself losing oxygen, thinking this was how your life was going to end, trampled to death, defending the Capitol. It's hard for any of us to understand what you went through, even though we were there. It's even harder, I think, for people around the country to understand what that was like. Can you tell us what you were thinking when you were losing oxygen and thought that might be the end?
My rationale there and the way I was thinking is like, we can't let these people in no matter what, even if it costs my life. That had bloody hand that you saw, that's me in there. And both my hands were bleeding bad. And at no point in time did I stop to consider stop, because the attacks were so relentless that all we had to do is, I was thinking was, I need to survive this, if possible, but I'm willing to sacrifice myself to prevent this, the attackers from coming in. I swore an oath and to protect the public, the member of Congress, and the United States Constitution and whatnot. And that's what I was doing that day, regardless of my personal safety, along with everybody else that was there that day. They were calling us traitors, even though they were the one committing the treasonous act that day. It is devastating and demoralizing for people, whoever party is, to call this attack and continue to minimize it like nothing happened. It was an attempted coup that was happening at the Capitol that day. And if it had been another country, the U.S. would have sent help. And people need to understand the severity of and the magnitude of the event that was happening that day. We were all fighting for our lives to give you guys a chance to go home to your family, to escape. And now the same people who we helped, the same people who we gave them the borrowed time to get to safety, now they're attacking us. They're attacking our characters. They're attacking Officer Harriet's character, people who never served in the military or as a law enforcement. It's a disgrace. My actions that day was to save you guys, regardless of my personal safety. And I still continue to wanting to do that today, tomorrow, and as long as I'm permitted to do it, and if it is demanded of myself to do that in the future.
Sergeant, this obviously had a deep impact on you, all of you, but it's also had a big impact on your family. You described how when you got home, you couldn't even hug your wife because you had chemicals all over you. You wanted to go back. It seems like no sooner had you gotten home, you wanted to go back.
Yes, sir.
I think I read that you said you felt guilty. Did your wife want you to go back?
No.
Why did you go back? And what was your conversation with her about that?
After I took a shower, I spent about 10 minutes hugging her and my son. I told her I gotta get some sleep because I gotta go back to work. And she told me, no, you're not. You hurt. I said, no, I'm still able to continue to carry out my duties. And by 8 o'clock, I was already on my way back, despite her concerns and for my safety. My sense of duty for the country, for the Constitution, at that time was bigger than even my love for my wife and my son. I put that ahead. And for me, it's confounding that some people who have sworn oath, elected officials, including people in the military that I seen at the lower stairs fighting against me, they swore an oath and they forgetting about that oath. They're not putting the country before the party. And that's what bothers me the most. Because I, as a former soldier, I know what that inherits, that oath. And I was willing, I'm still willing to do that. And you got people right now in front of the Justice Department asking to release some of the very same people to be released, even though we are testifying about the trauma and the agony and everything that happened to us. It's pathetic. And they shouldn't be elected official anymore.
Officer Dunn, you described talking to your fellow black officer about what you went through and experiencing those racial epithets. You asked a question, I think, that I've been haunted by ever since. Is this America? And I'm very interested to know your thoughts on the answer to that question. Is this America what you saw?
Well, thank you for your question. You know, I said this, I've done a few interviews before about what my experiences that day, and I said that it was a war that we fought, and a war is composed of a bunch of different battles. And everybody, even sitting at this table, fought a different battle that day, but it was all for the same war. And as black officers, I believe we fought a different battle also. And the fact that we had our race attacked and just because of the way we look, you know. To answer your question, frankly, I guess it is America. It shouldn't be, but I guess that's the way that things are. I don't condone it, I don't like it, but I mean, if you look at our history, of American history, countries existed because they won a war, or colonies and state lines and boundaries exist because of violence and wars. So I guess it sounds silly, but I guess it is American. And but it's not the side of America that I like. It's not the side of that any of us here represent. We represent the good side of America, the people that actually believe in decency and human decency, and we appeal to just the good in people. And that's what we want to see, whether we disagree with how they vote on a bill about infrastructure. Everybody wants the right thing, people to do okay. So that's why I'm glad to see this committee composed of Republican members also. So that's encouraging. It's encouraging. So that's the side of America that I say, yes, this is America. This is the side that I like and the side that I acknowledge. So,
Officer, thank you. I believe in this country, and I believe in it because of people like you who understand what the flag means and what our Constitution means and risk their lives to defend it. I'd like to think, as Amanda Gorman so eloquently said, that we're not broken, we're just unfinished. Because if we're no longer committed to a peaceful transfer of power after our elections, if our side doesn't win, then God help us. If we deem elections illegitimate merely because they didn't go our way rather than trying to do better the next time, then God help us. And if we're so driven by bigotry and hate that we attack our fellow citizens as traitors, if they're born in another country or they don't look like us, and God help us. But I have faith because of folks like you. And Adam, I didn't expect this would be quite so emotional either, but it must be an Adam thing today. But I'm so grateful to all of you. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Gentlemen, like my colleagues, I want to extend my gratitude and appreciation for your service on January 6th and since then, what you've had to go through. I was on the House floor like my colleagues on the 6th when I was told that a violent mob had breached the Capitol. And it's because of your service, it's because of you and your colleagues that we're here today, because you were literally the last line of physical defense, laying your life on the line for democracy. My time will be limited, so I'll be asking questions of Officer Hodges and Sergeant Gannell, primarily about the weapons that you observed and how they were used. Officer Hodges, you were in a unique position because you were down Constitution. You were closer to the White House to start, as you indicated in your testimony. During the morning and the early afternoon on the 6th, what did you hear specifically about guns and explosives that had been discovered by your fellow officers?
I was listening on the radio to our gun recovery unit, working the crowd. What we usually try to do is wait for the crowd to disperse before making arrests. That way we don't set off the crowd, set off a riot. So I think they might have identified people of interest that they never got a chance to address, and they were working the crowd to try and confirm reports of firearms on certain people, but it's also difficult to do given the nature of the crowd and how many there were. When I heard the REOD confirm the existence of a device, there was only one thing it could be, explosives. But we, in 42, we had our own objective, our own mission, so we couldn't really, we scanned the crowd, but these people, they know how to conceal their weapons. So on a big avenue like Constitution, you can't really, it's difficult to detect the print, or if it's in a backpack, there's really not much you can do. But we continue to scan the crowd and find what we could. But mostly it was up to our other units to make those discoveries.
You talked about, in response to Representative Cheney, you talked about the gear that the individuals were wearing. So combined with what you saw visually, with what you had heard on the radio about guns, that all kind of led you to give pause about the next few hours, correct?
Absolutely. Once we got to the Capitol and we were fighting, I was wondering, how many more bombs are there? What's the trigger? Is it going to be a cell phone? Is it on a timer? How many guns are there in this crowd? If we start firing, is that the signal to them to set off the explosives, however many there are in the city? Is that the signal for them to break out their firearms and shoot back? So that's the reason, why I didn't shoot anyone, and I imagine why many others didn't, because, like I said before, there were over 9,000 of the terrorists out there with an unknown number of firearms, and a couple hundred of us, maybe. So we could not, if that turned into a firefight, we would have lost. And this was a fight we couldn't afford to lose.
I want to play a video, and I'd ask that everyone watching pay attention specifically to the weapons the rioters were using. You can hear someone yell, "Get your machete." You can see officers being attacked with flagpoles, flares, and gas canisters. If we could roll the video.
Taking rocks, bottles, and pieces of flag and metal poles. Cruiser 50, the crowd is using munitions against us. They have bear spray in the crowd. Bear spray in the crowd.
Let's go, Rayfield. We get him.
Sergeant Gannell, in the video, we just saw someone throw a large speaker. Was that directed your way?
I was further inside. That was afterward, towards the end of before they got clear. When they threw the speaker at me, and I was further inside the tunnel.
What types of weapons did you see used against your fellow officers?
Police shields, police baton, the hammer, the sledgehammer that you saw on that video, flagpoles, tasers, pepper spray, bear spray, rebards, bats, PVC pipes, copper pipes, rocks, table legs broken down, furniture broken down, the guardrails for the inauguration stage, cones, 4x4, any weapons, any items that they could get their hands on it. That
you were further down the corridor, but the speaker was thrown at you, and it hit your foot. Is that correct?
Correct, sir.
We have a photo.
It was thrown my way, and then when it landed, it hit somebody else, and then hit my foot.
I think we have a photo of your foot here as well that we'd like to show.
That is correct.
Can you tell me how you're doing? You mentioned in your opening statement about your continued physical therapy related to the foot. Can you tell me how you're doing?
The foot, I had several conditions that were. One is fusion on number 1 metatarsal, tarsal, metatarsal. Then there was a hammer-toe that, as a result of the hit, and then the second and third digit also got damage. And in order to fix one, they needed to correct the big toe to stabilize. If not, I would have. Later on in the future, I would have had the same problem returning. It is very painful. It is with a lot of patience and determination that I had gone through. I still had the same problems in terms of pain, stiffness, whatnot. The doctor last week on Tuesday told me that I'm going to need surgery on my shoulder because I have a labrum tear that has now healed even more than 6 months later.
Sergeant Gannell there testifying this morning as part of the January 6th Select Committee hearing on Capitol Hill about his physical injuries and questioning from members of this committee. We have heard from 4 officers there that day for the attack on the Capitol and what has been a raw, brave, and honest testimony from each of these officers. Even before the questioning, perhaps the most powerful parts of this hearing have been listening to these officers in their own words. Sergeant Gannell, for one, talking about being more afraid to work in the Capitol that day than during his entire deployment to Iraq, having gone home, surviving it, and his wife wanting to hug him, but he was unable to do so given the sheer amount of chemical still on his body. We heard from Michael Fanon, who we have interviewed right here on ABC before, but in his testimony today talking about how he'd been beaten, how he heard several times get his gun and kill him with his gun, that he had to say to the crowd, I'm a father, I have 4 daughters, in hopes that they would allow him to survive. Part of his testimony today. He did say to that committee and to Congress as a whole, we saved you on that day, we protected you on that day, and he declared, you can now do your job in getting to the bottom of what led to these attacks. We heard from Officer Daniel Hodges, and you'll remember that image of him. He was crushed in that doorway, talked about the tactical gear he saw early in the day and knew that they were going to be outnumbered. He said at one point they were saying, we want to get to his face. He had someone in his face. He took a finger to the eye. He said they were trying to gouge out his eye, for one, some of the injuries that he sustained while trying to defend the Capitol. And we also heard heard from Private First Class and Capitol Police Officer Harry Dunn, who talked about also surviving that day. An African-American, he was in the Capitol at the end of the day talking with fellow officers who had survived this, and it was only then when he was overcome by the racial slurs that had been hurled at him during all of this, the course of the attack on the Capitol, and he said to one of his colleagues there as they sat inside the Capitol, "Is this America?" Let's get to our congressional correspondent, Rachel Scott. She's live up on the Hill. And Rachel, we know that there is no firm timeline for this. This is just the very beginning of this committee's work. Give us a sense of how long this could go, what comes next. And several members of this committee have not ruled out subpoenas that could go very high up, including the former president, including the minority leader in the House, Kevin McCarthy.
Yes, and David, I posed that question directly to Congressman Adam Schiff ahead of this hearing. He sits on this panel. He told me that no one is off limits. That includes Republican leader Kevin McCarthy, who we know talked to former President Donald Trump as that riot unfolded, all the way up to the former President of the United States, Donald Trump himself. We heard today from the pleas from these officers saying that what is hard for them and what they struggle with most is hearing the words from some members of Congress, including Republicans, who continue to try and downplay what happened on January 6th after they put their lives at risk trying to defend the United States Capitol. We heard from Officer Gunnell saying that to many people, January 6th was just one day. But for him and for these officers, the trauma continues to live on. And you saw that in the room today. People visibly impacted by this. Staffers wiping their eyes. Every single member of Congress who was in that room today was here on January 6th. Many also fled for their lives. And then hearing from Republican Representative Adam Kinzinger, he says that democracy is not defined by bad days, that they are going to continue to push forward to try and get the truth and trying to get to the bottom of what happened here on January 6th. But Republican leadership continues to blast this as a sham. They have made it clear that they want no part of it, David.
And real quick, Rachel, you had mentioned during our coverage, our live coverage here, that you heard from a member of Brian Sicknick's family. We know he was the officer who lost his life. There was a moment of silence for him during this hearing this morning, and that family member said, "We need answers."
Yeah, I talked to his brother, Craig Sicknick. He called me just minutes before Officer Dunn called for a moment of silence. He told me that he could not bring himself to watch today's hearing, that the videos, many of which that we saw today, actually make him sick. He said sick. He says that he did write to the 6 Senate Republicans who voted in favor of establishing an independent commission in the mold of the 9/11 commission to get to the bottom of what happened here on January 6th. But most Republicans blocked that from going forward. He says he wants the truth to come out, David.
All right, Rachel Scott, live up on the Hill for us. Rachel, thank you. I want to bring in our chief White House correspondent, Cecilia Vega. And Cecilia, you heard Republican Liz Cheney asking about the words from former President Trump. You covered the Trump administration, obviously now the Biden administration as well. But Liz Cheney asking for the reaction from the officers sitting there before her to the words from the former president in recent days that this was a loving crowd that was there in the Capitol on January 6th. The politics of this committee have been inescapable for this country. But today we did hear from these officers about members of that crowd that day, what they said. They said they had been sent by the former president, that we are here for Donald Trump. We want President Trump.
There was a lot of unanimity in this testimony, David, and one thing in particular, something that all of these officers said that they saw, that they heard, that they felt, and that this was a crowd, that many in this crowd were there because they felt that the president had sent them there on January 6th, that they were defending him in the election, that they don't believe that he lost, even though he did lose it, that they were wearing masks, that they were wearing signs, that they were holding signs, that they were carrying flags that said Trump 2020. There was no confusion on the part of any of these officers in terms of what they saw or witnessed in terms of what this crowd was there for, and that was because of President Trump. That is a clear contradiction, as you just said, to what the revisionist history, the whitewashing of history that we have seen from the former president leading up to this day. But even as recently as last night, he sent a statement around, David, through his aides that is riddled with conspiracy theories, saying that that these were Antifa and Black Black Lives Matter members there. We heard direct testimony that contradicted that from those officers who were there defending the nation's capital, saying that this was not Antifa, that this was not a BLM protest. The former president is again, up until last night, repeating the big lie that there was massive fraud in the election that he lost. We know that not to be the case from members of his own administration. What we are seeing from this committee there, you're right, the politics and division leading up to it, certainly playing a role in what today, but what we're seeing from this committee today is an attempt to straighten out, to write this history so that this whitewashing of it, this revisionist history that we are hearing from the president, former president, and many of his allies is not the history that stands, David.
Cecilia, we also heard from Liz Cheney in her opening statement saying that we have to get to the bottom of this, what happened every minute of that day at the White House, every phone call, every conversation, every meeting leading up to, during, and after the attack. And we're hearing from the Department of Justice already today on how high this could go, who we could actually hear from over the course of this investigation.
This is a really big deal. The Department of Justice under the Biden administration has sent a letter to former Trump officials as recently as last night saying that you will be allowed to testify. You will not be forbidden. And that is a huge shift from the Department of Justice that we saw under former Attorney General Bill Barr. You'll remember there was repeated stonewalling of Trump administration officials who were compelled to testify in the impeachment hearing. And time after time, we saw those officials not being allowed to testify. They could be allowed to testify in this hearing. And you said it could go high up. David, we are potentially looking at names like Jared Kushner, the former president's son-in-law, Ivanka Trump, his daughter, potentially the former president himself. We'll see how high up these actually go. And this matters because, again, we haven't heard from any of these people. And you heard Liz Cheney, you heard Kinzinger say today, we still don't know why this happened, why they were compelled to be there, and what role the former president played during, before, and after all of this insurrection was unfolding in our nation's capital.
All right, our chief White House correspondent, Cecilia Vega. Cecilia, thank you. Of course, that wasn't the only message coming out of the Justice Department today. Let's bring in our Chief Justice correspondent, Pierre Thomas, because we also heard from the DOJ, Pierre, of more people, more charges, additional charges. We're now at beyond 500 people in this country now linked to the attack on the Capitol.
David, this is an ongoing investigation. Even as we were on the air, 3 more arrests announced today, including a suspect who's accused of using chemicals against the officers. So now we have more than 500 people arrested, as you say. And, David, there are an additional 300 people that the Justice Department and the FBI continue to look for, including another 200 or so who assaulted officers. So this is an ongoing investigation. David, you also have the fact that the would-be bomber that was mentioned several times over the testimony today, that person has not been caught. So this is very much ongoing. But David, I have to tell you, having interviewed 3 of the 4 officers who testified today, I'm struck by how they're still traumatized, how they talk about how it was hand-to-hand combat, that they were in the fight for their lives, that they thought they were going to die. And I think the most important thing I took from the hearing today is that you got to hear their stories unfettered in one place, in one setting, and they were speaking truth.
More than 6 months later, you could hear the pain in their voices on full display today, Pierre. You're absolutely right. Let's bring in Martha Raddatz, because, Martha, I was struck by this. You and I have talked about this before, from Sergeant Gonell saying he was more fearful in the Capitol that day, clearly outnumbered than he was serving in Iraq. And you were there that morning in the Capitol. You knew the temperature was off. You saw the gear that so many of those people who had gathered in the Capitol, what they were wearing, and what it seemed they were preparing to do.
I certainly did, David. There were the Oath Keepers just behind me, and they were wearing that tactical gear. There was clearly leadership there. There was clearly coordination. Many of those men did not go back inside. They were on walkie-talkies communicating with someone. And this is the kind of thing that this committee wants to get to the bottom of. But these officers we heard today really were in hand-to-hand combat. They described it as a medieval battle, and it was. It was very different than Iraq and Afghanistan. You are up close to someone, and what is so appalling and so shameful is that they were facing veterans themselves. Those officers, some of them veterans, were facing other veterans. There have already been more than 80 veterans arrested who were on Capitol Hill that day, assaulting the Capitol. That's one of the many, many reasons this is so difficult for those officers, and those officers want answers.
And difficult for the American public to hear. Martha Raddatz live in Washington. And Terry Moran, one of the bigger questions of this day, this first day of this committee, you know, these officers protected the Capitol, lawmakers, their staffs on that day, helped to protect democracy, in fact. How does this country and Washington now protect their words, their brave words, their unvarnished words at the very beginning of this hearing when they weren't being questioned, when they sat there and in their own words described that day? How do you protect that from the political battle in Washington?
Yeah, that's a great question, David, and I think it is the question before these very important hearings, right? January 6th, one of the worst days in our history, and now, as you point out, getting to the truth of what happened and why on that day has become part of our fierce partisan political divide and struggle. And the best that this committee can do, especially since Nancy Pelosi did make that decision to reject the Republican leadership's choices for this committee, and further, you know, whatever her reasons, it deepened the divide. The best this committee can do is establish, develop, and present the facts, and count on the facts received under oath to help move this country towards some kind of unity on what happened. And among those facts, as Pierre pointed out, as you pointed out, not just what those men have said, have told the country under oath, but how they did. They're still haunted by that day, by that violence, and you can see that. But establishing the why, and precisely what happened, what went wrong with security, what happened at the White House, that's going to be very difficult, partly because one of the things about the Trumpist movement is that they have developed this alternative reality. I mean, do you remember Alternative Facts, when he first said he had the biggest inaugural crowd in history? That's become an alternative reality. And the difficulty of piercing that with the facts adduced in this hearing is really the challenge before the committee.
No question it is a challenge, but as we heard from Officer Fanon, and I mentioned it earlier, he turned to members of that committee and Congress as a whole beyond that, saying, now you can do your job after those officers protected the Capitol. Our thanks to Terry, Martha, Cecilia, Rachel, Pierre, and our entire political team. Our coverage is going to continue on ABC News Live and abcnews.com. And of course, we'll be back with the entire team for World News Tonight just a bit later. For many of you, your midday news on your local ABC stations across the country comes your way next. I'm David Muir in New York. We'll see you later tonight.
Hi, everyone. I'm Diane Macedo. You're watching continuing coverage of the House Select Committee hearing into the Capitol riot on January 6th. That hearing is still in progress right now. Committee members are questioning 4 officers who were there that day at the Capitol. They've already testified, and now they're answering questions from the committee. Let's listen in.
And all your duties for years to come. And if that's just one person, what if, you know, more than one person? The difference would be even greater than what should be and will be. And obviously for each other. You know, your immediate concern is the well-being of your colleagues, the other officers who were there fighting beside me. I think I can speak for everyone when I say we worry about each other more than ourselves. That's just in our nature. It's part of why you become a police officer. So, you know, like when Fanon said he was trying to find out who needs help and no one would volunteer, that's just an example of that kind of mindset that we have. So it was for democracy. It was for the men and women of the House and Senate. It was for each other, and it was for the future of the country.
Thank you, Officer Hodges, and thank you all for defending democracy. And I appreciate your testimony, and I appreciate your continued service. With that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sergeant Cannell, Officer Fanon, Officer Hodges, Officer Dunn, you are great law enforcement officers and a hero to law enforcement officers across the country. You're great public servants, and you're a hero to public servants across the country, but you are great Americans, and you are heroes to all of America. And long after you are gone, you will be remembered as heroes to our country, along with your fellow officers. And those who attacked you and those who beat you are fascist traitors to our country and will be remembered forever as fascist traitors. Now, Officer Dunn, I've got to start with you because you're my constituent. And you are the pride of Maryland today because of the way you stood up for the Capitol and for the Congress and for our democracy. But you said something fascinating in your testimony. You said you never seen anybody physically assault a single officer before in your 13 years on the force, much less thousands and thousands of people attacking hundreds of officers. So how did you experience that when it first happened?
So with regards to the never seen, I've seen videos of officers being attacked and people resisting arrest. But to clarify, it's never been the assaults on the scales that we have seen like that before. I just wanted to clarify that. Can you repeat your question?
Well, actually, it leads to my next one, actually. You made a really interesting point. You said you'd seen protests for many, many years. You'd seen even civil disobedience for many years. There's an effort today to portray the events of January 6th like some kind of resurrection of Dr. King's March on Washington in 1963. And I've seen a lot of protests here, too. I've seen the March for Our Lives that the young people did about gun violence. I see people marching for D.C. statehood, arguing for their rights to representation in Congress, and I've seen civil disobedience. But was this like any of those rallies or marches or demonstrations you'd ever seen? And if not, what was different about it?
So the marches the protests that you specifically talked about, I'll go a step further and talk about the ones that had the potential to be not so peaceful. You had the Million Man March rally, the 20th anniversary of it. It was a lot of opposition to that. You had the Klan that came up here. You had people that were pro-guns that wanted to come up here. So all of those had the potential to be very violent and, frankly, quite deadly, but they did not. This wasn't the first time that, if I can just use this quote, that the MAGA people came up here to the Capitol before. They were in D.C. before. There were some skirmishes, but it was never the attempt to overthrow democracy. They came up, I think this was maybe their second or third time that they had come up on January 6th. And even then, as belligerent as they were, it didn't account to this violence. So the only difference that I see in that is that they had marching orders, so to say. When people feel emboldened by people in power, they assume that they're right. Like one of the scariest things about January 6th is that the people that were there, even to this day, think that they were right. They think that they were right. And that makes for a scary recipe for the future of this country. So I think that's why it's very important that you all take this committee seriously and get to the bottom of why this happened, and let's make it never happen again.
Thank you. Officer Fanon, I think you've given our committee our marching orders today, which is to hold the line. You held the line, and now we've got to hold the line. So I want to thank you for that. If we show a fraction of the courage and the valor that you all demonstrated on January 6th, then we will hold the line in this committee. But I want to ask you about holding the line. I want to go back to this question of weapons so we can clear this up, because there are still some people who are saying that the insurrectionists were unarmed. And I wonder what your reaction is to that, because we've heard about Well, first of all, rampant baseball bats, lead pipes, Confederate battle flags, and so on. And what about the question of firearms? So what is your reaction generally to this proposition that they weren't armed?
First and foremost, I would say that the implements that you just described are most certainly weapons. With regards to firearms, I know that in the days immediately before the January 6th insurrection and January 6th itself, firearms were recovered by law enforcement from individuals in Washington, D.C. Who were believed to have been participants, or at least those who were planning to participate in the January 6th insurrection. And yes, those were firearms, handguns, and such.
Forgive me for these questions, but I've got to ask you, apparently in some nether regions of the internet, it's being said that you, Officer Fanon, maybe were mistaken for Antifa, and that's why you were nearly beaten to death that day and carried in the crowd. Is there any way you think you were mistaken for Antifa?
Well, I was in full uniform. I was, like I said, wearing my uniform shirt adorned with the Metropolitan Police Department's patch. I had my badge on until somebody ripped it off my chest. I do not believe I was mistaken for a member of Antifa.
You mentioned in your testimony that there's some people who would prefer that all of this go away, that we not have an investigation. Let's let bygones be bygones. But you seem pretty determined to get the country to focus on this. Why is that so important to you?
Well, first and foremost, because of the actions of officers who responded there that day, specifically from my department, but also from the U.S. Capitol Police and some of the surrounding jurisdictions. You know, downplaying the events of that day is also downplaying those officers' response. And like Sergeant Cannell said, some of the officers, part of the healing process from recovering from the traumatic events of that day is having the nation accept the fact that that day happened.
Some people are saying that that as public servants, you all should not be speaking out, that cops, firefighters, teachers should just serve the public but should not speak out as citizens. What do you think about that, Officer Fanon?
Well, I disagree. I've been outspoken throughout my career, never to this magnitude. As an undercover officer and a narcotics officer, I've preferred obscurity in the public eye. However, this event is something that we have not experienced in our lifetimes.
Officer Hodges, I read your testimony carefully. I hope every American reads your testimony. But I noted that you referred to terrorists or terrorism 15 different times to describe the people who were assaulting officers, dragging them through the crowd, stealing their weapons, smashing them over the head, gouging eyes, and so on. However, some of our colleagues have been calling the violent insurrectionists not terrorists, but tourists. Why do you call the attackers terrorists, and what do you think about our colleagues who think we should call them tourists?
Well, if that's what American tourists are like, I can see why foreign countries don't like American tourists. But I can see why someone would take issue with the title of terrorist. It's gained a lot of notoriety in our vocabulary in the past few decades. And we like to believe that, no, that couldn't happen here. No domestic terrorism, no homegrown threats. But I came prepared. U.S. Code, Title 18, Part 1, Chapter 113, B as in Brown, Section 2331. The term domestic terrorism means activities that involve acts dangerous to human life that are a violation of the criminal laws of the United States or of any state, and B, appear to be intended to intimidate or coerce a civilian population or to influence the policy of a government by intimidation or coercion, or to affect the conduct of a government by mass destruction, assassination, or kidnapping, and occur primarily within the territorial jurisdiction of the United States.
Well, thank you for that. And I had one final question for Sergeant Gonell, but it looks like my time is up, so I'll yield back to you.
Chair will give the gentleman opportunity to ask his
Thank you for your indulgence, Mr. Chairman. Are there questions, Sergeant Gonell, that you hope we can answer as a committee about the causes of the attack, the nature of the attack, and what happened in the weeks prior to January 6th as we develop our work plan moving forward?
I think, in my opinion, we do need to get to the bottom of it. Who incited, who brought those people here, why did people were made to believe that the process was rigged along those lines. But going back to what I just says, I had, in my 15 years of service, I had given thousands of, I had given tour to thousands of people at the Capitol as an officer, as a sergeant, and even in plain clothes uniform. At no point in time did I ever got attacked. I don't know why, how would you call an attack on police officer a tour when you see me bleeding my hands, when you see other officers getting concussion, getting maimed, getting fingers shattered. I got gouged. It's undescribable. You're defending the undefensible. And it demoralized not just the rank and file, but the future recruits that we are trying to get. So what do you think people considering becoming law enforcement officers think when they see elected leaders downplaying this? You know, why would I risk my life for them when they don't even care? They don't care what happened to the public. They don't care what happened to the officers. All they care is their job, their position. If they don't have the courage to put their job on the line because they want to feed some lies, or not to feed somebody's ego, or like for a tweet, that's not putting the country first. We are willing to risk our life, but at least make it worth it. We are trying, we do that regardless, whether you are Republican, Democrat, Independent. We don't care. When there's a call, radio call, or dispatch sends a call, we don't ask, hey, by the way, before I treat you, before I take care of you, are you a Republican or Democrat or Independent? We don't. We just respond. And normally, under any other circumstances, we just stay shut. We don't talk about politics. We don't talk about what happened to us. But this is bigger than that. You downplaying an event that happened to the country itself, to democracy, to the rule of law. You're talking about people who claim that they are pro-law enforcement, pro-police, pro-law and order. And then yet, when they have the chance and the opportunity to do something about it, to hold people accountable, you don't. You pass the bucket like nothing happened. And it's so devastating for recruiting. Yes, we need bodies right now, but this makes it harder, especially when we try and attract the talent that we need, people who are willing to risk their lives to protect you guys.
Well, thank you very much, Sergeant Gonell. And Mr. Chairman, the question was asked by Officer Dunn, is this America? I think these gentlemen embody the spirit of America, and we must do justice to their sacrifice in the work of our committee. I yield back.
No question about it. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Virginia, Ms. Luria.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to say to the four officers here today that I'm grateful for your service, for you sharing your stories, for your willingness to speak to the members of this committee and to the American people about the horrific things that you experienced on January 6th, truly experienced in defense of our democracy. Sergeant Gonell, we talked earlier and you mentioned the many times that you took the oath, both to become a naturalized citizen, to join the Army, to serve as an officer of the Capitol Police Force. And Officer Hodges, you mentioned as well, as a National Guardsman and as a police officer. And myself, something I can't share with you, the horrific experiences that you had that day. But all of us having taken that oath, and I took it when I was 17 and joined the Navy in over 2 decades, Sergeant Gonell, when you mentioned and compared this earlier to the experiences that you had in Iraq, that in a war zone, you didn't feel like you felt that day. Can you share that with us in a little more detail, what was going through your head, your thoughts about what you had experienced defending our nation on foreign soil and then being here in the heart of our nation in our capital and being assaulted the way that you were?
It is very disappointing in terms of like when you see, when I was at the Lower West Terrace, and I saw many officers fighting for their lives against people, rioters, our own citizens, turning against us, people who had the thin blue line on their chest, or another rider with a Marine hat that says veteran, or any other type of military paraphernalia or whatnot. And then they're accusing us of betraying the oath, but they the one betraying the oath. When I was in Iraq, the sense of camaraderie, it didn't matter whether you were white, black, Spanish, Middle Eastern. We all knew what we were fighting for. And my experience there was there were times that I was scared of going on convoys or doing my supply mission to local Iraqi population, because at any point we were possibly ambushed or getting shot at. We knew the risk, but here it was simultaneously over and over, our own citizens, while they were attacking us, because we're defending the very institution that they are claiming that they're trying to save.
Well, thank you for sharing that. And I know it's been difficult today as we've watched these images from the Capitol, but I did want to share one more video. But this time I would ask people, you could even close your eyes and listen without watching. Just listen to what is being said as these brave men were being overrun. So, Officer Fanon, I wanted to turn to you. And when you hear the rioters chanting things in this video, things like, F the blue, you can't even call yourself an American, you're on the wrong side of freedom, can you share how that makes you feel?
again, I think when my response that day, and at no point that day did I ever think about the politics of that crowd. Even the things that were being said did not resonate in the midst of that chaos. But what did resonate was the fact that thousands of Americans were attacking police officers who were simply there doing their job. And that they were there to disrupt members of Congress who were doing their job. In retrospect now, thinking about those events, the things that were said, it's disgraceful that members of our government, I believe, were responsible for inciting that behavior, and then continue to propagate those statements. Things like, this was 1776, or that police officers who fought risked their lives, and some who gave theirs were redcoats and traitors. To me, those individuals are, representative of the worst that America has to offer.
Thank you. And thinking about the events that happened on January 6th and thinking about what led up to that day, I was reminded of a quote that I frequently heard used from Hemingway that asks, how do these things happen? How do things like this happen? And that quote, it's very short. It just says, gradually and then suddenly. And I think that our founders understood that our republic was very fragile and it would be tested. And it was tested here on January 6th. In 20 years, I don't want to look back on this moment and think that we saw these signs coming gradually, that these were signs that we ignored, that signs that people thought were just isolated incidents or signs of things that we thought could never happen. And I don't want to say to my daughter or Sergeant Gunnell to your son or Officer Fanon to your 4 daughters, I don't want any of us to say that this happened gradually and then suddenly. And that some were just too worried about winning the next election to do something about it or too cowardly to seek the truth. So that's the task before this committee. I'm sure that we'll be attacked by cowards, by those in the arena, those only in the stands, and that we'll be attacked by people who are more concerned about their own power than about the good of this country. But my oath, your oath, all of our oaths here today to protect and defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic, will be our guiding light for this investigation. And as Officer Dunn said earlier, you said we can never again allow our democracy to be put in peril. So I will say that we will persevere, we will do what is right, and our nation is truly ever grateful to you who held that line. Your actions on January 6th could very well have been what saved our democracy, and we thank you.
Gentlelady yields
Mr. Chair,
back.
I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman from Maryland asked a question in terms of what you would expect this committee to do in our body of work. The Sergeant Gunnell responded, but we didn't give the other 3 members an opportunity to kind of tell us, based on the last 202 days of your life, what would you task this committee in its body of work? What would you like to see us do? Officer Fanon, I'll start with you.
Yes, sir. So while I understand that there have been investigations into the events of January 6th, my understanding is that those have addressed some of the micro level concerns, that being the immediate security of the Capitol building itself, also the forced mobilization of officers that day, planning and preparation, and training and equipment concerns. A lot of, the events of January 6th and the days preceding, I guess it's interesting, and from a law enforcement perspective, as a police officer, a lot of these events happen in plain sight. We had violent political rhetoric. We had the organization of a rally whose title was Stop the Steal. And that rally occurred on January 6th, which I don't believe was a coincidence that on January 6th, members of Congress, you here in the room today, were charged with tallying the electoral votes and certifying the election of our president. And in the academy, we learn about time, place, and circumstance in investigating potential crimes and those who may have committed them. And so the time, the place, and the circumstances of that rally, that rhetoric, and those events, to me, leads in the direction of our president and other members, not only of Congress and the Senate, but that is what I am looking for, is an investigation into those actions and activities which may have resulted in the events of January 6th, and also whether or not there was collaboration between those members, their staff, and these terrorists.
Thank you very much. Officer Hodges.
I think Fanon hit the nail on the head there. As patrol officers, we can only, deal with the crimes that happen on the streets, the misdemeanors, and occasionally the violent felonies. But you guys are the only ones we've got to deal with crimes that occur above us. I need you guys to address if anyone in power had a role in this, if anyone in power coordinated or aided or abetted or tried to downplay, tried to prevent the investigation of this terrorist attack, because we can't do it. We're not allowed to. And I think the majority of Americans are really looking forward to that as well.
Thank you. Officer Dunn.
Thank you, Chairman. There's been a sentiment that's going around that says everybody's trying to make January 6th political. Well, it's not a secret that it was political. They literally were there to stop the steal. So when people say it shouldn't be political, it is. It was and it is. There's no getting around that. Telling the truth shouldn't be hard. Fighting on January 6th, that was hard. Showing up January 7th, that was hard. The 8th, the 9th, the 10th, all the way till today, that was hard. When the fence came down, that was hard. We lost a layer of protection that we had, and The fence came down and still nothing has changed. Everything is different, but nothing has changed. Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger are being lauded as courageous heroes. And while I agree with that notion, why? Because they told the truth? Why is telling the truth hard? I guess in this America, it is. Us 4 officers, we would do January 6th all over again. We wouldn't stay home because we knew it was going to happen. We would show up. That's courageous. That's heroic. So what I ask from you all is to get to the bottom of what happened. And that includes, like, I echo the sentiments of all of the other officers sitting here. I use an analogy to describe what I want as a hitman. If a hitman is hired and he kills somebody, the hitman goes to jail. But not only does the hitman go to jail, but the person who hired them does. There was an attack carried out on January 6th, and a hitman sent them. I want you to get to the bottom of that. So, thank you.
Well, thank you. Very powerful comments, by the way.
Chairman Thompson?
Yes.
If I may add, I also would like to also, for you guys to give us the tools, or at least the things we need to succeed, to continue to protecting you guys. I think that's essential for you guys to provide us what we need in terms of like financially. I don't know, I'm not part of the innuendo about how that process works, but perhaps fortifying the Capitol, that will help. I know we were literally desperate. If we had that, that would have made a big difference on January 6th. I know people want to keep this place open to the public as much as possible, but there are things that we could do to remediate that, and also, or to reinforce entrances, why not? It's hard, but it takes will. I know architect of the Capitol has some regulations and whatnot, but the time had passed. We still have security measure from 20 years ago. That had to go. We need to reinvent the wheel and change that. But only you guys have the power to authorize that. They won't do it unless you guys do. The other thing is, we still only operating on certain things that we could adjust, things that we were doing back in when 9/11 happened. We're still doing it today, even 6 months after the attack on the Capitol. But only you, perhaps with the chief of police, the new chief of police, which he seems receptive to some of these changes, perhaps that would change. But we too, just like Officer Don said, we're still doing things that prior to January 6th, we were doing it, and we're still doing it today. And I think that should change. Thank you.
Well, again, thank all of you for your testimony, and obviously you are real heroes in this situation. What you did in the committee's opinion helped preserve this democracy. The time you gave for reinforcements to finally get to the Capitol made the difference. So for that, we thank you. But you carried out your duties at tremendous risk. Now we on this committee have a duty, however, a far less dangerous one, but an essential one, to get to the bottom of what happened that day. We cannot allow what happened on January 6th to ever happen again. We owe it to the American people. We owe it to you and your colleagues, and we will not fail, I assure you, in that responsibility. Thank you again to our witnesses, as well as our distinguished colleagues of the committee. Any closing remarks? Without objections, members will be permitted 10 business days to submit statements for the record, including opening remarks and additional questions for witnesses, to appropriate staff at all meetings of the Select Committee. Without objection, the committee stands adjourned.
I'm Diane Macedo. You're watching continuing coverage of the House Select Committee hearing on the January 6th insurrection at the U.S. Capitol. The committee is now vowing to find answers to what went wrong that day and how to prevent it from happening again. At least 5 people died during or after the riot. Approximately 140 officers were assaulted, and so far 550 people have been arrested and charged. And this morning we heard from 4 law enforcement officers who were there that day describing how they were attacked by the mob and the severe injuries they and their colleagues are still recovering from, and how they all thought they were going to die that day. Take a listen.
What we were suggested that day was like something from a medieval battle. We fought hand to hand, inch by inch, to prevent an invasion of the Capitol by a violent mob intent on subverting our democratic process.
I was grabbed,
Can you scroll
beaten,
to the line before?
tased, all while being called a traitor
up
to
a
my
touch,
country.
please.
I was at risk of being stripped of and killed with my own firearm as I heard chants of kill him with his own gun. I could still hear those words in my head today.
One woman in a pink MAGA shirt yelled, "You hear that, guys? This voted for Joe Biden." Then the crowd, perhaps around 20 people, joined in screaming, "Boo!" No one had ever called me a while wearing the uniform of a Capitol Police officer.
Officer Cannell, when you think about that and share with us the vivid memory of the cruelty and the violence of the assault that day, and then you hear former President Trump say, quote, "It was a loving crowd. There was a lot of love in the crowd." How does that make you feel?
It's upsetting. It's a pathetic excuse for his behavior, for something that he himself helped to create, this monstrosity. I'm still recovering from those hugs and kisses.
And that was just a small sample of some of what we heard today from those officers. I want to bring in correspondent Kira Phillips, ABC Deputy Political Director Avery Harper, Senior National Correspondent Terry Moran, and our Congressional Correspondent Rachel Scott for a little bit more on this. Kira, I'll start with you. We heard a lot of detailed descriptions today of the sheer violence that these officers witnessed and in many cases experienced firsthand. And all of them said that these people who stormed the Capitol were armed with weapons, some weapons stolen from officers, but some with their own weapons and protective equipment that they showed up with that day. They were prepared. So how does that affect the trajectory of this investigation?
I'll tell you what, Diane, what stood out to me is that we've been saying protesters, angry mob, insurrectionists. They referred to these individuals as terrorists. That caught my attention, first off, and I've covered a lot of these hearings up on the Hill. And seeing the demeanor of not only the committee members, but the officers that were testifying, it was solemn. It was sad. They were fighting back the tears, the officers. They were having to take drinks of water. They were having a hard time keeping their composure because you could tell this was still traumatizing them. And then the committee members, a lot of time when you see these hearings and you listen to them, there's a lot of drama. There's a lot of theatrics. There's a lot of, oh, look at me. I'm the one asking this provocative question. You didn't see any of that. This was serious business. This was very straightforward and very emotional. Something that really stood out to me as someone who has been embedded in war zones, specifically the war in Iraq, 4 separate times, months at a time, saw some pretty horrific things. When Sergeant Gonell, who not only is a police officer, but also was an Army soldier and served in Iraq, and he actually said, "I was more scared that day than any day that I spent in Iraq." That That really moved me. That was powerful. Also, you heard from DC police officer Michael Fanon. He said he actually heard someone say to him, kill him with his own gun. And he thought for a second, oh my gosh, I have to defend myself. I need to take out my weapon. He was scared to even take out his weapon, an officer of the law, and he could only think about his 4 daughters. And at that point, he screams out of desperation, I have kids, and then suffers a heart attack. Then you heard from DC police officer Daniel Hodges, you will die on your knees. That's what he heard ringing in his ears as he was on the Hill. And then Harry Dunn. You heard it just moments ago. No one ever calling him the N-word when he wore that uniform. He was devastated by the racial slurs. Truly, through all this testimony, you saw the trauma these officers are still feeling. And if that wasn't enough, take a listen to this.
The struggle harder and more painful is to know so many of my fellow citizens, including so many of the people I put my life at risk to defend, are downplaying or outright denying what happened. I feel like I went to hell and back to protect them and the people in this room. But too many are now telling me that hell doesn't exist, or that hell actually wasn't that bad. The indifference shown to my colleagues is disgraceful.
I sat down on a bench in the rotunda with a friend of mine who was also a black Capitol police officer and told him about the racial slurs I endured. I became very emotional and began yelling, how the blank could something like this happen? Is this America? I began sobbing.
So, Diane, what do these officers want? Yes, they want better security. They want training. They want resources. They want mental health help. But what stood out to me, both officers saying they want to know who in power helped with what happened that day, who aided and abetted. Even Harry Dunn using the word hitman. No one said the word Trump, but it was definitely implied. There is still a lot more to find out. And when I was here in the halls, actually coming up the elevator, I just so happened to get in it with the chairman of this committee, Benny Thompson. And I asked him, I said, are you going to subpoena Trump? Is that off the table? Are you going to subpoena his aides that were around him that day, like Kevin McCarthy, like Ivanka Trump? And he said, nothing is off the table. They will be looking into calls, into text messages, and they're going to get to the bottom of it.
And Rachel, you were there on January 6th when all of this happened. What's it like to hear these officers recount their experiences after what you saw that day?
Well, I think the officers said it best today, is that to most of America, January 6th was just one day. But for the people that were here, for the officers that were defending the United States Capitol, for the members of Congress who fled for their lives, for reporters like me who were outside covering that insurrection, covering the riot, often having to move back. I was almost tackled at one point as we were about to go live. For the people that were here that day, January 6th never ended. January 6th continues. The trauma of January 6th continues. And you could tell that by the testimony of those officers today. You could hear it in their voices. You could hear it in the members of Congress, all of which were here on January 6th. Many of them fled for their lives. And today, growing emotional as they responded to what they heard from those officers. You saw it in the images that we saw from inside of that hearing room today. You had the Capitol staff, members, standing in the back, wiping their eyes with tears, just because of those never-before-seen images, having to relive the trauma and the violence of what happened that day. And that's what adds another layer onto this for so many who then have to come across the Capitol, walk past the instances and walk past the windows that were shattered, walk past the area in which they saw police being overwhelmed forcibly, and then hear from from members of Congress who call this a tourist visit, who say that it was a loving crowd that gathered here on January 6th. The officer said today that it was anything but that. And, you know, I did talk to the new Capitol Police Chief, and he told me that the threats are ongoing. When I asked if whether or not we could see something like January 6th ever happen again, he said absolutely, but he does feel like they are better prepared now. And I also spoke to the brother of Craig Sicknick, the fallen officer who passed away after the insurrection. He told me that he could not even bring himself to listen to today's hearing, that watching these images over and over and over again are so triggering for him, and that he's left with this question of why. Why did his brother pass away? Why did this riot have to happen? Why did the Capitol be left so vulnerable on a day like January 6th when we saw the reaction when Black Lives Matter protesters took to the streets earlier that summer? That question of why is in the heads of so many people who were here that day that are now demanding answers, Diane.
They sure are. And Avery, we also heard Officer Dunn recounting the racial nature of some of the insults that were hurled at him and other black officers that day. And we heard Officer Gunnell asking why it took so long to send help and why the Capitol was so vulnerable when law enforcement had all the resources they needed over the summer during the Black Lives Matter protests. How much of that is going to factor into this investigation, the difference in the responses to those two events, now that the officers who were there that day themselves are asking that question?
Right, I think Officer Harry Dunn, that his account of that day was particularly poignant. For him to point out the fact that he was called the N-word multiple times, it is a reminder that some of those folks who were out there at the Capitol that day, they were carrying Confederate flags. They were wearing T-shirts that had anti-Semitic messages on them. These were folks who were out there to start a fight. And it is an additional layer of trauma that Officer Dunn is suffering from not only being confronted because these folks were trying to get inside the Capitol, but also confronted and attacked and demeaned for who he is, for the color of his skin. And when you talk about Officer Gunnell, he compared the fact that where is the outrage? There was so much outrage for athletes who would kneel during the national anthem. Where is that same outrage for the folks those same folks who are now the victims, right? These are the folks, these law enforcement officers are the victims of this violent attack at the seat of our nation's democracy. And so I think that is going to continue to be a topic of conversation as the hearings go on. And there's still lots to figure out. And what we did hear from each of those lawmakers over and over again is that they're going to do their darndest to get to the bottom of what happened on January 6th.
And Terry, we also heard an interesting moment from Officer Dunn again just before the hearing ended about how this event became so politicized. I want to play that clip for you.
There's been a sentiment that's going around that says everybody's trying to make January 6th political. Well, it's not a secret that it was political. They literally were there to stop the steal. So when people say it shouldn't be political, it is. It was and it is. There's no getting around that. Telling the truth shouldn't be hard. Fighting on January 6th, that was hard. Showing up January 7th, that was hard. The 8th, the 9th, the 10th, all the way till today, that was hard. When the fence came down, that was hard. We lost a layer of protection that we had, and the fence came down and still nothing has changed. Everything is different, but nothing has changed. Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger are being lauded as courageous heroes. And while I agree with that notion, why? Because they told the truth? Why is telling the truth hard? I guess in this America, it is. Us 4 officers, we would do January 6th all over again. We wouldn't stay home because we knew it was going to happen. We would show up. That's courageous.
So, Terry, there's been a lot of talk about the bipartisan nature of this investigation and the bipartisan nature that we should be investigating this event. Can it really be bipartisan given the political nature of the event itself, as Dunn's pointing out?
You know, that really is the question before us. January 6th, one of the worst days in our history. This is a catastrophe for our democracy. Because once this kind of thing, this kind of political violence gets into the body politic, in countries around the world, you see it, it's hard to get out. People get used to it. It's one of the reasons, as Liz Cheney said, that they need to have these hearings. And yet, presenting the facts, developing and establishing and discovering the facts and presenting to the American people, that has become already a fiercely partisan political issue. And I was very struck by what Officer Dunn said just now. Why is telling the truth hard? I guess in this America it is. Because we have a movement under President Trump that claims to be the real representatives of the real America and claims to, be the proper, controllers of the country's destiny and definers of the country's reality. He says he won. He didn't. They've called this, this was Black Lives Matter or Antifa protesters. It wasn't. They said, these people, as the officers were asked about, were loving the police officers. They weren't. Now there's a kind of a Fox News kind of thing that this is an FBI operation that they encouraged. There was a big setup with Nancy Pelosi. No. But all of that is an effort to construct an alternative reality so not to deal with the actual fact. The way the political movement that reached a violent climax by attacking the Capitol to stop the election. And I think Liz Cheney's absolutely right. Unless we tell the truth about that, it's just the beginning.
And Avery, on that note, another common thread of many that we heard in today's testimony from those four officers was how the many or most of the people attacking them were displaying and shouting support for former President Trump and saying they were there to fight for him against a government that they thought was allowing an election to be stolen. Of course, that doesn't mean that President Trump literally meant to send these people to attack the Capitol, but how does it factor into the ongoing debate of who these people were, what their motivation was, and what role, if any, President Trump and some of his supporters played in this whole attack?
Well, that's the question that you saw some of those officers ask. They want to know who in power could have abetted and assisted these insurrectionists, these rioters in their attack on the Capitol. And so that is part of the work that this committee is going to have to complete. They're trying to get to the bottom of what happened that day. And the fact is that a lot of these folks who were there, it seemed very organized. You understand that there are folks who are out there who were communicating with other people in different parts of the Capitol. And so that's something that the committee is going to have to work on.
Sounds like some of the representatives who were there that day are now talking to the media. Let's listen into what they have to say. Thank you all.
Although we have one member who has a daughter named Violet, but other than that, we'll follow the facts.
To that end, Mr. Chairman, you guys are about the House supposed to go home for 7 weeks after this week. How do you build on this? What do you do next?
Well, we now have a body of testimony that we will review. We are in the process of putting that together. I've put some of the members on notice that they won't enjoy the entire August recess, but we will give them time to work in their districts, but conceivably we could come back before the end of the August recess and do some additional work. Yes.
Congressman Cheney and Congressman Kinzinger, what do you say to Republicans who are now calling for you to be stripped of your committee assignments as a result of you serving on this committee through an appointment by Speaker Pelosi?
All I have to say to that is we had a big attack on January 6th. We heard very emotional testimony today. And that's what's on the forefront of my mind. And if people want to get petty, that's fine. I think that reflects more on people than it does on the situation at hand. This is a historic moment, and this is a democracy-defending moment. And no matter the consequences, me and I know Liz will stand and defend democracy.
Last question. This morning, Leader McCarthy and some of your colleagues were out in front of the Capitol. Their basic message, and I'm boiling it down, was what did Nancy Pelosi know and when did she know it? Some of your other colleagues were down at the Justice Department or will be defending January 6th prisoners. What's your read on what other members of your conference are doing with their messaging today?
Look, almost every member of the Republican conference understood in days immediately after January 6th what had actually happened, and many of them said so publicly. And the fact that many members of our leadership and others, the fact that they've gone from recognizing what happened on the 6th to protesting in front of the Justice Department on behalf of those who were part of the insurrection is something that I can't explain. I think it's a disgrace, and I know that this committee will be focused on getting to the truth of what happened in a non-political, non-partisan way. This is not a political campaign. This is deadly serious, and we'll investigate. We'll investigate every aspect.
Well, we've not set any additional hearings. We will be discussing over the next several days about what our August recess will look like, and at that point, we'll announce it to the public.
Should Leader McConnell testify in front of your committee?
Chairman Thompson, do you want former and Trump administration Justice Department officials to testify?
All right, again, those are some of the lawmakers in charge of the House Select Committee investigating the January 6th assault on the Capitol, talking a bit about what happened today as they interviewed 4 officers who were there that day, the day the Capitol was assaulted on January 6th. I want to bring in Barbara Comstock, former Republican Congresswoman and ABC News contributor, Sarah Isgur, ABC News political contributor and staff writer at The Dispatch, and former Democratic U.S. Senator and ABC News contributor Heidi Heitkamp for more on the political impact of all of this. Barbara, I'll start with you. You know, we heard there from the committee members just pretty straightforward talking about general next steps. But during the hearing, we saw officers get emotional during their testimony, talking about the violence they experienced, what they saw that day. We also saw some of the committee members themselves getting emotional during their question. There's been so much political debate surrounding this event. Do you think that what we saw today, what we heard from these officers, the emotions that it all stirred up, do you think that this helps maybe to cut through some of that politics, or will it just exacerbate it?
Well, Donald Trump on January 6th said, "Remember this day forever." And thanks to these 4 officers today and their very powerful testimony, we will hold the people responsible for this accountable. So I think it was a very powerful day. And I think the reason you see people get emotional is Capitol Police are family. You know, I was staff, I was an intern, I was a member of Congress. I served on the House Administration Committee. These people are part of our family, and the assault on them was an assault on all of us. So I think that's why you saw that response. And that's why it's so difficult for these officers to deal with it, because they're like, you know, soldiers coming back from Vietnam, and instead of being thanked, they are being attacked by the very people they were trying to protect and save. And that is an ongoing trauma every day. So I'm glad, I think I saw all the networks and cables were carrying this testimony today. I'm very happy that they did, because I think their testimony will kind of break through all of the lies. But I've already seen online some of these vile right-wing spewing nuts. I mean, they're not even right-wing. They are Trump sycophants who are already attacking these officers, and that's disgraceful. And I think every Republican, not just Adam Kinzinger and Liz Cheney, should be attacking those in their party and Republicans speaking for Trump who are attacking these officers. That's disgraceful.
All right, Sarah, Republican leadership has maintained that this hearing is a political sham because they think Nancy Pelosi is partially to blame for the failure to protect the Capitol, and they don't think this committee will investigate that side of the equation. Do you think we will see the committee investigate possible fault by Pelosi or any other Democrats?
I hope they'll look into how much was known ahead of time and whether more could have and should have been done to protect these officers, if nothing else. That being said, this talking point from the Republican side is relatively recent. What initially started this was the request for a bipartisan commission similar to the 9/11 Commission. Nancy Pelosi initially said that wouldn't be bipartisan. Republicans from that point forward rejected it entirely. That then led to this select committee that then McCarthy had 5 people he wanted on it. Nancy Pelosi rejected 2 of them, in part because she felt like they would not treat this as the serious issue that it was. McCarthy then pulled all 5. There were a lot of fireworks leading up to who would be on this committee, and what we saw today, I totally agree with, was a very serious non-political affair that each side will continue, I think, to say is quite political.
Now, do you think that Representatives Kinzinger and Cheney, both Republicans, them being on the committee, what they said today, do you think that's going to help boost at least the appearance of bipartisanship in this committee, or does that not matter given the criticism they've come under by the Republican Party?
Unfortunately not, even though Liz Cheney has a more conservative voting record than many of the Republican members criticizing her. At this point, the Republicans have done a pretty good job undermining any credibility of bipartisanship that this committee has. Kinzinger and Cheney, both Republicans who voted to impeach the president, and so they are seen as separate. As Republicans have started calling them, they're now seen as Pelosi Republicans.
And Heidi, we're now learning this morning the DOJ is saying that administration officials, former administration officials, will be able to testify and participate in this investigation. That's a change from what we saw during impeachment proceedings. So how significant do you think that change is, and can they be compelled to testify?
I think it's huge, and certainly there's subpoena power that the committees have that is absolutely critical here when people want to get to what is actually happened. And I have to say that the defense of the Capitol, or the lack of resources that these officers had, that's all part of why this commission is so important, because it's important to understand all the aspects. But what's really interesting is I think everybody's looking at this partisan angle. Guess what? Let's take a message from the officer who said the truth should not be partisan. The truth is not about heroism. It's about the truth. And officers, without any regard, their obligation every day is to find the truth of what's going on and have those investigations. And so I applaud the committee. I think it was handled beautifully this morning, and I wish every American was watching.
All right, Sarah Isgur, former U.S. Senator Heidi Heitkamp, former Republican Congresswoman Barbara Comstock, we appreciate your time today. Thank you. And I want to go back to our senior national correspondent, Terry Moran. Now, Terry, what are the next steps now? This hearing is concluded. We heard the chairman there, Benny Thompson, saying they don't have future dates lined up yet. So where does this go from here?
Well, as Heidi Heitkamp was just talking about, now they're going to develop a witness list. They've said that no one is beyond the reach of this committee and its subpoenas, although they could well be challenged. And then the courts would have to determine what is the extent of a former president's privilege over the statements of people who might have been in his administration. But I expect that battle to be joined, because what this committee wants to do is both establish what went wrong with security. Really, who was responsible for leaving the Capitol virtually undefended, and how did that happen? And why did the mob attack, and attack in a coordinated fashion in places? What was behind that? And ultimately, what was the President of the United States doing? What is the extent of his responsibility? That will take witnesses. The only way this committee will be seen as a success by the majority of the American people is if they present the facts. And if it feels to a majority of the American people like the facts have been laid out here, fair and square, let the chips fall where they may, this committee will have done its job. Now, what impact those facts will have on our politics, no one can say, but their job is to develop the facts, and that is going to be a long, hard slog, perhaps through the courts.
All right, Terry Moran, thank you. And we will have a complete wrap-up coming up at 3 p.m. Eastern on The Breakdown. Thanks for joining us. I'm Diane Macedo. Enjoy the rest of your day.
All right, here we go. You ready? Let's do it.
Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs right now.
This is What Would You Do? Let's go. How are you?
How cute. Yes. So what will you be watching Saturdays on ABC News Live?
What would you do?
Hey, I guess I just found out.
The What Would You Do Marathon, 12 to 6 Eastern, every Saturday on ABC News Live.
My favorite show.
This is what being live is all about. This is ABC News Live.
All right, we're gonna move out. Let's move out.
We're surrounded by people
Squeezing into this bomb shelter.
We're on an urgent delivery run.
Not afraid to go there.
So my question, Mr. President, what are you so afraid of?
Breaking news, live events.
This is the moment.
Streaming straight to you, anytime, anywhere.
You just met one friend right here.
You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us.
Admit it. These days, what you need to know
Seems to change just about every day.
What is it that you really want to know, need to know,
To help you not just get through your day,
but to make the most of it? Feel smarter,
feel better.
feel happier.
Well, how about a third hour of Good Morning America?
GMA 3, what you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live.
It's all about you.
Hours, Assault on the Capitol, the ABC News original, exclusively on Hulu, now streaming. With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any place else. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir, America's #1 most watched newscast, now streaming on ABC News Live.
The world may feel out of your control, but your happiness doesn't have to be. Learn the secrets to happiness. Listen to the 10% Happier podcast, free on Apple Podcasts.
Robin Roberts, George Stephanopoulos, Michael Strahan. Wake up with America's #1 most watched morning show. ABC's
Good Morning America.
ABC News honored winner for the second straight year with the Edward R. Murrow Award for Overall Excellence in Television. ABC News, America's #1 news source.
Good morning, Washington. I'm Stormwatch 7 meteorologist Jackie Jarrett.
This morning, still some cloud cover across the area. And
we begin with the breaking news from Georgia. Results still coming in from those 2 runoff elections.
Georgia has now delivered 1 seat to the Democrats, and it might just give them full control of the Senate.
Meanwhile, many Republicans directing their frustration toward President Trump and his continued false claims of election fraud.
I woke up in Georgia. I started that 24 hours covering the first black senator in the state of Georgia.
When I woke up, I'd been up late the night previously to be covering the Georgia runoff elections. That was a big story, and I was eager to get on it.
Good morning, America. And as we said, history made in Georgia overnight.
Congratulations.
Listen, I'm deeply honored that the people of Georgia decided to place their faith in me.
I am optimistic that John Ossoff will win in Georgia. Democrats will take back the Senate and will get America moving again. I'm on my way to D.C.
January 6th was going to be a busy day in Washington, D.C.
I got up in the morning, was preparing for my own remarks, and had a Zoom meeting with the members of the Pennsylvania Democratic delegation, was ready to go conduct business.
January 6th is the day that Congress has the responsibility of counting the electoral votes. Usually it's a pro forma session.
There's going to be this tradition of counting the electoral ballots and officially declaring Joe Biden president-elect.
There was so much going on, and amidst it all, Donald Trump planned to address supporters at the White House Ellipse to give a speech.
First thing in the morning, I took the first flight out from the Atlanta airport to D.C.
I started passing by rows of the president's supporters. That's when I knew it was going to be a massive demonstration.
Many of these groups are starting to grow in size here at Union Station. These rallies, demonstrations, and marches will go on throughout the day.
The president and his team had organized this rally for weeks. They started tweeting about it right around the Christmas holiday.
December 19th, President Trump tweeted, quote, "Big protest in D.C. on January 6th. Be there, will be wild." You saw people from all over the country listening to that call from the president to show up here.
Fight for Trump!
And protest what they thought was an election being stolen from them. A lie. This election was not stolen from them.
Oh, say, can you see the elderly light? What's so proud?
As people were coming toward D.C., descending on the Capitol, the tension was building.
Trumpers, stand up, piece of shit. You want to say what you look. Flight attendants, you just threatened all of us. These are the guys we came to wipe out.
Right now, you have thousands of people showing up to D.C., hoping and praying that we in Congress are going to change the results of the election. And we know that's not going to happen.
When we got there, got to the National Mall, it was already packed by 7:30, 8 o'clock in the morning.
You want the no more flag?
The place was filling up there. Thousands of people. Soon it turned into tens of thousands of people.
I was worried about having my staff come into work because I started seeing some messages online that people were forwarding to me about Trump supporters prepared to put themselves forward in harm's way to stop this electoral college count.
I was very careful about how I got to work that day. I specifically spoke to the Uber driver to make sure he dropped me off on the way back end of the Capitol so I could avoid all the crowds.
The president somehow got in his head that the vice president would have the authority to reject Joe Biden's electoral votes and to make Donald Trump the winner instead of Joe Biden.
He was tweeting at Vice President Mike Pence.
His last-ditch effort was to try to pressure Mike Pence to do something that the law wasn't going to allow Mike Pence to do.
The president, we knew, was going to speak to these crowds on the Ellipse.
The Ellipse is this 52-acre park directly south of the White House. It's about a 20 to 30-minute walk to the Capitol.
Do you think Donald Trump won the election?
I absolutely believe Donald Trump won the election.
There's a lot of people that are really fired up and are angry because they feel like this election was stolen.
This, from very early on, felt different. You just felt this negative energy as you approached that rally.
Hang them in the streets. I want blood. Hang them all. We want blood.
They were angry, but I kept asking, what is it you're trying to do? What do you think will happen? Joe Biden is going to be inaugurated president. What's your next move?
Get rid of all the crooks that's in there now, Republicans and Democrats.
There was a steady stream of intelligence that the fringe element that supports Donald Trump, boogaloos, QAnon, white supremacists, that for whatever supporters of Donald Trump, that fringe element that also supports him, that they were going to show up to.
This was not your basic run-of-the-mill Republican Trump supporter. This was the hardest of the hardcore. And these were people that the president had egged on.
In the weeks leading up to the January 6th rally, a number of groups have sprung up both on the dark web and on private chat rooms, but also on open social media and websites where they're organizing and planning and saying, we're going to go here, we'll meet up at this point, we're going to bring weapons.
We're going to Antifa hunting tonight. You guys want to come join us?
I was looking for National Guard, but there wasn't a police presence in the crowd.
You didn't see shields, batons, you didn't see any of that kind of gear that you expect law enforcement to have at the ready.
It was a who's who of Trump's inner circle and allies who got up there and rallied the crowd about election fraud.
Let's have trial by combat.
There were Trump allies who took the stage, and one by one, the more they talked, the more that crowd just got whipped into a frenzy.
Fight for Trump! Fight for Trump!
Just awesome patriots that are sick of the thank you all for that.
So Don Jr. posts this video to Facebook, and it shows members of the Trump family dancing, cheering, celebrating. It's a party. They're high-fiving. They're celebrating. Kimberly Guilfoyle breaks out into a shimmy.
Kimberly!
It's a full-out party for the Trumps.
About noon, President Trump takes the microphone at the rally.
His speech was, for the most part, like every speech he's been giving for the last several weeks and months post the election. It was rigged, it was stolen from us.
We will never give up, we will never concede. It doesn't happen. You don't concede when there's theft involved.
That crowd was already at a fever pitch, and he just riled them up.
And I hope Mike is going to do the right thing. I hope so. I hope so. Because if Mike Pence does the right thing, we win the election.
There is no question that this was incitement. It was incitement from the president himself.
And after this, we're going to walk down, and I'll be there with you. We're going to walk down to the Capitol, because you'll never take back our country with weakness. You have to show strength, and you have to be strong.
When I heard those words, it felt to me that I don't know what's coming next, but this is not going to be good.
We love you! We love you! We love you!
The crowd was pretty jazzed up. Frankly, even before he finished, they started heading out and towards the Capitol.
Stop the steal! Stop the steal! Coming for you!
I looked up and I remember this image of just thousands of red and blue flags marching towards the United States Capitol.
This was a group of the most fervent, die-hard Trump supporters who took the president literally when he said that the election had been stolen from him and that he was going to get it back.
And among the crowd marching up to the Capitol was Trump supporter Ashley Babbitt, who was posting video of her walk online.
We are now walking down the inaugural path to the Capitol building.
Ashley is somebody who had served 4 tours of duty in the military, and she was right there in the front lines storming the Capitol.
There is a sea of nothing but red, white, and blue, patriots and Trump.
I had a sense of unease because I didn't see the level of law enforcement and military footprint that I saw, for example, during the Black Lives Matter protests earlier that year. There was not that level of show of force.
Just before 1 o'clock, a crowd breaks through the barrier, and clearly the police are starting to be overpowered. They're not wearing riot gear. They have no reinforcements. The barricade is not particularly strong. This crowd has momentum building up, and very, very quickly they're able to push the gates over. At the same time, President Trump's speech at the Ellipse is still going on.
Make no mistake, this election was stolen.
And Congress has gathered in a joint session in the House chamber to begin the process of certifying the votes.
Most of us, including me, were on our phones watching the scene unfold outside. And then we saw as they started to march towards the Capitol. I was watching live the clashes with police.
I report on the Senate. I have a young staffer with me. She's fairly new to the Senate.
We were fully prepared for it to be a very long day. We were expecting objections to electoral votes in multiple states.
We knew Vice President Pence was going to be showing up, but we knew this extraordinary rift had happened between he and the president. Was he going to perform his constitutional duty? Could Mike Pence go rogue? And so that was kind of what we thought might be the big news of the day.
The Vice President
and the United States Senate.
Good afternoon. We're coming on the air right now because a joint session of Congress is about to be gavelled in.
We must stop the steal.
While the president's speaking, Vice President Mike Pence actually puts out a letter. The Vice President writes is that he believes he does not have the power to change the election. It is not the version that Donald Trump wants to hear.
The Senate and House of Representatives are meeting in joint session to verify the certificates and count the votes of the electors of the several states for President and Vice President of the United States.
At the same time, perimeter security at the Capitol is starting to break down. There are breaches at various places, but most people, including Congress, don't know what's happening.
George, at the foot of the Capitol here, chants of "Stop the Steal" behind me. You can see thousands of people gathered here.
George, we are right in the thick of these Trump protesters. I am right on Constitution Avenue. This is not going away. There's nothing to convince these people that Donald Trump lost.
I rise up for myself and 60 of my colleagues to object to the counting of the electoral ballots from Arizona.
Senators went to the Senate, House members remained in the House, and they had to debate whether or not Arizona's electoral votes should be counted.
The clerk will report the objection.
And I sat down to watch what was going on. The Arizona debate started, and then we started to get a series of progressively worrisome texts. It was from Capitol Police. First we got, I think the first text was that there were large numbers of protesters approaching the Capitol and on the grounds.
Majority Leader Mitch McConnell bluntly confronts his Republican colleagues.
The voters, the courts, and the states have all spoken.
Mitch McConnell stood up and he said that this is the most important vote of his life.
If we overrule them, it would damage our republic forever.
In that moment, you knew he had broken from President Trump.
You can see the sea of Trump supporters here. You're seeing some Trump flags, thousands of them behind me.
Things start to really take a turn. And when it did, it was absolute chaos.
I want to go to Ken Moten. You also have been on Constitution Avenue between the Ellipse and the Capitol.
That's right, George. President Trump gave his supporters their marching orders, and that's what they're doing.
We saw the crowd getting bigger and bigger, and I just felt the chants were louder.
We want Trump! We want...
You just knew that something was about to happen. You could feel it.
Very, very quickly, things start deteriorating. And my emails start saying strange things. People are saying they're getting to the Capitol.
So we've also learned that at the Capitol, just around 1 o'clock, some of the barricades were breached by several of the protesters.
There is some concern that some of the protesters have become too close to the Capitol.
We were getting reports. You're trying to do your job. There's a joint session going on, you know, it's so strange.
I left the chamber. There was a window. I saw protesters on the lawn near the Capitol building past the bike racks that were set up to keep protesters back. And I thought to myself, like, this seems off. This is not where these people should be. We began to realize something might be wrong here.
Something doesn't feel right about this. This feels more dangerous.
This is very, very dangerous. Anything could happen.
All right, here we go. You ready? Let's do it.
Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs right now.
This is What Would You Do? Let's go. How are you?
How cute.
Yeah.
So what will you be watching Saturdays on ABC News Live?
What would you do?
Hey, I guess I just found out.
The What Would You Do Marathon, 12 to 6 Eastern, every Saturday on ABC News Live.
My favorite show.
This is what being live is all about. This is ABC News Live.
All right, we're gonna move back. Let's move back.
We're surrounded by people
squeezing into this bomb shelter.
We're on an urgent delivery run.
Not afraid to go there.
So my question, Mr. President, what are you so afraid of?
Breaking news, live events.
This is the moment.
Streaming straight to you, anytime, anywhere.
You just met one friend right here.
You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us.
Admit it, these days, what you need to know
Seems to change just about every day.
what is it that you really want to know, need to know,
To help you not just get through your day,
but to make the most of it. Feel smarter,
feel better.
feel happier.
Well, how about a third hour of Good Morning America?
GMA 3, what you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live.
It's all about you.
Hours, Assault on the Capitol, the ABC News original, exclusively on Hulu, now streaming. With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any place else. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir, America's #1 most watched newscast, now streaming on ABC News Live.
The world may feel out of your control, but your happiness doesn't have to be. Learn the secrets to happiness. Listen to the 10% Happier podcast, free on Apple Podcasts.
Robin Roberts, George Stephanopoulos, Michael Strahan. Wake up with America's #1 most watched morning show. ABC's
Good Morning America.
ABC News honored winner for the second straight year with the Edward R. Murrow Award for Overall Excellence in Television. ABC News, America's #1 news source.
I could tell you that I'm not a person who wants to die. I'm not the strongest every day, but I'm not the weakest either. And I won't break.
Whitney Houston, she had the ingredients. Just pow.
She was the queen. A crown was given to her, and crowns are heavy.
You think it's easy being a superstar? You have no idea.
Superstar Whitney Houston. Wednesday night, August 11th on ABC and streaming on Hulu.
There once was a housewife.
Erica Jane, the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills,
who married a hustler.
Tom Girardi was LA Law, so powerful.
They were just blowing money left and right. But then,
The Real Housewives star accused with her husband of staging a fake divorce.
Thomas Girardi accused of embezzlement. People love a good scandal.
The biggest question is, did she know?
The Housewife and the Hustler, only on Hulu.
Tonight, the COVID surge and the battle over mandatory vaccinations. The pandemic of the unvaccinated now moving most states backwards in the battle. Where things stand. ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is the #1 program on all of television.
Let's go!
I have never heard an overhead announcement come on through the Senate before. That's not something that usually happens. And essentially the voice said the Capitol building was entering like a sort of lockdown posture.
They were grabbing flagpoles. They were using whatever they could find to try to break through windows. They were wearing vests. They seemed like they were going to war.
I ran downstairs and I remember looking at 2 Capitol Police who I see every day. They were screaming. They looked at me and said, "Get back in your office, get back in your office. They're in the Capitol."
I and my camera crew went through the door. As we did so, somebody was fisting and punching the window and breaking the glass of the door frame.
There was a text. There's been a breach of the interior perimeter, which I'd never seen anything like that before. And that started to cause me a lot of concern.
Ran very quickly, back up into our office, and an even more urgent overhead announcement: emergency, shelter in place, barricade yourself in your office.
USA! USA! USA!
What was so scary about it was that, we just suddenly knew that leaving was not going to be an option. We were starting to hear reports from other reporters who had been downstairs that protesters were now in the first floor of the Capitol building.
The mob swarmed the Capitol as the vice president was presiding.
Senator from Oklahoma.
As the Speaker of the House was presiding over the House.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
They stormed the Capitol from all sides, and we were live on the air.
Rachel, what are you seeing?
We're hearing cheers right now as they climb up the steps of the Capitol. Thousands, as far as the eye can see. I talked to one man who said he just wants the truth. Well, the truth is that the president lost this election. I asked him, when he will believe that? He said, when the president says it himself, George.
I was telling George on the phone that I've asked people when they would believe the truth, and they told me when the president says so himself.
I was in the Senate side of the Capitol building covering that debate when things kind of went haywire.
But a small group of senators, including myself,
once the Secret Service pulls the vice president out of the room, once they start pulling Chuck Grassley, the president pro temp, the most highest ranking senator out of the room, then they know there's an issue. I had made my way downstairs to try to grab senators as they were coming in and out of the proceedings. And I had heard a loud commotion downstairs, a bunch of yelling, and I knew that immediately that something was wrong. I encountered this lone police officer doing his best to keep these rioters at bay. He seemed to be scared, legitimately, for his life. I could hear him calling for backup, breach. There was a breach.
At one point, the rioters are standing right at one of the entrances to the Senate. The officer leads them away from it.
Instead of engaging and shooting, he gave up ground. Because understand, under U.S. Code, our mission for Capitol Police is to protect the members of Congress, not the building.
We went towards a ornate hallway. That's where this lone police officer had finally received backup.
After talking with several black police officers on the department, all the racial slurs that they had to endure, these criminals that were targeting them specifically because they were racist. You saw the flags that they were flying.
They're looking at a potential suspicious device near the Capitol Power Plant. That's at the 300 block of First Street, and the possibility of another device, bombs, and people breaking into the Capitol. And that lethal cocktail, that lethal mix, scares the hell out of you.
These devices were actually IEDs, they were bombs. And they didn't detonate, but they were found. And that adds a whole different level of danger to what was happening on January 6th.
I am seeing some
some police officers trying to move in, Tom, and the situation here is getting a little bit tense. People right now are actually screaming at us.
You're all freaking fake news. You're all pieces of You're traitors to America.
The House will be in order.
So I realized something was really wrong when leadership was taken out. I didn't see them take Speaker Pelosi, but I saw them grab Majority Leader Hoyer and drag him out as if he was under threat. Motioned to a couple of members of Congress, and I told them to get ready. Something was about to go down.
We had heard that the rioters had breached the Capitol building, and it was at that moment that I realized that we had lost control.
The House goes into lockdown, and at that point, it's being reported on television, the president still hasn't done anything. Mark Meadows picks up the phone, calls Ivanka Trump, who's upstairs in her second-floor office of the West Wing, and Meadows basically says to Ivanka, you gotta get down here. You gotta talk to him. He's gotta do something.
We went to Nancy Pelosi's office where we filmed her nameplate being dragged down and notably held up. And then we were there and people were chanting, our house, stop the steal.
And the Trump supporters were incredibly angry and very vocal.
Justice is coming, baby! Freedom!
It was as if the lunatics had taken over.
What's the last sentence of the First Amendment?
And it was through the action of, I assume, sort of the local commander of that little group, who very calmly was able to calm them down and have a conversation.
What I need, what I 100% need for safety is for you guys, whomever's in this building, to push back to the safety. I know this is a lot. The spray will stop. You guys stop tear gassing. You guys stop spraying. As soon as you back off the Capitol, I guarantee 100% tear gas will stop.
It was bizarre and horrifying. That place, a symbol of the stability, the order, and the decency of our democracy, was wild and dangerous.
This is an ABC News special report. Now reporting, Chief Anchor George Stephanopoulos.
We're coming back on the air right now because we were just learning that those protesters you saw on the Capitol steps just moments ago have now breached the Capitol, are now inside the Capitol.
A lot of the right-wingers that were inside of the Capitol were just live streaming it. We were literally watching them go through the Capitol like tourists. We were watching the cops just let them walk through. And I know all I could think the whole time was, like, if this was us, we would have been dead on the stairs.
And yet the Capitol Hill police... There was a mob, there was rioting, but there was also nuance and complexity. There were different views. There were different types of people there.
Some of them had very specific ideas. They were looking for Pelosi or Schumer or anybody else, and others were just sort of like wandering around like kind of a maze, like on a tour, and then going to the police and saying, how do I leave?
They are just steps away from the chamber. Right there, that image, that is literally just one room away from the chamber floor. You have this really astounding breach of security with protesters now roaming freely, it appears, through the halls of the Capitol.
It was this feeling, it's that mob control feeling that just welled up in them. You could tell, we're in charge, we're gonna take charge, it's our house now.
In 2021, there's a noose, a stone's throw away from the U.S. Capitol. And I just couldn't believe my eyes.
These people were serious. There would be an attempted lynching of the democracy.
This is a chaotic scene playing out here in Washington. Demonstrators and protesters scaling the scaffolding.
They were up on those stairs. That area set up for Joe Biden and Kamala Harris' inauguration, where they would be sworn in 2 weeks. They were all over the place.
No one was talking about the pandemic. It was a party. It's as if it didn't exist.
I was on the southern side of the actual Capitol building. When I looked out my window, you could see crowds of people. And you could also hear the flashbangs going off in the distance, and you could see smoke, and you could just hear that there was chaos going on.
In any remotely normal situation, the president would be on national television right now appealing for calm.
At 2:38 p.m., the president tweets, "Please support our Capitol Police and law enforcement. They are truly on the side of our country. Stay peaceful." This was astounding because at 2:30, we were already seeing barricades being broken, people storming the Capitol.
Chris Turner inside the Capitol. What are you seeing in the halls right now?
The leadership was escorted out, but the members are on the floor.
Next thing that happened was that the doors that had been opened were suddenly closed. A police officer would lock them and barricade them with like a metal pole through the double handle.
Law enforcement draws their weapons as rioters try to force their way in.
They were trying to break through the front door of the House of Representatives. And that's when you started hearing people gasping and, some screams. But when it really hit the fan was when security came back on and said, "I need you to all take out your gas masks and get them ready."
And we're being instructed to each of us get gas masks that are under our seats.
And that's when real panic ensued.
Maybe 20 Capitol police officers who were left in the House chamber. I saw them locking all the doors, taking furniture, starting to barricade the doors with us inside. And it was at that moment that I realized that we were trapped.
Everybody started calling their loved ones. We were FaceTiming. I tried to reassure them and said, "We're going to be evacuated. I'm okay, but I'm not out of here yet."
All of a sudden, we start hearing pounding.
And at that point, they said, "Get down, get." This was from down below on the House floor. We heard shouts of, "Get down, get down."
I was resolving to fight. I was looking for weapons, but the chairs are all they're all bolted to the floor in the gallery, so there was not a lot available. I had a pin on my pocket and can use that as a weapon if I needed to.
Hey guys, I have a knife.
My heart was pounding so fast that it felt like it was coming out of my body. Sort of worried that I was going to have a heart attack. And Jason Crow was behind me and took my hand and was kind of stroking my hand.
It took a moment to comfort her and tell her that I'd be there for her if needed.
Let me through, I got a knife.
I got up on the seats and just started yelling people to go in that direction. One of the things they taught us in the Marine Corps is to be affirmative with your movements and your voice, especially when people are freaking out. And so I started shouting to the gallery and trying to get them to move.
We got word that a special tactics unit, a SWAT team, had cleared a path, basically, through the mob.
I'm in the Capitol chamber. We're being evacuated.
They opened up a door, told us to run as fast as we could, rushed down through the hallway, down the stairs, into the underground tunnels, and to the secure location.
Let's go! Caesar's arms!
Never in a million years would I have thought that I, as a member of Congress, in 2021, in the U.S. Capitol, what should be one of the most secure buildings in the world, would have to be preparing to take a stand and fight my way out of the House chamber from a violent mob.
We will guide you through it all tonight. We have made it through another week together.
Big hug,
We tell all our patients how much they're loved. We hold their hands.
David, we're showing our love and support for all the ICU staff.
They're the heroes in this.
Now, when it matters most, the straightforward facts. ABC News is America's #1 news. Good Morning America, #1 in the morning, 9 years running. World News Tonight with David Muir, #1 in the evening with America's most watched newscast. 2020, the #1 news magazine on Friday nights. The View, the #1 daytime talk show. And ABC News Live, #1 in streaming news. ABC News is America's #1 news.
The world may feel out of your control, but your happiness doesn't have to be. Learn the secrets to happiness. Listen to the 10% Happier podcast, free on Apple Podcasts.
ABC News honored winner for the second straight year with the Edward R. Murrow Award for Overall Excellence in Television. ABC News, America's #1 news source.
This is GMA3, what you need to know. GMA3.
A third hour of Good Morning America in the afternoon.
It's all about you. Lunchtime on ABC.
This is what being live is all about. This is ABC News Live.
All right, we're going to move back. Let's move back. We're surrounded by people
Squeezing into this bomb shelter.
We're on an urgent delivery run.
Not afraid to go there.
So my question, Mr. President, what are you so afraid of?
Breaking news, live events.
This is the moment.
Streaming straight to you, anytime, anywhere.
You just met one friend right here.
You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us.
Now streaming on ABC News Live 2020. True crime, cinematic, real-life drama, stunning, the unthinkable. Follow the clues, the hunt. True crime 2020. Now streaming on ABC News Live.
The most powerful stories of our time, anytime. Nightline.
You're as cold as ice.
The last thing they would expect is to find a suitcase with a human body in it.
The big question is, how the hell did he get there?
The person who did that would look like a monster, but sometimes killers look just like Melanie McGuire.
Do you still insist that you're innocent? Absolutely. Who do you think killed your husband?
The stunning 2020 event.
It turns out it isn't the end of this story.
Friday at 9/8 Central on ABC.
All right, here we go. You ready? Let's do it.
Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs right now.
This is What Would You Do? Let's go. How are you?
How cute. Yeah. So what will you be watching Saturdays on ABC News Live?
What would you do?
Hey, I guess I just found out.
The What Would You Do Marathon, 12 to 6 Eastern, every Saturday on ABC News Live.
My favorite show.
I could tell you that I'm not a person who wants to die. I'm not the strongest every day, but I'm not the weakest either. And I won't break.
Whitney Houston, she had the ingredients.
Just pow. She was the queen. A crown was given to her, and crowns are heavy.
You think it's easy being a superstar? You have no idea.
Superstar Whitney Houston. Wednesday night, August 11th on ABC and streaming on Hulu.
You find out that somebody is shot.
It's shocking. She was shot by a police officer who was doing his job. We don't know the circumstances.
When we got there, someone said, I wouldn't get too close, they just shot a girl. We had no idea of the details of that time and how serious that was. So fast, and the rioters looked down, and I think they were as startled as anyone that she went down so quickly, and then to see those other police officers armed in riot gear trying to get her out of there. I was on the left side of the building. Rachel Scott was on the right side of the building. I remember hearing Rachel's report.
Look at this. Here we go. Here we go. Seeing someone right now, it appears being rushed out on a stretcher at this moment.
We witnessed a woman on a stretcher, the blood gushing from what appeared to be her neck, medics trying to save her life, and just the complete panic that was.
This has really taken a turn in the last hour.
That they are trying to get through to the president to implore him to address these rioters. They believe that the only person who could have stopped this is the person who started it, Donald Trump.
I want to bring in Chris Christie. Chris, this has unfolded so quickly in such a scary way, in such a dangerous way, in such an un-American way. What must happen now?
George, I've been spending the last 25 minutes or so trying to get the president on the phone myself to say this to him directly. I haven't been successful yet.
These are not peaceful protests, and I want to tell everyone, particularly people who support President Trump, if you condemn looting and rioting this summer, and many of us did, you need to condemn it now.
And finally, a new tweet from Trump to stand down.
At 3:13 p.m., President Trump tweets, "I am asking for everyone at the U.S. Capitol to remain peaceful, no violence. Remember, we are the party of law and order. Respect the law and our great men and women in blue. Thank you." But it doesn't do anything to stop them. You've got thousands of people storming the Capitol, and a tweet by the president is not going to pull them back in.
Ivanka takes it upon herself to put a tweet out there. She's obviously got a social media presence. She is the first daughter. She is a senior advisor, hoping that would help. She calls the rioters American patriots. It's not a patriotic thing to go destroy the national Capitol. So Ivanka deletes the tweet because she's being attacked by everybody as, what? How are these people patriots?
And at that moment, I thought, it doesn't matter what Donald Trump says at this point. The damage is done. He had sent those people to Capitol Hill. He had implied what he wanted them to do, stop the steal, and they weren't done. What do you think about them going inside the Capitol?
I'm fine with it.
You're fine with that?
Absolutely.
Why?
It's our house. It's the people's house.
How could this happen? How could the barriers be so ineffective that the crowd could so easily get through? How could there not be enough personnel outside to be a show of force and deterrence that... You better run, cops! Within moments, it went from, oh, they're past the barriers to, oh, they're up at the doors of the Capitol. How could this happen?
It's obvious to me that the Capitol Police weren't given the resources they needed to defuse that situation. Surely, someone in the chain of command screwed up royally.
The truth is, law enforcement was not prepared for the violence that broke out. You didn't have the armed National Guard standing sentry in front of the Capitol, and you didn't see any of that kind of gear that you expect law enforcement to have at the ready.
Everybody stay down! Get down!
Reports started coming in of lawmakers who were screaming for National Guard, and they weren't there.
Pelosi, the Speaker, and the Senate Minority Leader Schumer were reaching out to the governor of Maryland, pleading for help to get the National Guard in. Just think about this surreal thing. Leaders of the free world hold up, scared for their life, wondering if someone's going to be able to break the door down.
So there were law enforcement officers that really act bravely, considering what they were faced. Understaffed, overwhelmed with demonstrators, but many of them stood their ground, and it was really quite heroic.
You saw officers being loaded into ambulances.
Officers are trying to fend off the protesters. Some of them are getting hurt, and sadly, one officer ends up dying from his injuries, possibly from a fire extinguisher.
Officer Brian Sicknick, I knew him. He was a bicycle officer over in the first responder unit over the Capitol building. From what I've been told, he went back to the division office where he collapsed.
Everyone I talk to think that he's dead today because of the actions of those people who broke into the Capitol.
I don't think anybody could have ever imagined the scenes that we ended up seeing, that people would be scaling the walls of Congress, that people would be stealing Nancy Pelosi's podium, that they would have busted into the Speaker's office and have their boots up on her desk, that we would see blood smeared on statues in Statuary Hall.
So in the afternoon, as the pro-Trump rioters stormed the halls of the Capitol, you saw so many symbols of hate.
The Confederate flag in the Capitol. As a black person, I was disgusted, but not surprised. They were successful in one thing, and it was really genuinely asserting white supremacy through the halls of Congress.
The Capitol has been breached, and the people are inside. If officers are taking selfies with the people who are milling around the Capitol clearly illegally, then there's a huge issue, and that needs to be investigated. Period, full stop.
Flashbang, flashbang. That was a flashbang.
Two of them, yeah.
We were just told, shelter in place, don't walk around, don't try and be a hero. That's what we did. We barricaded the doors, and we were there for hours.
It's about 3:50 p.m. and things are continuing to escalate. Outside, you hear a crowd chanting, "Hang Mike Pence," repeatedly.
The reporters were very scared. A lot of them were shaking and crying. Security wouldn't let them in to the secure room. They wanted them to either be in the hallway or to exit the building. And I just didn't know what was out there. So I left the secure room, grabbed the reporters, and took them to my office, locked them in my office, calmed them down. They were scared. They were scared. There's nothing more disturbing than seeing fear on a young person's face. Well, I mean, I just remember, in war, seeing some of the young guys having fear in their face in the middle of combat. I remember me being scared in the middle of combat. It can really have a big imprint on your mind.
We are now seeing a growing number of Republicans demanding that the president do more.
The president is still getting the phone calls. You gotta get out there, you gotta get on camera. We need to see your face. He's getting calls from the Republican leader of the House, Kevin McCarthy, a screaming match apparently between the two, and Trump being told this is wrong.
We have the Republican leader of the House, Kevin McCarthy, on the phone. Congressman, the fact of the matter is that President Trump has not condemned this, has not called on the protesters to stand down. Can you convince him to come out right now? Will you do that?
As I was stuck within my room, I called the president, explained to him what was going on. I know he put a tweet out. I begged him to go talk to the nation. Don't do it by Twitter. I know that he's doing a message right now. I called back. This has got to stop, but I know a message is supposed to come out shortly.
At 4 p.m., President-elect Joe Biden gives a speech imploring President Trump to go on camera and stop the madness.
All of you have been watching what I've been watching. Let me be very clear. This is not dissent. It's disorder. It's chaos. Orders on sedition. And it must end now. Therefore, I call on President Trump to go on national television now to fulfill his oath and defend the Constitution and demand an end to this siege.
I know your pain. I know you're hurt.
The president had released this video and said, go home.
We can't play into the hands of these people. We have to have peace. So go home. We love you. You're very special.
I immediately started going up to some of these rioters and saying, the president just said go home. It made absolutely no difference.
I can tell you I've talked to people up here. They're not leaving.
The president says we love you to the people that are currently storming, attacking, smashing, vandalizing the Capitol, attacking police officers. We love you. I had one person that I've known for years in the president's orbit call me crying, beside themselves. How could he say that? How could he do it?
And this isn't the first time that President Trump has declined to denounce extremist elements that support him.
All of this is foreshadowed by Charlottesville and the horror that we saw unfold when white supremacist neo-Nazis protested, actually chanting, "Jews will not replace us." And you had some of that same rhetoric being said in the Capitol building. Some of the same people, the same groups, the same movement. And in Charlottesville, the president simply refused to condemn what was happening for some time because he saw his supporters among that crowd. And the same thing happened here.
Go, come on, get back.
It was getting dark, and we knew the curfew was an hour away. I didn't want the crew in any more danger, or myself, so we started backing up to the street and just kept an eye on, again, the huge mob of people who were still trying to get into the building.
We gotta go. Get out of here, guys. By about 5 p.m., word has come out that the National Guard is coming. All of a sudden, you start seeing the type of crowd control measures that you would expect to see. You start hearing police leaders saying, "We're not going to accept it, we're going to restore order."
Now, when it matters most, the straightforward facts. ABC News is America's #1 news. Good Morning America, #1 in the morning, 9 years running. World News Tonight with David Muir, #1 in the evening with America's most watched newscast. 2020, the #1 news magazine on Friday nights. The View, the #1 daytime talk show. And ABC News Live, #1 in streaming news. ABC News is America's #1 news.
The most powerful stories of our time, anytime. Nightline.
Now streaming on ABC News Live 2020. True crime, cinematic, real-life drama, stunning, the unthinkable. Follow the clues, The Hunt. True crime 2020. Now streaming on ABC News Live.
Admit it. These days, what you need to know
seems to change just about every day.
What is it that you really want to know, need to know?
To help you not just get through your day,
but to make the most of it. Feel smarter.
Feel better.
Feel happier.
Well, how about a third hour of Good Morning America?
GMA 3, what you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live.
It's all about you.
I know what happened, and I'm not guilty.
Why the fascination with criminal trials? Figure out what's really out there.
She revealed she had murdered his family.
I know in my heart they did this.
It's the time of suspicion.
The ending's really tough.
You don't know whether truth is going to be difficult to find unless you try to find it.
This is what being live is all about. This is ABC News Live.
All right, we're gonna move back. Let's move back.
We're surrounded by people
squeezing into this bomb shelter.
We're on an urgent delivery run.
Not afraid to go there.
So my question, Mr. President, what are you so afraid of?
Breaking news, live events.
This is the moment.
Streaming straight to you, anytime, anywhere.
You just met one friend right here.
You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us. It's been a challenging year.
Give me a big hug.
Thank you, World News Tonight.
Thank you, David, for showing us the love.
David,
We're showing our love and support for all the ICU staff.
When I started my journey, I wanted to teach people there is no such thing as a bad dog.
From the leader of the pack.
She won't listen to me.
Today's a new day. Claim your space.
Comes a serene new series.
She has forgotten how to be a dog. No more excuses. It's now or never.
Discover tranquility through training.
I need you to be calm and confident.
It's amazing.
You did good.
Cesar Millan, Better Human, Better Dog. New series Friday, July 30th at 9 on National Geographic.
The darkness is starting to fall there in Washington, D.C., a little after 5 p.m. here on the East Coast.
Around 5 o'clock, we start seeing law enforcement really start actually gaining the upper hand. Flashbangs, tear gas. The mob is being controlled and dispersed.
There's been a lot of movement from the police. There were lines of police officers, motorcycle police officers that just started coming. I mean, it was just numbers of police officers.
It was a very large law enforcement presence at that point, and we learned that the National Guard had been sent out.
We just saw busloads of National Guard head into the Capitol grounds. We see FBI officers actually just inches from us here walking down Constitution Avenue. And they basically just pushed everybody out of there.
They considered the Capitol secured at 5:50 p.m. They believed there's nothing that could harm anybody inside, and there are no rioters inside.
This afternoon, I announced a citywide curfew for the District of Columbia.
The mayor of Washington, D.C. had imposed a 6 p.m. curfew.
A curfew is in effect at 1800 hours.
We heard these announcements warning people that if they do not go home, if they do not leave, that they would be arrested.
It appears that at least on one side of the Capitol, much calmer now, has been cleared.
What I could tell from sources is that they weren't making a lot of arrests. At least the Capitol Police weren't making a lot of arrests. They were simply trying to get control of the building.
You can see the police officers putting some of the rioters into police vehicles. There've been several of them.
13 people had been arrested. One of the central questions is why there were not more arrests.
These people have been on the Capitol grounds, rioting, destroying property, whatever they could do. And they just walked out of there.
I think for a lot of people of color in this country, we're thinking, what would have happened if those rioters were black? What would have happened if it was a black man behind Nancy Pelosi's desk with his feet up on the table?
Well, the first thing that went through my mind was the fact that I had been arrested leaving a protest, and there were 5 officers kneeling on my back, arresting me, and I'm 118 pounds.
Hands up! Hands up! Hands up! Hands up!
On June 1st, I was out at Black Lives Matter Plaza in Lafayette Square, and we were protesting.
This is the closest that any of these protesters are going to get to the White House tonight. This is an increased level of police that I have seen here in the last few days.
This summer after the outrage over the killing of George Floyd, I was there for the massive protests and peaceful demonstrations happening here in Washington, D.C.
What are they doing? Are they shooting them?
It was a double standard playing out right in front of us.
I had walked back towards K Street, and then I heard everything start going on up front.
Police are advancing again.
With tear gas and the pepper spray, and I ran right into what looked like a war.
What had been peaceful for quite a while now suddenly has taken a turn. Here, police advancing again.
When the president decided to walk out of the White House and over to St. John's Church, we watched as law enforcement forcibly removed peaceful protesters. We watched as tear gas, pepper balls were deployed. We watched and we saw people running.
There had been some sporadic looting in connection with some of the protests in Washington, D.C. What you saw in Lafayette Park was police and others in full riot gear. As we say in the South, they laid hands on people.
Now you see what's going on now.
On Capitol Hill, I did not feel very much police presence. And as the chaos was unfolding, I did not see very much police presence. I saw Capitol Police being outnumbered and being overwhelmed.
The question that many African Americans are asking, and I think many fair-minded people are asking, why the difference?
You're telling me if these were Black Lives Matter protesters who had stormed the Capitol and not white conservative Trumpies, that there wouldn't be pepper spray all over the place, that there wouldn't be rubber bullets everywhere?
Historically, what we see is that Black peaceful protest is overwhelmingly met with violence. White protest and white violence and white riot is met with almost non-reaction. And in fact, we have data to support that, right? Even though over 90% of these Black Lives Matter protests were peaceful, they were overwhelmingly met with force.
Black people have always lived in a different America than white people have. That double standard is something that we are used to, because it's okay to be violent against Black Lives Matter protesters, because to the system, Black lives don't actually matter. But all those white men, to them, this is their country, right? So they're allowed to go into their capital and destroy things.
Some very sad news. We've learned that the woman who was shot at the Capitol has died.
Yeah, maybe the most horrific image we've seen so far.
We would learn her name is Ashley Babbitt, the woman who posted her march to the Capitol on social media earlier in the day.
There is a sea of nothing but red, white, and blue, patriots and Trump.
We heard that the woman who had been shot had died, and the gravity of it, you could sense. You crossed a line. They'd crossed a line now. That in our Capitol, in this battle, this assault that they had perpetrated, someone had been killed.
We later learned that she was part of that mob that stormed into the United States Capitol, and she was shot by a Capitol police officer inside.
Ashley Babbitt. She's an Air Force veteran. She'd been to Iraq, she'd been to Afghanistan, and I do not understand what would compel someone who served in the military and took an oath to the Constitution to want to go up, breach the Capitol, and desecrate the building. I do not understand what she was doing there. What about 6:25 p.m., after they've cleared out, finally cleared out these rioters, Trump tweets, "These are the things and events that happen when a sacred landslide election victory is so unceremoniously and viciously stripped away from great patriots who have been badly and unfairly treated for so long," adding, "Go home with love and in peace. Remember this day forever." We'll all remember this day forever, but not for that.
He was pouring gasoline on the fire. He was fueling their anger and their rage, wanted them, to leave, but hold on to it as kind of the Bunker Hill of his continuing movement.
Then, because of how outrageous that tweet was, Twitter responds and zaps it. They pull the tweet down, and they go a step further. For the first time ever, Twitter steps up, suspends @Real Donald Trump. They took the batteries out of Donald Trump's megaphone.
By the way, the Capitol building's been attacked. The president didn't call his vice president. How does the president of the United States not only fail to act, to do something to stop it, but even call and check in with those that are under attack?
Then we get this statement from the Republican National Committee, which is striking because the RNC says the actions that are taking place do not represent acts of patriotism, but an attack on our country and our founding principles. Now, that's what we needed to hear from the president, that what was being done was not beautiful, it was an attack on patriotism itself.
These people were plotting openly. They did come with weapons.
The rioters on Capitol Hill expected not to be met with force. We knew that they understood that Capitol Police would underestimate the threat that they posed, and that's how they were so successful in breaching the Capitol grounds.
It was hard to watch for a number of reasons, but chief among them, especially in the black community, this has been a perspective that many people have been talked about, the idea that the rules of engagement are different for some in America. And many people will remember on June 2nd, those images that we saw of law enforcement that were at the ready, full force, that the National Guard had been called in advance. Fast forward to today, and you saw many people had talked about that the watchdog groups had warned about this potential for violence for days, if not weeks.
They didn't care because they're white and they can do whatever they want. That's what I saw. I saw white people that are allowed to do whatever they want.
We should have been able to protect the building and the grounds. There's no reason, no matter what was coming at us, there's no reason why we couldn't have protected that. And to anybody to say that they didn't know it was going to be this bad, I think that's just a lie.
The threat wasn't taken seriously. It was right in front of them. No one was hiding this threat. No one. They knew about these groups. They knew they were prone to violence. You had a president who told them to go to Capitol Hill because it would be a wild day, and that the election was stolen from them. They had a mission. They were on a mission, and law enforcement missed that.
So what happens now in the hours ahead with Congress set to certify the election? Will it actually play out this evening?
And then we hear that Congress is ready to go back in and finish the work they started that day.
With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any place else. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir, America's #1 most watched newscast, now streaming on ABC News Live.
Admit it, these days, what you need to know
seems to change just about every day.
What is it that you really want to know, need to know?
To help you not just get through your day,
but to make the most of it. Feel smarter.
Feel better.
Feel happier.
Well, how about a third hour of Good Morning America?
GMA 3, what you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live.
It's all about you.
Robin Roberts, George Stephanopoulos, Michael Strahan. Wake up with America's #1 most watched morning show. ABC's
Good Morning America.
The world may feel out of your control, but your happiness doesn't have to be. Learn the secrets to happiness. Listen to the 10% Happier podcast, free on Apple Podcasts.
ABC News honored winner for the second straight year with the Edward R. Murrow Award for Overall Excellence in Television. ABC News, America's #1 news source. Now streaming on ABC News Live 2020. True crime, cinematic, real-life drama, stunning, the unthinkable. Follow the clues, The Hunt. True crime 2020. Now streaming on ABC News Live. This is what being live is all about. This is ABC News Live. All right, we're going to move back. Let's move back.
We're surrounded by people
squeezing into this bomb shelter. We're on an urgent delivery run. Not afraid to go there. So my question, Mr. President, what are you so afraid of? Breaking news, live events.
This is the moment.
Streaming straight to you, anytime, anywhere.
You just met one friend right here.
You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us.
Now, when it matters most, the straightforward facts. ABC News is America's #1 news. Good Morning America, #1 in the morning, 9 years running. World News Tonight with David Muir, #1 in the evening with America's most watched newscast. 2020, the #1 news magazine on Friday nights. The View, the #1 daytime talk show. And ABC News Live, #1 in streaming news. ABC News is America's #1 news.
All right, here we go. You ready? Let's do it.
Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs right now.
This is What Would You Do? Let's go. How are you?
How cute. Yeah. So what will you be watching Saturdays on ABC News Live?
What would you do?
Hey, I guess I just found out.
The What Would You Do Marathon, 12 to 6 Eastern, every Saturday on ABC News Live.
My favorite show.
You're as cold as ice.
The last thing they would expect is to find a suitcase with a human body in it.
The big question is, how the hell did he get there?
The person who did that would look like a monster, but sometimes killers look just like Melanie McGuire.
Do you still insist that you're innocent?
Absolutely.
Who do you think killed your husband?
The stunning 2020 event.
It turns out it isn't the end of this story.
Friday at 9/8 Central on ABC.
Now, as the country reopens for a brighter summer, it's time to
rise and shine.
And we're celebrating traveling to all 50 states.
Let's do it.
Rise and shine. Celebrate this summer with ABC's Good Morning America's Rise and Shine Tour.
So around 8, we had already pulled back because the sun was down, the streets were clear, curfew was in effect, do not go outside.
We were actually one of the few people that were still on the Capitol grounds that were not law enforcement or federal authorities.
By 8 or 9 o'clock, you had thousands of law enforcement on the Capitol. It was clear that they wanted to have a basic control of the building.
It was critical for Congress to get back to the business of counting the electoral votes, to defy the thugs and everything they represented who had tried to stop the process of democracy.
You could tell that people were genuinely rocked to their core.
I took my usual route to the House floor, but the door that I would normally go in, I wasn't allowed to because it was roped off. It was considered a crime scene.
We knew that a day's delay, would be a horrible message that you could stop democracy for a night. Also, I just don't trust Trump. I didn't know what would happen if we delayed another day, what he could have done.
I remember sitting there close to the center aisle as we started and went back into session, and people were so emotional.
It was unifying them in that room, unlike anything I'd seen in years. This had a very 9/11 feel to it. We're not Republican and Democrat, we're Americans.
Well, the Capitol is secure now. In any moment, they're going to resume the debate on the certification. That is the scene in Washington, D.C. right now.
The Senate will come to order.
You could have heard a pin drop in that chamber.
Today was a dark day in the history of the United States Capitol.
What really stood out to me was that he was partying with the president finally, and I was relieved. I was happy he did.
To those who wreaked havoc in our Capitol today, you did not win. Violence never wins. Freedom wins. And this is still the people's house.
He was in a very difficult situation, and I thought his message at that moment was the right message of let's get back to work, and not going along with this crazy fantasy that somehow he had the authority to overturn state election results.
You could feel how chastened they were. It was no longer a political show. It was a constitutional duty.
What happened here today was an insurrection incited by the President of the United States.
All I can say is count me out. Enough is enough.
But I think a lot of people watched that and wondered, where were you? Where were you for the last 9 weeks when the president was spewing these lies about election fraud, these lies that incited this insurrection? A big question in Washington is and will be, what took you so long?
I noticed that the lights were on in the residence. The president was up there. We still weren't hearing from him. He wasn't coming out and showing leadership and trying to make an appeal to unity or condemning what had happened. It was nuts, frankly. It was crazy.
My understanding in the 8 o'clock neighborhood is the president had been watching television coverage on again, off again. Remember, too, he was also spitting mad still that Twitter had pulled the plug, that he was not able to tweet.
The House will be in order. Where there is darkness, may I bring light. Where there is hatred, let us bring love. Where there is despair, let us bring hope.
There's a realization that there's a greater good, but there are still an awful lot of people in the House of Representatives who are perpetuating this craziness.
I thought 100% everyone was going to drop their objections, but that's not what happened.
Myself, members of the Georgia delegation, and some 74 of my Republican colleagues and I object to the electoral votes from the state of Georgia.
Object for the state of Michigan.
Object. I object. Object.
In my view, this is less a story about Donald Trump at this point. We know full well who Donald Trump is. This story is a story about the enablers. His inner circle, the members of the cabinet, the members of the administration, members of Congress who've allowed it to happen. We didn't get to Wednesday and January 6th overnight.
My law enforcement sources say everyone who picked up a brick, did any remote act of violence, they are going to track them down. They're now left to images, video, snapshots of these people. Some of them they know, some of them they don't.
A lot of the people are very proud about what they've done, so they're very boastful about it, which is, to our advantage, a good thing. And so we were able to track down these people.
You wouldn't have had to go find them in Arkansas or Arizona or Texas or Alaska or wherever they dispersed to if you had arrested them as they were walking out of the Capitol onto the Capitol Plaza.
For me, the United States Capitol is the most beautiful building in the country. And the rotunda is such sacred ground. And I saw it in a condition that it should never be in. There was garbage and debris and clothing and cigarette butts put out on statues, and it was just disgusting. I remember just being heartbroken.
Andy was picking up glass and pizza boxes and litter, not looking for a photo op. That has stuck with me. The idea of people of color, it seems like people of color are always cleaning up our messes, and it breaks my heart.
This is America. This is the land where obviously you have people who ransack the U.S. Capitol, and there are those who come in behind them to clean it up. And it should be no surprise that those people look different, that they're minorities, that they're black people, black sanitation workers, custodians who are there to clean up. It happens at the White House, it happens at the Capitol, it happens across this country. And so seeing that image, I was proud because I said there are people who look like me who are cleaning up that American symbol of democracy.
Congress keeps going into the early morning hours of January 7th, actually.
The joint session of Congress to count the electoral vote will resume.
And in the end, it's the vice president who has the gavel.
The votes for President of the United States are as follows. Joseph R. Biden, Jr. of the state of Delaware has received 306 votes. Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida has received 232 votes.
Donald Trump is the loser of the election, and it's Vice President Pence is the one that has to announce that result.
The chair declares the joint session dissolved.
There was this exhaustion in the chamber, and there was this sorrow. It wasn't a moment of ceremony. It was a kind of survival.
It was very, very late, and I went back to my office and I slept on my couch for a couple hours. I don't even know if I slept, but I just couldn't even see getting in my car to go home.
I was so strung out by that point. I felt proud. I mean, I'm glad that we finished it. But I still feel a weird form of sadness about what happened.
I left the Capitol probably sometime between 3 and 4 a.m. It was perhaps, I think, the only time I had stepped outside the entire day. I wanted to see the beautiful dome. I wanted to just look up at the Capitol lit up at night in its beauty. All that sadness that I was overcome by, I was also just overwhelmed with sort of a renewed sense of purpose and patriotism.
Well, what's next for Congress is that it almost feels like deja vu. We're back in a world of impeach Donald Trump.
Almost immediately, whether it be on social media, whether it be in person, in their televised remarks, there were calls for impeachment. There were calls for there to be accountability, particularly from younger members of Congress.
You're starting to hear from Democrats already writing articles of impeachment.
President Trump's legacy is January 6th now. Everything that happened before that, and so much happened before that, pales in comparison. I don't know that he will see the end of his term, and I think a lot of people would say he has blood on his hands. This is Donald Trump's legacy, an insurrection.
Look, democracy survived the day, but we were very close. We were very close, I think, to seeing a true coup and insurrection. We really need to do our best to reinforce the infrastructure of democracy. I'm not sure democracy can survive if we put grifters like this president back into the White House.
This is not over. Whether Donald Trump is president or not, whether Donald Trump leaves the political stage. I've talked to a lot of people in the military, and people who understand these kinds of groups. They have a purpose, and that purpose is not going to go away, whether Donald Trump goes away or not.
The sad reality of what we've become in the Trump era is that some people will just not trust the very images they're seeing with their own eyes. They will not admit that what they are watching on television, what they are seeing in photographs, is exactly what happened.
There's a certain kind of unevenness when we talk about America, and when we talk about America as this enlightened place, as this deeply progressive place. The problem with that is that when we look at America and when we see these things, these awful things that happen, we say, America is better than this. But the truth is we're not better than this.
All right, here we go. Ready? Let's do it. Yes.
It's the show America wants and America needs right now.
This is What Would You Do? Let's go. How are you? Yeah.
So what will you be watching Saturdays on ABC News Live?
What would you do?
Hey, I guess I just found out.
The What Would You Do Marathon, 12 to 6 Eastern, every Saturday on ABC News Live.
My favorite show.
This is what being live is all about. This is ABC News Live.
All right, we're gonna move back. Let's move back. We're surrounded by people squeezing into this bomb shelter.
We're on an urgent delivery run.
Not afraid to go there.
So my question, Mr. President, what are you so afraid of?
Breaking news, live events.
This is the moment.
Streaming straight to you, anytime, anywhere.
You just met one friend right here.
You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us.
Admit it. These days, what you need to know
seems to change just about every day.
What is it that you really want to know, need to know?
To help you not just get through your day,
but to make the most of it. Feel smarter.
Feel better.
Feel happier.
Well, how about a third hour of Good Morning America?
GMA 3, what you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live.
It's all about you.
Hours, a Assault on the Capitol, the ABC News original, exclusively on Hulu, now streaming. With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any place else. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir, America's #1 most watched newscast, now streaming on ABC News Live.
The world may feel out of your control, but your happiness doesn't have to be. Learn the secrets to happiness. Listen to the 10% Happier podcast, free on Apple Podcasts.
Robin Roberts, George Stephanopoulos, Michael Strahan. Wake up with America's #1 most watched morning show. ABC's
Good Morning America.
ABC News honored winner for the second straight year with the Edward R. Murrow Award for Overall Excellence in Television. ABC News, America's #1 news source.
When I started my journey, I wanted to teach people there is no such thing as a bad dog.
From the leader of the pack.
She won't listen to me.
Today's a new day. Claim your space.
Comes a serene new series.
She has forgotten how to be a dog. No more excuses. It's now or never.
Discover tranquility through training.
I need you to be calm and confident.
It's amazing.
You did good.
Cesar Millan, Better Human, Better Dog. New series Friday, July 30th at 9 on National Geographic.
I could tell you that I'm not a person who wants to die. I'm not the strongest every day, but I'm not the weakest either. And I won't break.
Whitney Houston, she had the ingredients.
Just pow. She was the queen. A crown was given to her, and crowns are heavy.
You think it's easy being a superstar? You have no idea.
Superstar Whitney Houston. Wednesday night, August 11th on ABC and streaming on Hulu.
You're as cold as ice.
The last thing they would expect is to find a suitcase with a human body in it.
The big question is, how the hell did he get there?
The person who did that would look like a monster, but sometimes killers look just like Melanie McGuire.
Do you still insist that you're innocent?
Absolutely.
Who do you think killed your husband?
The stunning 2020 event.
It turns out it isn't the end of this story.
Friday at 9/8 Central on ABC. Right now, with so much at stake, thank you for making ABC's This Week with George the #1 Sunday morning news show versus the competition.
Welcome to This Week.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to The Breakdown. I'm Diane Macedo.
And I'm Terry Moran, and we're going to start with breaking news on the pandemic. The CDC is now recommending that fully vaccinated people once again mask up indoors if they're in areas with substantial or high transmission, as the Delta variant fuels a surge in COVID cases. The CDC also recommends universal mask use at schools, regardless of vaccination status. A CDC briefing on the change is set to start any moment. We're going to bring you the latest and talk with an infectious disease expert about what it means for the nation's fight against the coronavirus.
Meanwhile, the House Select Committee investigating the January 6th assault on the Capitol held its first hearing today with testimony from 4 officers on the front lines that day.
The indifference shown to my colleagues is disgraceful.
Breakdown of the hearing and the political fight over the investigation coming up. But we begin with that breaking news. The CDC has now reversed its guidance on masks for vaccinated Americans amid a surge in new COVID cases. It comes 2 months after the CDC had advised that fully vaccinated people could stop wearing masks in most indoor settings. The agency now says vaccinated people who live in areas with substantial and high transmission rates should wear masks indoors in public spaces. The CDC is also urging universal masking for all teachers, staff members, and students in schools, regardless of vaccination status. Let's bring in ABC News medical contributor Dr. John Brownstein for more on this. Dr. Brownstein, what do you think? Are you surprised by this reversal?
No, I'm not. And the reason is that Delta has really changed the game. I know the American people are going to feel like whiplash, like, wait, you just said that masks, we can remove the mask if you're vaccinated. But that was really before Delta, right? So the vaccines are working, and we know that they're doing well to protect against what matters, hospitalizations and deaths. But there is emerging evidence of these breakthrough infections, and especially the opportunity for you to transmit if you're fully vaccinated. And so it's not really a backtracking by the CDC. It's evolving information. It's It's surveillance data. It's a recognition that we're seeing these surges in many parts of the country. And in order to contain these surges in these hotspots, you're going to need layers of protection. So vaccines is one, but it's going to be about masking. It's about social distancing, all these layers that are sort of coming back into play, unfortunately.
And as you say, Doctor, changing circumstances, so changing guidance. But as you also note, there's a lot of, weariness with it all. So how long do you think this new guidance is going to be in place?
Yeah, I can imagine most people are not keen to get this mask back on, especially if you've taken the steps to get vaccinated. I fully agree. I'm in that same camp as well. But, in order to get to the other end of this pandemic, we're going to have to do our part. Unfortunately, there's no sort of timetable. We could be well into the fall because, we may see surges in other parts of this country. The best guess is really until you can bring transmission down. And when you see the data that looks like, that transmission is down in communities, then you can remove that mask. And the key here is, do these policies actually translate into, policies that take place at the local level, and even more importantly, behaviors? Are we willing to make these sacrifices now to get to the end? And it's unclear to me if we can really get there.
Well, let's hope we pull together. But let me ask you about the contagiousness of the Delta variant in vaccinated people. What does the research show on whether or not, since I've been vaccinated, you've been vaccinated, if we do come in contact with Delta, how infectious are we?
Yeah, I think this is emerging data, and there was some recent evidence that potentially your viral load, if you're vaccinated, could be similar to whether you're unvaccinated. That still needs to be clarified. But the reality is we are seeing more breakthrough infections. We are seeing more viral shedding. And this is different than the other coronaviruses, the other versions of this virus, where we didn't have this level of transmission. And that's why we're seeing this change in guidance. Clearly, we've got to keep reiterating, the vaccinated people are not getting severe illness. They're not dying. And so we got to make sure people recognize that the vaccines are still our weapon to get out of this pandemic. But, these new variants, they are sort of challenging our ability to control just purely with a vaccine. And again, this is why masking is coming into play.
Now, over the past 7 days, the U.S. is averaging about 40,000 new COVID cases a day. Is there any read on how high that number can get, given the number of people already vaccinated in this country?
This is where, these models, are challenging. They're guides, but, we want to be careful about overcalling things. We know so many times through this pandemic, models have been wrong, but some really good models that have brought together different information streams have shown that we could keep seeing this surge well into the fall. And that's concerning. You could potentially triple the numbers of daily deaths. So we're about 200 now, go up to 600. But, these models don't account for the fact that people are changing their behaviors. We're already seeing increased vaccinations in the South because people are seeing their loved ones or people in the community that are getting severely ill. So we can change this course. It can get very bad, but we also have the opportunity to shift the course of this pandemic by doing what it takes right now. But, seeing some hopeful signs that people are starting to take this seriously.
Now, the FDA is asking Pfizer and Moderna to expand testing in young children to learn more about potential side effects of the vaccine for that age group. What's the latest on that?
Yeah, so I think this is, not to try to create fear for people. This is just about the FDA really doing its job to making sure that they're collecting as much safety data ahead of trying to approve this vaccine in younger kids. We know that there's this concern about this rare inflammatory disorder among, especially in boys. And so they want as much data, they want as big a database as possible to make sure they fully understand the risks. Clearly, we believe generally that the risks of the vaccine are really outweighed by the benefits of these vaccines. And so, I think that generally what we'll see is these vaccines approved, but, there's a lot of hesitancy around vaccinated younger kids. We know that the risk profile is different. Kids can get severely ill, but for the most part, handle COVID pretty well. So as parents make this decision, they're going to want as much data as possible. So expanding that safety profile, fully understanding these vaccines are safe is going to be so key to making sure we can have an effective rollout in our kids.
All right, Dr. Brownstein, always great to have you. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thank you, on an important day. Well, we're going to turn now to the January 6th insurrection and the congressional hearing on it. Police officers who protected the Capitol on January 6th, they gave emotional testimony in the first hearing of the Select Committee investigating the events of that day. They relived the harrowing moments. They say stay with them every day. You could see it written in their faces. Moments when rioters shouted, "Kill him with his own gun," and "You're going to die," and far worse. ABC's Kira Phillips joins us live from Capitol Hill with more. Kira, you were there today for this hearing. I was watching it back here. What stood out for you from this hearing?
Tell you what, Terry, because we live here in D.C., we're in the same bureau. We always reflect on times like this together, and I'm curious to see if you feel the same way as well. As I was watching this hearing, it was just so different from what we've experienced within the past couple of years. From the police officers and their testimony, it was so emotional. They were wiping away tears. They were catching their breath. They were at times shaking and taking a glass of water. And then even the committee members, Terry, usually there are a number of committee members who are grandstanding and they want to have the question that goes viral and they want to create drama and theater within the hearing. And that just simply didn't happen today. It was very emotional and respectful and direct and straightforward. But what really struck me was the Capitol Police officer, Sergeant Gonell, because not only is he a police officer, he also served in Iraq. He was an Army soldier. And when he said that what he experienced on the Hill that day was more scary than anything he ever experienced in Iraq, that struck me. Being to Iraq 4 times, embedded in war zones, seeing what kind of destruction and what terrorists had done to American troops and to the Iraqi people, for him to say that about how he felt here in the United States of America on the Hill, that really struck me today, Terry.
And let's talk about politics for a moment, Kira. You mentioned that, because Speaker Pelosi decided to reject 2 of the proposed members from GOP leader Kevin McCarthy, we have a very different feel in there. Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger, they're mocked as Pelosi Republicans. But I wonder if Jim Jordan or some of the other sort of hardcore Trump partisans were in there, do you think we would have had a hearing which might have been messier, but truer to the spirit of the country?
Oh, I think it would have been a totally different vibe, energy, Terry, absolutely. And Kinzinger and also Cheney made it very clear that they were here, they had a duty to be here for democracy, for their job, and they were going to rise above politics. Interesting to note, though, some of the most powerful political statements about politics were made by the police officers themselves. Take a listen.
What makes the struggle harder and more painful is to know so many of my fellow citizens, including so many of the people I put my life at risk to defend, are downplaying or outright denying what happened. I feel like I went to hell and back to protect them and the people in this room. But too many are now telling me that hell doesn't exist, or that hell actually wasn't that bad. The indifference shown to my colleagues is disgraceful.
Us 4 officers, we would do January 6th all over again. We wouldn't stay home because we knew it was going to happen. We would show up. That's courageous.
Also, Terry, you probably noticed you didn't hear them say the name Trump, but you did hear Officer Dunn say the word hitman. All of those officers making it clear they want accountability. And they said to the committee members, we want to see members of leadership held accountable for what they knew and what they did that day that led to that insurrection. So it'll be interesting to follow what the committee does next, and if indeed we do see some subpoenas, possibly the president, those around him within the White House, not out of the question, according to the chairman, whom I was able to speak to this afternoon.
And those are the critical questions going forward. Kira Phillips, thanks for being there for us.
You bet.
Meanwhile, Republicans have called this investigation a partisan sham. House Minority Leader McCarthy also pulled his appointments off the committee after Speaker Pelosi rejected 2 of them. And McCarthy now says without those picks, this committee will not look into Nancy Pelosi's potential culpability in failing to ensure the Capitol was protected on January 6th. So the party leadership is denouncing the hearing entirely. Republican Congressman Matthew Rosendale of Montana joins us now with a little bit more on that perspective. Congressman, thanks so much for being here. I know it's a busy day for you. I'm curious, what did you make of the officer's testimony that you heard today?
I didn't hear the officer's testimony, Diane. What I heard was the opening statements from Liz Cheney, and I was quite disappointed. We had known where she was heading with this thing, and I have my own questions, quite frankly, and that's why I don't think the commission is going to answer those. I want to know what security officials had information and warnings in advance of the breach on the Capitol. I want to know what information they had. I want to know when they had it. I want to know who they shared that information with. That the highest ranking members that were responsible for protecting the Capitol. And I want to know when they shared that information with them and what they did with it. What we experienced was a breach in the security at the highest levels of law enforcement. We did not have an armed invasion of the Capitol. We had a breach in security. And that is what we have to focus on, making sure it doesn't happen again.
You say we didn't have an armed invasion, but we just heard 4 officers that were there describing seeing people show up armed with their own weapons, some weapons stolen for police, but some with their own weapons, with their own protective equipment, with their own military-style gear, prepared even before this whole thing started for violence and to attack them. So why not listen to their testimony?
I think that you did see people that had equipment to protect themselves, and they went in there with bad intentions. There is no doubt about that. And these people have been detained and they've been charged. I'm also concerned with all the other people, though, that have actually been overcharged with crimes and are still being held, and we want to know what's going on with them. There's a lot of people that ended up entering into the Capitol after the breach had already taken place that weren't aware of all the circumstances that had taken place before they even arrived there. And yet these people are being held with massive charges, much greater than anything that they ever violated. And so we need to know what's going on with those folks as well. And nobody is having that conversation. But again, the big question, Diane, how could we have eliminated this from the very beginning? And that is find out from the officials that had warnings about security in advance of this event. What did they know? When did they know it? When did they have that information? Who did they share it with? And why were actions not taken to make sure that the building was secure?
Well, and the committee says they will be looking into that. Of course, we're going to have to wait and see how this whole thing unfolds. But Leader McCarthy is now calling Representatives Adam Kinzinger and Liz Cheney, quote, Pelosi Republicans for participating in the committee. Kinzinger said today that he's serving on the committee not in spite of his membership in the Republican Party, but because of it, not to win a political fight, but to learn the facts and defend our democracy. So what do you think about that? Why is it a problem to have them on this committee? Don't you want them there?
Diane, there's no such thing as a Pelosi Republican. Quite frankly, I'm Catholic. There's no such thing as a Pelosi Catholic. Okay, you're either Catholic or you're not, and you're either Republican or you're not. And you can't have members of the Republican caucus sharing information with the Democratic Party. That would be like having a sporting event and at halftime, part of your team going into the opposition's locker room. Guess what? When the game begins again, you really don't want those people to come back and join your team because they're not folks that you can rely upon.
But you can have 2 teammates who disagree on a play, for example, and still continue to consider themselves teammates. So are you trying to say that Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger aren't Republicans?
I think what they have done has been blinded by their own ambition, to be perfectly honest with you. And this is driven by not the truth of the facts, but what they personally want to achieve for themselves. And it's quite disappointing.
All right. I know you said you didn't listen to any of the officers' testimony, so I want to play a clip for you. This is Sergeant Cannell, who said that there's a continued attempt to whitewash the events of January 6th to be something other than what he calls an attack on our democracy by violent domestic extremists and a stain on our history. I want you to take a listen to this.
Officer Cannell, when you think about that and share with us the vivid memory of the cruelty and the violence of the assault that day, and then you hear former President Trump say, quote, it was a loving crowd. There was a lot of love in the crowd. How does that make you feel?
It's upsetting. It's a pathetic excuse for his behavior for something that he himself helped to create, this monstrosity. I'm still recovering from those hugs and kisses that day.
So, Congressman, I know you said you weren't listening there, but were some of your colleagues listening? Do you think that the testimony from these officers and their descriptions could change the minds of lawmakers who've downplayed the violence and said things like these people should be called tourists, not terrorists, or did all of them skip watching today? What do you think?
Don't misunderstand me. I think that anyone who actually took physical harm and damaged property should be charged properly. I think that anybody who broke into the Capitol should be charged properly. I do not condone any type of violent activity whatsoever. Let me make that perfectly clear. However, what I think that we need to be focused on is what allowed this to take place. And there was a complete, absolute breakdown of security. And if the security measures had been taken properly, that officials had warnings about, none of this would have happened. And that's where we should be focused.
So if this committee does look into this avenue of, for example, whether Speaker Pelosi was culpable in not doing a better job of ensuring the Capitol was secured, if any other Democrats were culpable in this, and if any other Republicans, for that matter, were culpable in this, will you accept their conclusion then?
Again, what I want to hear from the security officials, and I want to hear what information they had, where they received it from, when they received it, who did they share it with. I want to know what measures could have been taken in order to beef up the security to make sure that this didn't take place. I want to hear that information. And then once I have that information, then I will be able to assess exactly what took place, how we can avoid it again, and what measures should be taken for those people that were responsible for it.
Congressman, I think all the American people want the answers to those questions as well, including the 4 officers we heard from today. So we'll certainly be keeping an eye on this hearing to see that those questions are answered. We appreciate your time today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Diane.
Well, that was the view of the Republican Matt Rosendale of Montana. Let's now go to Congressman Pete Aguilar of California, Democrat, joins me with more right now. He serves on the House Select Committee. Thank you for joining us. We saw you in there. And first, let me just get your sense, your reaction to what Matt Rosendale, Republican of Montana, just said about today's hearing, that he didn't listen to the officers and that he's focused pretty much exclusively, it sounds like, on problems with security in advance of that day and perhaps with some people being overcharged.
Well, time and time again, what we've seen from folks on the other side of the aisle is an attempt to whitewash the true story of January 6th. And these 4 officers laid out riveting testimony, emotional testimony, very raw testimony on their experiences. And for Kevin McCarthy and for my colleague from Montana to just say, oh, I didn't have the time to watch this hearing, is just, unfortunate and sad. And they just want to play politics with this. That's all this is about. And the committee is focused on the justice and accountability that Sergeant Gonell asked for. He asked us to help them get to the bottom of what happened on January 6th. And to get to justice and accountability. And that's exactly what the committee is charged to do. And that's what we will do.
And we'll get to how in a minute, but you mentioned the nature of this testimony. Just watching it from here in the studio, it was heartbreaking. You could see written in their faces how these men are still haunted by those moments. Sitting there across from them, talking to them as you did when you questioned them, what was your takeaway? What was your reaction?
My takeaway is that it was heartfelt and that they continued to deal with what transpired on January 6th. They were the last line of defense for our democracy physically. These individuals that were asked to come to the Capitol by the president, they have indicated that, and these officers heard that. But the weapons that they were on the other side of, people throwing flagpoles at them, rebar, speakers, anything they could get their hands on, 2x4s, they were throwing at these officers. This was not a peaceful protest. This was not a loving, embrace. These were not tourists. These were insurrectionists who were out to stop the certification of a free and fair election. And they were sent to the Capitol by one person. But we'll get to the bottom and we'll ask all the questions that are necessary on the security breakdowns that we know existed. There was a lack of a security plan. The Capitol Police Chief has indicated that. The Capitol Police Chief, by the way, reports to the Capitol Police Board, which is a sergeant at arms, two of which have been fired, or no longer serving. So we'll get to that in due time, and we're going to get to the answers that these officers deserve.
Well, it certainly sounds like the Republicans, Kevin McCarthy and Matt Rosendale, as we just heard, they want to hold Nancy Pelosi accountable. That they believe that the security collapse is at least her responsibility, if not her doing. Have you seen any evidence to back that up?
It's unfortunate and irresponsible that they're just going to keep playing politics with this. But that's what happens when you have no strategy and you don't want to talk about the facts. And, clearly these are two individuals who are, bending a knee to the altar of Donald Trump. And so that part's unfortunate, but it's to be expected. They're going to continue to play politics with this. We will ask the questions of the security professionals. Why didn't you have a plan? Why didn't you ask for help in advance? Why didn't you share this intelligence information that you had? Many of this were external governmental entities like the FBI and the Department of Justice has questions to answer as well. So there's many entities and organizations that are going to have to account for their actions. Our responsibility, our mandate, is to get to the bottom of it and to sort it out and to do right by the 4 police officers who testified before us and to get to the truth and accountability that they deserve.
Well, let's talk about next steps. So are there hearings scheduled and subpoenas, that crucial issue? Do you expect subpoenas of people who were in the Trump White House around the president and others? And do you expect a subpoena of the former president himself?
We'll get to the committee work plan in due time. The chairman has put us all on notice that we'll be working in the weeks ahead. I would expect some more public hearings. I would also expect documents to be requested, and whether that's asked for or through a subpoena. We will be requesting documents of other federal agencies as well. And so part of this is information gathering, and so we can continue to develop the work plan and ultimately be guided by creating a product, creating a document that helps lay out exactly what happened. And just like my colleague, Representative Cheney, said, we need to find out everything that folks, in the White House knew, what they communicated. All of that is fair game. And so we're going to continue to use every tool available to us as a committee to compel individuals to share. And if you have nothing to hide, then why wouldn't you want to share information that will help us and get to the bottom of this violent and deadly insurrection that we all lived through on January 6th?
And getting to the bottom of it, Congressman, that's important for the whole country. And I want to ask you about Speaker Pelosi's decision to reject 2 of the nominees for the committee that came from the GOP leader. We've seen all kinds of big-time congressional hearings, over the course of our history. They're always filled with hardcore partisans and people who want to vandalize the whole process or just showboat. I mean, it's Congress. Do you think the credibility of the committee's work is undermined by the fact that every member is handpicked by Speaker Pelosi, and that, in fact, this is the first time in history that that's happened? Do you think the country has done a disservice by not having the Republicans' own choices on this panel?
This committee is about protecting democracy. This isn't about even being bipartisan. This is about truly being nonpartisan. And so it's unfortunate that there aren't enough members of the Republican Party who are willing to step forward and put their allegiance to the oath of the Constitution that we all took, rather than a political party. It's unfortunate that there aren't 5 individuals on the other side of the aisle who meet that threshold. The speaker indicated that she would seat 3 of them that were put forward. But let's be very clear. The baseline for being on the committee should be that you accepted that Joe Biden was elected president in a free and fair election, and that this was an attack on our democracy. And clearly, 2 individuals that the minority leader advanced forward do not meet that threshold. And so that's why they were not allowed to be seated. And but 3 others would have been seated. And that's unfortunate that there just aren't more Republicans on the other side of the aisle who are willing to take that oath to the Constitution serious enough to be seated.
All right, Congressman Pete Aguilar on the Select Committee. Thanks for taking us inside today's hearing and joining us.
Thanks so much, Terry.
Well, coming up, we're going to have plenty more coverage of this morning's hearing on Capitol insurrection. It was riveting. It was emotional. We'll bring you the latest highlights, and we're going to take a closer look at what comes next. Plus, Olympic heartbreak. Why Simone Biles decided to bow out of the Olympics events today, and her message to the rest of her teammates. Stay with us.
World News Now.
And America This Morning.
The best new video.
The breaking news overnight.
Emergency crews called to the town of Surfside.
U.S. airstrikes hitting targets in Iraq and Syria.
The stories people are talking about.
If you don't want to shave your legs, don't. I was going to say.
Oh my. Got it.
And what to expect in the day ahead.
ABC World News Now and America This Morning.
Starting at 2 a.m. Eastern.
Up all night to keep you up to date.
Now, when it matters most, the straightforward facts. ABC News is America's #1 news. Good Morning America, #1 in the morning, 9 years running. World News Tonight with David Muir, #1 in the evening with America's most watched newscast. 2020, the #1 news magazine on Friday nights. The View, the #1 daytime talk show. And ABC News Live, #1 in streaming news. ABC News is America's #1 news.
The world may feel out of your control, but your happiness doesn't have to be. Learn the secrets to happiness. Listen to the 10% Happier podcast, free on Apple Podcasts.
ABC News honored winner for the second straight year with the Edward R. Murrow Award for Overall Excellence in Television. ABC News, America's #1 news source.
This is GMA3, what you need to know. GMA3.
A third hour of Good Morning America in the afternoon.
It's all about you. Lunchtime on ABC.
This is what being live is all about. This is ABC News Live.
All right, we're going to move back. Let's move back. We're surrounded by people squeezing into this bomb shelter.
We're on an urgent delivery run.
Not afraid to go there.
So my question, Mr. President, what are you so afraid of?
Breaking news, live events.
This is the moment.
Streaming straight to you, anytime, anywhere.
You just met one friend right here.
You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us.
Now streaming on ABC News Live 2020. True crime, cinematic, real-life drama, stunning, the unthinkable. Follow the clues, the hunt. True crime 2020. Now streaming on ABC News Live.
The most powerful stories of our time, anytime. Nightline.
It is essential that everyone understands what really happened that tragic day. During those moments, I remember thinking there was a very good chance I would be torn apart or shot to death with my own weapon.
There are some who express outrage when someone kneels while calling for social justice. Where are those same people expressing the outrage to condemn the violent attack on law enforcement, the Capitol, in our American democracy?
No one had ever called me a while wearing the uniform of a Capitol police officer. In the days following the attempted insurrection, other black officers shared with me their own stories of racial abuse on January 6th. One officer told me he had never, in his entire 40 years of life, been called a to his face. And that streak ended on January 6th.
You downplaying an event that happened to the country itself, to democracy, to the rule of law. You're talking about people who claim that they are pro-law enforcement, pro-police, pro-law and order. And then yet, when they have the chance and the opportunity to do something about it, to hold people accountable, you don't.
The fence came down and still nothing has changed. Everything is different, but nothing has changed. Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger are being lauded as courageous heroes. And while I agree with that notion, why? Because they told the truth? Why is telling the truth hard? I guess in this America, it is. Us 4 officers, we would do January 6th all over again. We wouldn't stay home because we knew it was going to happen. We would show up. That's courageous.
Some of the highlights there are the emotional testimony from the police officers who were on the front lines of the assault on the Capitol defending our democracy. You can sense just how incredibly intense this morning was for those officers, for the country, really. And I want to bring in ABC News political director Rick Klein, ABC News political contributor and staff writer at the Dispatch Sarah Iskor, and former Democratic Senator and ABC News contributor Heidi Heitkamp for more on the political impact of this hearing. Welcome to all. And Heidi, let me begin with you, Senator Heitkamp. While Matt Rosendale, congressman of Montana, Republican congressman, was talking to Diane, you were reacting a little bit when he said he didn't listen to the officer's testimony, and he defended some of the people who were charged with crimes related to the right. He says they were overcharged. Well, what is your response to him?
My response is you've got to have a theory of your case. Okay, so were these tourists and good people who have now been drastically overcharged for their behavior? And but now there was a serious security breach. And my reaction to Matt Rosendahl is, if you want to find out what the briefing was that day, ask Mitch McConnell. Mitch McConnell would know. Ask the president. They all got briefings, and they regularly get security briefings. So this idea that they're going to turn the focus on the security breach, it's inconsistent with their argument that these people were law-abiding citizens who have now been trapped into this, or trapped into this circular kind of thinking that the minority in the House has. And I honestly felt like whatever happened in Montana, that they sent someone who would have such strong opinions and then likened the whole proceeding to some sports episode that, oh, by the way, they don't play on our team. We're not going to tell them our little playbook over here. Well, the playbook ought to be about protecting and defending democracy. And he is one of the most pathetic examples of partisanship that is tearing our country apart. And so I would say to the good people in the state to the west of me, my goodness, take a look at that interview and say, does he really represent your values?
And those are some of the political stakes. Rick, let me go to you. Well, first, what stood out to you in these hearings, and why do you think they began with these officers?
Yeah, Terry, I think this was an attempt to just set a baseline, to make it as nonpartisan as you can at the beginning, to just get the officers to talk about their own experiences, their own judgments, and it resulted in some powerful pleas for accountability, some powerful stories, including some that we'd never heard before about racial epithets being hurled at officers, about the danger they themselves felt themselves in, how close they themselves came to death, and how they put themselves on the line at that moment. And I think it was intended, at least broadly, to rebut any efforts to try to whitewash the day, to try to redefine what happened on January 6th. Frankly, outside of that room, there was another reality being inhabited by a lot of Republicans that suggests that what happened that day either wasn't that bad or that somehow Democrats are to blame for it. We heard that from Congressman Rosendale earlier in the program. And I think all of this was intended to set a baseline, to remind people of the horrors of that day, to bring people inside the room, and to get the just visceral testimony of people on the front lines, literally under attack, seeing their jobs, their livelihoods, their lives threatened all at once by a marauding mob of people who wanted to overthrow the government. And just to establish that as the fact, you heard them say, please, members of Congress, hold people accountable for what happened.
And Sarah, Officer Dunn talked about why this event has become so political, saying the event itself was political because the people who attacked him and his colleagues said they were there because they believed President Trump's false claim that the election was stolen, and he says they were literally there to stop the steal. So given that, how does this committee now go about this in a bipartisan manner? Is that really possible?
I don't think it's possible at this point. I think with Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger, they had an opportunity today to try to represent the Republican caucus that was not represented. I think that they did a wonderful job with the tone of the hearing, but unfortunately, it was not at all clear that they represented the Republican caucus. That makes it not bipartisan in that sense, especially after Pelosi asked not to have the two members that Leader McCarthy had, and so he removed all five. I think that where the rubber may hit the road here, though, is that the Department of Justice just said that former administration officials will not be able to invoke executive privilege to avoid testifying. It will be interesting to see how Republican members will react when Trump officials have to detail what happened behind the scenes that day. And I didn't watch, like they're answering today, isn't going to cut it when that happens.
And Heidi, let me pick up where Sarah left off there with the role that Adam Kinzinger and Liz Cheney are playing there. And you represented North Dakota, a Democrat in North Dakota, which is increasingly rare, I guess. Do you think that Nancy Pelosi made a mistake in disallowing Jim Jordan and Jim Banks from being on the committee, and then thereby, because Kevin McCarthy then withdrew all the Republicans, we have a hand-picked Nancy Pelosi committee here? And as I said to Congressman Aguilar, we've seen plenty of congressional hearings where there are people out to vandalize it or undermine or have fierce partisan fights and just show off. That's Congress. But does it have more credibility when everybody's in the room, even if they're scrapping? What do you think?
You know, what I think is that's water under the bridge. The how people are going to react to the work of this committee is going to depend on the work of the committee. And so if in fact they get to why was it so easy for people to breach security? Why weren't you listening to a lot of people? In fact, I remember, Terry, we were on that day on January 6th, and I kept saying this should not be happening, that the security should have been amped up. Anyone knew that this was going to be problematic. And so I think those are important questions. And if they delve into those questions, if they make sure that nobody gets whitewashed, this is all going to be all hands on deck to find out what happened, I think the work of the committee will speak for itself. And I think history is going to judge those people who voted against a bipartisan commission, those people who voted against certifying the president. Those people are going to, only for one reason, not because it was the right thing to do, but because they want to express loyalty to the former president of the United States. I think that is going to speak volumes in the rearview mirror of where we are today. And history will judge them. And they should all remember history will judge them. And it's not going to be whether Nancy Pelosi put somebody on this committee that denied all of this. It's going to be what actually happened that day. And I look forward to further committee hearings. I think today set the right tone. And I want to congratulate the chairman and want to congratulate all of the members, especially the two Republican members, who care more about the Constitution and our democracy than their political futures.
And Rick, I want to go back to a comment that Congressman Rosendale made, because he did complain of some people being overcharged in the events on January 6th, but also made clear that he thinks anyone who inflicted any damage of property or any violence against officers or anybody else should absolutely be charged to the full length of the law. So I wonder if it might help, if you think it might help the spirit of bipartisanship, at least, if Democrats draw a stronger distinction between the people that are being referred to as terrorists throughout the course of this hearing and the people who on January 6th just showed up for what they thought would be a peaceful rally, and when people started storming the Capitol and things went awry, they kind of backed up and said, whoa, this is not what I signed up for.
Yeah, I think the Democrats are going to largely leave law enforcement actions to law enforcement entities and to allow those prosecutions, hope that those prosecutions go forward, let the Department of Justice, let other law enforcement agencies work their way that way. This isn't going to be about establishing whose feet up on Nancy Pelosi's desk or establishing criminality when it comes to individual actions. I think there's a recognition that that's going to be done outside of the halls of Congress. This is about what holes there were in the security system up and down the chain, whatever those questions questions can lead to what people knew when they knew it. And, of course, political accountability. Congress is the only entity that really is going to have that opportunity to look at what members of Congress, what members of the Trump administration were saying in real time. Those are key questions. We heard Congressman Aguilar earlier say he's not going to rule out any subpoenas. To me, it's critical that they find out at some point, and I think there's going to be significant pressure on the committee to go to find out what the White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows was saying, to find out what Kevin McCarthy's conversation with President Trump was really like, Jim Jordan, other members of Congress who have said they talked to the president. Those are the kind of questions I think they're going to try to go after as they stitch together a narrative. You heard the focus on documents. That's part of this as well. They want to know what paper was traded, what emails. I think there's going to be a lot of details, a lot of nitty-gritty in filling that out. For now, it's about just hitting those emotional chords, reminding people, resetting people 6 months later where things stand. And you're right, Diane, there's been a whole lot of law enforcement activity, some 500 cases out there pending, and I don't think there's anyone in that room or outside that room that thinks that shouldn't proceed that way. I think when you've got Republicans talking about people being overcharged and accountability at DOJ, that's just a smokescreen.
And Rick, the Department of Justice said this morning that former Trump administration officials are allowed to participate in this investigation. That's a shift from what we saw during the impeachment hearing. So can they be compelled to testify? And might that include former President Trump himself?
Yeah, I mean, Sarah knows best as a former DOJ spokesperson, but that is a big deal for the Department of Justice to say they're not going to stand in the way. That means that if individuals want to litigate that and fight it out with Congress, they're going to essentially be on their own dime. They're going to have to pay for that themselves. They're not going to have the Justice Department or other federal agencies stepping in the way. And yes, it quite possibly could include the former president under certain guidelines, certain auspices. Now, we've seen standoffs like this before, and frankly, it's very easy for a witness with the right resources and the right backing, either political or otherwise, to wait out the clock on congressional committees. Even the impeachment hearings, both sets had a lot of frustrations in that regard. But this is removes at least an initial legal barrier, and it puts a lot of pressure on those former administration officials to comply with any kind of subpoena that they get, or cooperate and to voluntarily decide to appear before a congressional committee that calls them. So I do think this opens the floodgates quite a bit, and it's an important marker in this investigation.
Well, let's go to Sarah, former Trump administration official prior to January 6th. On the question that Rick and Diane were just discussing, this Justice Department, the Biden Justice Department opinion that there is no bar to these former officials testifying before Congress. What do you think of that? And what do you think of the current GOP leader in the House, Kevin McCarthy? Of course, he once said he would testify, and now he's turned, completely around. Do you think he would be able to be subpoenaed? What's your view on that?
So Congress can subpoena anyone they'd like. The question is what barriers that person can throw up to the subpoenas. Former administration officials believed that they would be able to cite executive privilege and not testify. What the Department of Justice did today was say, no executive privilege. Now, Donald Trump could still sue to try to prevent them from testifying, arguing that the privilege, in fact, belongs to him. I think that's an uphill argument, but as Rick pointed out, delay can be all you need in this type of game. Don McGahn didn't have to testify during the impeachment hearing under this sort of exact scenario. But I think that overall, as much as it pains me in some ways to say this, but politically speaking, Nancy Pelosi made a mistake here, and she handed Kevin McCarthy a get-out-of-jail-free card, for lack of a better metaphor, when she nixed the two members of the Republican committee, and that allowed Kevin McCarthy to then pull all five and say, well, if she won't take all of them, we're going to remove all of them. By doing so, it allowed the Republicans, led by McCarthy, to say this committee has no credibility with Republicans and allow them and their voters to tune this out. If the committee doesn't have credibility, I agree with Senator Heitkamp that all of this will be viewed through the lens of history someday. But it won't be if no one's watching, and if no one is hearing what's happening, and no one's tuning into the testimony or even engaging with it. Yes, having Jim Jordan or Representative Banks at this hearing would have changed the dynamic considerably. But it also would have then lent it credibility, where everyone would have had to engage with this. It would have had credibility with half the country that now gets to say, oh, that? No, I don't even know what's going on with it.
All right, Heidi Heitkamp, Sarah Isgur, Rick Klein. Thank you all. Great conversation. We appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
And now to the latest out of the Summer Games in Tokyo. Simone Biles is out of the gymnastics team competition at the Tokyo Olympics after stumbling during her vault. The star gymnast has withdrawn due to mental health reasons, saying she thought it was for the good of the team.
I just felt like it would be a little bit better to take a back seat, work on my mindfulness, and I knew that the girls would do an absolutely great job, and I didn't want to risk the team a medal for kind of my screw-ups because they've worked way too hard for that. No injury, thankfully, and that's why I took a step back, because I didn't want to do something silly out there and get injured. So I thought it was best if these girls took over and did the rest of the job, which they absolutely did. They're Olympic silver medalists now, and they should be really proud of themselves for how well they did last minute having to go in.
Now let's bring in Kenneth Moten live from Tokyo with more on this. Kenneth, you were there in the arena, so walk us through what happened.
Well, what happened is on that first rotation there, Simone Biles, she's the anchor, so she went last of her team there. She went on that vault, she hit the apparatus, she landed, she stumbled in that moment, and immediately, Diane, I could tell something was wrong. She made a beeline for the sideline. She got off that mat so fast, and you can typically, once a gymnast does a landing, you try to look at their face to try to figure out if they thought they did a good job, if they thought they did not do a good job. And I could get nothing from Simone besides to say that something, she was taking it very seriously and something was wrong. She was surrounded by her teammates. She was surrounded by cameras as well on that floor, because remember, they're all over the place. It's a live broadcast and it's replayed in the States there. She went off the floor. She came back later after her team had rotated to the uneven bars. And what we noticed was she didn't look like she was preparing to jump onto those uneven bars. She suited up, she got into her sweats, her warm-up suit, and then that's when we started to hear the word that she was bowing out. We didn't know exactly the reason why. We later got a statement from USA Gymnastics saying it was for a medical reason, but then it was Simone Biles who clarified that this was something mental. It was not physical, even though she said her pride was hurt. She said this was mental. And so it's very significant here that we've got Simone Biles stepping out of this, saying really the most watched gymnast in this world and the greatest gymnast in this world, saying, I need a break. But it was also significant, Diane, because we got to see how strong Team USA Women's Gymnastics is, how strong that team is, because they were able to carry on without their anchor and win silver.
Now, how did the team and the crowd react to all of this? Because it sounds like she didn't do the number of rotations that she normally does during this move, so it sounds like maybe she hesitated while she was actually doing the move. So I know afterwards she kind of put on her sweatpants. Everyone knew at that point that she wasn't going to continue on in the competition. What was the reaction?
Yeah, she said she's trying to do 2.5. She only did 1.5, which is still, we all know, incredible. But for Simone Biles, for her to change her mind like that and do 1.5, Simone Biles has always said that she has a gift to be able to understand where she is in the air as she's up there, which is just an amazing, amazing feat and talent. She said that she actually kind of got a little confused about where she was. And that is when she knew that she needed to take a step back, because she didn't want to hurt the team. And so, to answer your question also about what it was like in there for the crowd, with no public spectators in there, but a lot of members of the media, a lot of people who've been following Simone Biles for a long time, who know her moves, including the ones that are named after her, they knew something was up. As I was sitting there, all eyes were on Simone Biles. Yes, typically all eyes are always on Simone Biles, but particularly then, especially when we saw her walk off that floor and knew something was wrong, and then later on we realized that our suspicions were correct.
Now, just short of 2 months ago, Naomi Osaka withdrew from the French Open, citing mental health reasons. And we heard Simone Biles say, even before any of this happened, that she felt like she had the weight of the world on her shoulders. So what do you think this is doing for the conversation around mental health in general, especially for high-profile athletes?
It helps because they're talking about it, Diane, especially when you have these black women who are talking about how mental health impacts them. They do have the weight of the world on their shoulders. Simone Biles, if you go back and listen to our interviews with Simone Biles, any interview she's done before these Olympics, she told us the stresses of these Olympics, the fact that they were delayed, the fact that when she found out that they were delayed and going to be delayed a year, she was concerned about her age. She was concerned about her performance. She said during the interview overnight that she doesn't know if it's because of her age, but she is concerned about, doing gymnastics makes her nervous now. So when she was younger, obviously she was going out there, doing all these tricks, and probably doing them without thinking about any injury or anything like that. And now she's starting to think about those things, and she doesn't know if age has an impact. But the fact that she's saying that she is in therapy, and this quote right here, she goes, therapy has helped a lot, as well as medicine. That's all been going really well, but whenever you get in a high-stress situation, you kind of freak out. Again, therapy has helped a lot. She's saying she's in therapy. She mentions medicine. She said it's going well. So for those who are looking at Simone Biles and saying, oh, she needed this mental break, something's wrong, others will argue, no, it's actually working. She is working on herself and saying, look, I'm having a mental issue here. I need to pull back for the betterment of my team.
So what's next for Biles now, Kenneth? Can she return for the individual competition?
She sure can, but at this point, we don't know if she will. USA Gymnastics has said that she hasn't been medically cleared. They put that phrase in their very brief statement overnight, saying that essentially that she has to be cleared medically for that individual competition. But we are waiting just to see if the world's greatest gymnast will be back at that individual competition. Later on this week, we are rooting for her just like her teammates were rooting for her, just like she was rooting on her teammates. Again, Diane, I was in there and to watch not only the women gymnasts, but the men's team was also in the stands, and they were cheering for them so hard, and Simone Biles was there being a cheerleader. It just shows, again, how strong she is while she's dealing with this mental health issue.
And how strong her team was today, jumping into action without their anchor. Kenneth Moten in Tokyo, we appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kenneth. Well, happening just a few minutes ago, we want to let you know this. President Biden did take a couple of questions about the CDC's new guidance on masks, and here's what the president had to say.
Will you require all federal employees to get vaccinated?
That's under consideration right now, but if you're not vaccinated, you're not nearly as smart as I thought you were.
Are you concerned that the CDC's new mask guidance could sow confusion?
We have a pandemic because of the unvaccinated, and they're sowing enormous confusion. And the more we learn about this virus and the build of variation, the more we have to be worried and concerned. And there's only one thing we know for sure. If those other 100 million people got vaccinated, we'd be in a very different world. So get vaccinated. If you haven't, you're not nearly as smart as I said you were. Thanks.
All right, and that does it for us on The Breakdown today. Thanks so much for joining us. I am Diane Macedo.
And I'm Terry Moran. We'll see you back here at 3 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. Have a great day.
Now, when it matters most, the straightforward facts. ABC News is America's #1 news. Good Morning America, #1 in the morning, 9 years running. World News Tonight with David Muir, #1 in the evening with America's most watched newscast. 2020, the #1 news magazine on Friday nights. The View, the #1 daytime talk show. And ABC News Live, #1 in streaming news. ABC News is America's #1 news.
The most powerful stories of our time, anytime. Nightline.
Now streaming on ABC News Live 2020. True crime, cinematic, real-life drama, stunning, the